100 years ago, creatures suddenly mutated, slaughtering humanity. Even the dead rose as mutated monsters. They turned on their own kind. Soon, the situation spiraled completely out of control, turning the entire world into a living hell. Amidst the chaos, awakeners with extraordinary talents rose up. Time and again, they pushed back the mutated hordes. By the year 2045, the mutated beasts across the globe suddenly joined forces, trapping humanity at our final defense line. Countless warriors fell, sacrificed to their claws and fangs. On the Wuxia battlefield, a crimson mutant appeared, bristling with razor-sharp teeth and countless eyes lining its tentacles. In the capital, 3 fighters stood against it, a Tier 3 Divine Archer, a Tier 3 Psionic Support, and a Tier 3 Heavy Hammer Warrior. They locked in a fierce battle with the glowing red beast. Exhausted, the Tier 3 Divine Archer let out a heavy sigh. These mutants just keep coming. Weary and drained, the Heavy Hammer Warrior agreed. All the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Awakeners have fallen. If this keeps up, I am afraid even Tier 3 fighters like us won't last much longer. Suddenly, the red mutant lunged forward. Seeing this, one of them screamed, "Watch out! This thing can shoot tentacles!" Crimson tentacles whipped out, tightly wrapping around the 3 of them, binding them so hard they couldn't even budge. The Heavy Hammer Warrior roared, "Guys, cover me! I am going to smash this thing to pieces." Beside him, the Psionic Support closed her eyes in utter despair. The mucus from a Tier 3 mutant can seal our energy. Before she could finish, another cried out, "Exactly! We can't even trigger our skills." The beast lunged forward, opening its massive maw to swallow them whole. Trapped in despair, they thought, "This is it, we are dead." Out of nowhere, sharp waves of energy slashed through the air, slicing its tentacles to ribbons. Freed from the grasp, the 3 tumbled to the ground. Shocked, the Heavy Hammer Warrior stared at the staggering beast and gasped. What on earth just happened? Severed tentacles rained down on the floor. Everyone watched in sheer amazement as a glimmer of hope finally sparked within them. Standing before them was a towering, powerful figure holding a sword. Instantly, they recognized him as the strongest god-tier genius. The mutant had been single-handedly overpowered by his heroic and valiant strike. It was Ye Ning. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Master Ye Ning." He briefly glanced back, warning them, "Don't let your guard down." The 3 quickly thanked him for snatching them from the jaws of death. "Thank goodness Master Ye Ning arrived. Thank you for saving our lives, Master Ye Ning." Ye Ning's face grew serious, his eyes gleaming with cold intent as if sensing something amiss. Right then, the Divine Archer drew his bow in high alert, screaming a warning. "Master Ye Ning, there is another mutant right above you. It's a type we've never seen before." Ye Ning snapped his head up. High above, he caught sight of a shadowy figure, barely recognizable as a mutant, surrounded by countless writhing tentacles. Suddenly, someone yelled out, "Something's not right. This mutant is an entirely new species." It was deep purple with a pair of long horns on its head. Tentacles splayed out from beneath its feet, and bizarrely, a massive single eye stared from the center of its chest. Seeing this, the Heavy Hammer Warrior gripped his weapon tightly and lunged toward the monster. His face twisted with rage as he bellowed, "How dare you look down on Master Ye Ning? I am going to crush you." Beside him, the Divine Archer also charged, both rushing headlong at the purple mutant. The mutant sneered as the massive eye on its chest flashed with a chilling light, unleashing a sudden burst of overwhelming power. The immense pressure crushed the 2 warriors, forcing them to spit up blood as they were gravely injured. In the blink of an eye, the purple mutant slaughtered the 2 peak Tier 3 warriors, leaving nothing behind but their discarded weapons. Witnessing her teammates' instant death, the Psionic Support flared with absolute rage. Tears streaming down her face, she channeled her power, massive fireballs engulfing her hands like physical manifestations of her fury. She snarled, "Screw you! I'll take you down with me." But before she could even move, the purple mutant blurred right behind her. She felt a freezing chill of murderous intent and gasped. A sharp tentacle from beneath its feet stabbed forward, giving her 0 time to react. Glancing back helplessly, unable to dodge or counter, she could only brace herself for impending death. After a brief moment, death hadn't come. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Ye Ning blocking the lethal blow. The impact sparked violently, and Ye Ning successfully knocked the beast back. He instantly sized up the situation. To defeat 2 peak Tier 3 fighters in a single strike, this thing is definitely no ordinary Tier 3 mutant. The mutant lunged again. Blocking the attack with his sword, Ye Ning called out to the Psionic Support, "Fall back! Leave this thing to me!" Terrified and anxious, she thought to herself, "At this level of combat, I'll only end up holding Master Ye Ning back." With that, she pleaded, "Please stay safe, Master Ye Ning." As she retreated, Ye Ning's murderous aura flared intensely. His eyes grew cold and menacing, ready to unleash a lethal strike at any split second. He swung his greatsword, knocking the purple mutant back, but his blade snapped right in half. He stared in disbelief. His sword broke from blocking just a single hit. I get it now. This thing is what the military has speculated about countless times, something that was only supposed to exist in theory. The mutant struggled back to its feet, visibly enraged from being knocked aside. Looking at it, Ye Ning realized what he was actually facing: a level 4 mutant. He instantly locked in, not dropping his guard for even a second. His mind was laser-focused, ready to go all out. "I have to give this thing everything I've got," he muttered. With that, he leaped from his spot and lunged straight at the monster. 1. The sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant reddish-orange aura, ready to deliver a devastating strike. 2. 3. The battle erupted with fury. The clash of raw power shook the earth, kickstarting a storm of dust and debris. A massive plume of energy surged upward, like the shockwave from two terrifying forces colliding. 4. Rocks flew everywhere like worthless dust, as the terrifying power of both sides kept exploding, pushing the clash to its absolute peak. 5. Suddenly, Ye Ning froze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without even flinching, the mutant had completely blocked his ultimate strike. 6. "What?" he gasped in utter shock. The two continued their fierce struggle, neither willing to back down even an inch. 7. But then, Ye Ning suddenly coughed up blood, his body heavily injured. The mutant kept up its relentless assault, and as his strength faded, his grip loosened, sending his sword clattering to the ground. 8. Defeated, Ye Ning collapsed in a pool of blood. Gasping for air, he thought to himself, "Is this really the power of a level 4/9? He opened his eyes to see the towering mutant standing right before him, his heart heavy with regret. It was all over. He was about to die. 10. Its tentacles shot forward, gaping maws ready to swallow him whole. Ye Ning was utterly helpless, left with no choice but to quietly accept his fate. 11. He lay there, unable to move a muscle, his heart heavy with the crushing weight of failing to save the world. The tentacle beneath the beast opened wide, chewing and swallowing him whole. Ye Ning was gone forever. 12. On board the command ship, everyone watched in absolute horror at the terrifying power of the mutant and the tragic fall of Ye Ning. 13. The oldest man on board, his face a mask of despair and panic, muttered, "The sole hope of Huaxia, Ye Ning, a god-tier talent, and he still lost." 14. Watching the mutants attack with relentless fury, his heart sank with helplessness. With an onslaught like this, how much longer can we possibly hold out? 15. Regret consumed his mind. If only we had found Ye Ning sooner, giving him the time he needed to grow. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, his voice trembling. 16. Then maybe we could have stopped this nightmare. But there is no other way now. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, gritting his teeth as a fierce determination flared in his eyes. 17. We take them down with us, he ordered resolutely. Every single defensive line in the war zone has fallen. Have the level 3 awakened carry our most powerful nuclear warhead. 18. Everyone immediately sprang into action, quickly boarding helicopters and dropships to head straight into the heart of the most brutal war zone. 19. The commander bellowed once more. Even if we die with dignity. 20. The suicide squad charged straight at the swarming mutants, completely disregarding their own lives. 21. Humanity will stand forever. Forever. They roared with absolute resolve. 22. The commanders on the ship raised their fists to their temples in a solemn salute, honoring the unyielding spirit of those brave souls. 23. The conflict unleashed countless shockwaves. Explosion after explosion rocked Huaxia, leaving the earth deeply scarred and broken. 24. Suddenly, a man snapped his eyes open at the sound of a morning broadcast. 25. Today is November 6th, year 61 of the apocalyptic calendar. The construction plan for safe zone number 337 is scheduled to begin today. 26. The broadcast continued. Breaking news. Donghai safe zone number 67 has been attacked by sea beasts. All survivors, please evacuate immediately. 27. The man bolted upright, clutching his throbbing head as he muttered, my head hurts so much. Wait, didn't I die? 28. It turned out to be Ye Ning. He looked around and found himself locked in a prison cell with heavy iron bars and several guards standing outside. 29. Seeing him wake up, they started whispering to each other. Looks like he's actually awake, one of them said. 30. Someone wants to make sure he misses the evaluation. We were told to say he caught a virus, and that's why he's out cold 31. But the testing is happening right now. What if he starts making a scene? Suddenly, the two guards changed their tune, drawing their guns to finish Yaning off 32. Then just kill him. We already got paid anyway, one muttered coldly. The other guard chimed in, pulling his gun with a smirk. 33. Fair enough. He's just an ordinary guy, not even the descendant of an awakened. Just a nobody. 34. He aimed the gun at Yaning, his voice dripping with contempt. You know, if you hadn't woken up, you might have actually kept your life. 35. Yining's eyes turned sharp as realization hit him. This is 3 years ago. Did I really regress back to 3 years ago? 36? The exact day of the talent evaluation. So the reason my talent wasn't detected in my past life was because someone rigged it. 37. Without hesitation, he snatched the gun right out of the enemy's hand, muttering, "How could I let them get away with it this time?" 38. His eyes burned with murderous intent, his sudden move leaving the guard completely stunned. 39. The disarmed guard stammered, trying to draw another weapon, but it was too late. Fueled by rage, Yaning spun around and struck, sending the man flying backward, coughing up spit in agonizing pain. 40. Yaning pointed the gun at the remaining guard, who trembled in sheer terror. Under the dim light of the cell, Yaning took out both guards in the blink of an eye, sending them to the afterlife in an instant. 41. He stood there, his cold gaze sweeping across the room as his mind drifted back to the painful memories and missed opportunities of his past life. 42. The days spent barely scraping by, relying on scavenging bits and pieces of corpses just to survive. 43. He remembered the year the military finally discovered his god-tier talent, but by then, the Huaxia war zone had already fallen. 44. There was simply no time or resources left to nurture him. 45. He had grown. With only 7 victories, he reached level 3 far from his peak, yet he was already dragged onto the battlefield to face a level 4 mutant. Yaning slowly stepped out of his cage, his heart heavy with regret, as he thought of his mother and sister. Guilt consumed his mind. "Mom, Xiao-an, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. I'm so sorry." But right now, he told himself that he still had a chance. With burning determination, he swore that if he could just pass this test and become the strongest, he would protect his loved ones and bring an end to this apocalypse. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "The apocalyptic sword god system has locked onto you." Locked onto Yaning. The system continued, its voice flat but authoritative. "You must touch the testing crystal within 30 minutes to unlock and activate the system's functions. If you fail to touch the testing crystal, the system will vanish at the 31st minute." Right after that, another notification rang out. "Complete the unlock mission, and any of your sword skills will be boosted 100-fold, evolving into forbidden sword techniques." Yaning froze, his brows furrowed, and his mind racing. This system was completely different from anything he had known in his past life. "Is this my cheat code?" he wondered, but he quickly brushed his doubts aside. As long as he got stronger, any system would do. With his mind made up, he marched forward with determination. The system began displaying a 31-minute countdown, with not a single second to waste. Suddenly, a group of armed men rushed in, shouting, "Warning! An infected subject has escaped." Yaning smirked, completely unfazed. He quickly scanned them. The leader was just a low-level awakened, and the rest were ordinary humans. Staring straight at the leader, he formulated a plan to hold him hostage and force a way out. Without a second thought, Yaning lunged forward, snatching the enemy's weapon with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the leader, pressing the gun barrel hard against his head. "Don't move. Make one wrong step, and I'll blow your head off." As Yaning issued his cold threat, the surrounding soldiers panicked, shouting, "Let our captain go. Don't do anything stupid. Attacking a military safe zone carries the death penalty." Unfazed, his voice was cold as ice. "Take me to the testing plaza. You have 3 seconds to decide. Any longer, and you're dead." The soldiers stood stunned, yelling, "Is this kid out of his mind?" The leader stammered, "What? What are you going there for? A normal person taking the test?" Yaning jammed the gun harder against his skull, forcing a terrified scream. Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. We can talk this out." "Keep talking," Yaning ordered. The captain raised his hands in surrender, but couldn't help spitting venom. "Kid, you better pray you actually awaken, because even if you do awaken, you won't escape alive from that testing plaza." Meanwhile, at the testing plaza, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. A century ago, In the year 2042, the apocalypse descended, plunging the entire world into an era of disaster. A booming voice echoed from the speakers, not from an announcer, but from Liu Tian, the military commissioner of the Tianfeng safe zone. Out of tens of billions of people, less than a fraction survived. But in our darkest hour, the first awakened arose. The United Military saved Huaxia, and today is a monumental day, the day we test your potential. Succeed, and you will become combat awakened, defenders of our lands. Fail, and you will leave this place to live out a quiet, ordinary life, Liu Tian continued. Starting with the descendants of the awakened, the candidates slowly marched onto the plaza. Thick tension hung in the air, with some candidates trembling in anxiety while others burned with determination. Suddenly, a guard's radio crackled to life. Warning! All units on high alert. An infected subject is holding a hostage and heading straight toward the testing area. The warning sent a wave of panic through the crowd, stirring up anger and dread. Suddenly, a shadow swept in like a hurricane. In an instant, several guards were sent flying. It was Ye Ning, still holding the captain hostage. He stepped forward, his gaze icy as he faced the line of guards, pointing their weapons right at him. Liu Tian grabbed the microphone, his voice booming with authority. Drop your weapon and surrender immediately. Resist, and you will be executed on the spot. The moment the warning ended, the surrounding guards unsheathed their swords, leveling them at Ye Ning. Rifles were locked and loaded, yet Ye Ning didn't show a hint of fear. His calm face carried a trace of confidence, as though everything was going exactly according to plan. Ye Ning spoke up, his voice calm yet unwavering. I'm not infected, and I have no interest in disrupting your awakening ceremony. I'm just here to take the test. From across the plaza, Liu Tian roared, barking orders to the guards. Stop wasting time. Take him down. On his command, the soldiers swung their blades and charged like hungry predators. Without hesitation, Ye Ning dropped his gun, letting it clatter to the ground. He calmly raised his hands in surrender, and spoke loud and clear. According to Clause 137 of the Safe Zone Code, awakened individuals are entitled to special exemptions. Disobeying military orders might carry a death penalty. He paused, his sharp gaze locking onto the leaders, but with enough contribution, any crime can be wiped clean. Sensing a momentary opening, the captive captain suddenly lunged forward, throwing a vicious punch. Right in Ye Ning's face, he threw a punch, screaming in absolute rage, "You, awaken? You're not worthy!" Caught completely off guard, Ye Ning couldn't fight back and slammed into the ground. The crazed captain pinned him down, roaring, "You lunatic! What are you bragging about at a time like this?" The surrounding guards immediately rushed in, pinning Ye Ning's arms and legs so he couldn't move a muscle. With fury burning in his eyes, Liu Tian barked out the order, "Execute him! Execute him on the spot!" From above, a guard raised his sword and plunged it straight toward Ye Ning's head, but right at that moment, a fighter jet suddenly materialized. Hovering directly overhead, the blinding lights from the jet beamed down on the crowd, forcing everyone to squint. One guard muttered in disbelief, "Why is there a supersonic psionic jet here?" The rear door of the jet swung open, and a muscular man with an imposing presence leaped down. It was Xiao Hai, the Grand Commander of the Tianfeng Military District, a Level 3 Awakener. As he hit the ground, the earth shook slightly, and a powerful wave of pressure radiated outward, making the air feel thick and heavy. A guard thought to himself, "This pressure is insane. The test hasn't even started yet. What is the Grand Commander doing here?" Around Xiao Hai, a brilliant blue aura burned like fire, wrapping around his gleaming mechanical arm. He spoke with authority. "The military district has plenty of high-level awakeners now. Since he's willing to wager his life, let's give him a shot." He turned to leave, but suddenly looked back and added, "If he fails to awaken, execute him on the spot." Hearing the Grand Commander's order, the guards immediately set things up so Ye Ning could take the test right away. A smug grin spread across Ye Ning's face. In his mind, he knew he had just won this gamble. He stood up and walked forward amidst mocking whispers and looks of utter contempt. "Are they really letting him take the test?" Someone grumbled. Another scoffed, "A commoner daydreaming about becoming an awakener? What a joke." Someone else sneered in disgust. "These lowlifes always claiming they have talent. It's honestly nauseating." Ignoring the mockery, Ye Ning stepped up to the testing crystal. He looked up with determination in his eyes, thinking, "In my past life, I was set up and missed this test. One wrong step ruined everything. But in this life, this is my first step. Let the test begin," he roared. "I hold my destiny in my own hands." The moment his hand touched the crystal, a blinding purple light burst forth. sending a massive wave of energy across the plaza that left everyone stunned. Shock washed over the faces of Xiaohai, Lu Tian, and the entire crowd of onlookers. As Ye Ning continued the test, he felt the psionic energy surging into his body, a familiar sensation that filled him with thrill. Xiaohai watched intently with his arms crossed as the talent evaluation machine began its announcement. Analyzing talent. Current talent. D rank. The robotic voice continued. Analyzing talent. Current talent. C rank. Lu Tian panicked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the rank continuously climb. There's no way this kid actually has high-level talent, right? The machine didn't stop. Analyzing talent. Current talent. B rank. And then, current talent. A rank. The purple energy surrounding Ye Ning expanded relentlessly, spreading in all directions. He thought to himself, the psionic energy is flooding every single organ in my body. This feeling is incredible. In a rush of adrenaline, he screamed in his mind, testing crystal, give me more energy, give me everything. Right before everyone's eyes, the column of purple energy erupted into a pillar of light over 100 meters high, making it impossible for any fighter jet to fly past. Someone screamed, his rank is still rising. Lu Tian muttered in sheer terror. A commoner like him has an A-rank talent. The odds of that are easily 1 in millions. Xiaohai stood by, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. Since the final result wasn't locked in yet, did he have an even higher talent? Ye Ning bent his knees but didn't stop, continuing to absorb the psionic energy. The purple pillar of energy had now reached high into the sky, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. In the face of this spectacle, Ye Ning calmly pressed on with the test while the entire plaza fell into a state of absolute shock. The testing machine's cold, metallic voice rang out, analyzing talent. Current talent. S rank. Yet, the radiant purple energy around Ye Ning showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it flared up even more violently, sweeping outward like a hurricane and shaking everyone, including the spectators, to their core. Xiaohai gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he blurted out, "No, this is wrong. The crystal hasn't announced the end of the test yet. That means the evaluation is still going." With an S-rank talent, Ye Ning was now a high-potential seed for a level 3 awakener. Xiaohai immediately issued a sharp order, deploy the underground armored division to defend the city. We need to prevent any mutant attacks. Standing beside him, Lu Tian nodded, his eyes cold and sharp. Receiving the order, his subordinates quickly scrambled the psionic fighter jets to conduct an aerial military patrol. Every single road leading to the area was placed under strict lockdown, with only military personnel allowed through. Suddenly, Ye Ning let out a deafening roar, and the massive explosion of purple energy sent shockwaves that shook the psionic fighter jets flying overhead. Crescent-shaped light beams shot out from the aura, sweeping across the plaza like razor-sharp blades. Gradually, the purple aura dissipated, but Ye Ning didn't pull his hand away from the testing crystal just yet. Finally, the machine chimed, signaling the end of the test. Every eye, from the guards to the spectators, locked onto Ye Ning as everyone held their breath. The test machine finally announced the results. Stunned, Xiaohai let the paper in his hand slip and flutter to the ground. He stared at Ye Ning in absolute shock, his voice trembling. He's actually a pure-blood SSS rank. He paused, then muttered, an SSS rank. If an S rank is considered reserve material for a level 3 awakened, then an SSS rank is a guaranteed shoo-in to become one. It looks like the Tianfeng safe zone is about to experience a massive shift. Looking up at the sky, he let out a thunderous laugh. Incredible! Our Tianfeng safe zone has finally produced a legendary genius. The other examinees nearby began whispering as they stared at Ye Ning. Did you hear that? Getting praised like that by the commander-in-chief is a dream for people like us. Another one sighed. It's seriously making me jealous. Talk about a complete turnaround. And just a minute ago, people were calling him a joke. Another added bitterly, stop crying about it. He'll probably end up being our boss soon enough. Ye Ning looked down at the glowing purple energy radiating from his hands, feeling secretly amazed. My talent is clearly the highest predicting the human theory. To think the absolute limit of this testing, crystal caps out at just SSS. Whatever, the influence of an SSS rank is already more than enough. Shifting his focus, he turned his attention to his most critical asset, the Sword God system. With a mental command, he ordered the system to open his dashboard. Instantly, a long glowing screen of information materialized before his eyes. The first notification confirmed that the Sword God system was fully loaded and bound to Ye Ning, Its current effect granted him a bonus of 10,000 skill power points. Upon learning any sword-type skill, it would be unconditionally upgraded to SSS rank. The next section displayed Sub-Effect 1, which increased his spiritual energy reserve by 10,000 points and unlocked the limit for all stats. This meant he could raise all of his stats simultaneously without being bottlenecked by his natural talent. Sub-Effect 2 allowed him to cast any skill once every 48 hours without consuming resources, regardless of the skill's level. Ye Ning let out a sigh, his voice carrying a mix of exhaustion and excitement. The quest is finally complete. As he carefully read through the details, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, in my past life, even with the resources of the entire nation, there were only 2 S-rank individuals and only 1 person with a level 4 skill. Yet here I am, with a sword god system that can upgrade any skill to SSS rank on a whim. Narrowing his eyes, a smirk played on his lips. Interesting. I need to get my hands on a skill book and test this out. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him as someone approached, breaking Ye Ning out of his thoughts. It was none other than Xiao Hai. With a beaming face, the older man patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Ye Ning. Truly, congratulations on awakening an SSS rank talent. Placing his hands on his hips, he laughed heartily. Come, tell me what reward you want. Your Uncle Xiao will make sure you get it. Ye Ning, however, seemed completely spaced out, his gaze still locked onto his system interface. An aide nearby chimed in. Sir, Ye Ning isn't responding. Xiao Hai chuckled, looking at Ye Ning with amusement. No reaction even when called. It looks like he just became an awakened, and his mind is still processing it. Draping an arm over Ye Ning's shoulder, he said warmly, Back in my day, I was completely dazed for a long time too, just like you. Pulling the young man along, he added, Come on, let's stop standing around. Let's head to my office so we can have a real chat. Ye Ning gave a simple nod. All right. Later, as they drank tea in the office, Xiao Hai brought up the incident. You were framed, which delayed your testing today. I've already sent my men to lock down the entire department responsible. We will get to the bottom of this and get you some answers. Sitting cross-legged with an air of authority in his office, which boasted a $1 million view of the city, he continued, I've decided to make you the primary candidate for our seed project. As soon as the higher-ups approve it, a professional level 3 awakened will be assigned to guide you personally. Your gear, weapons, and resources will all be top priority. Looking at Ye Ning with a serious expression, he said, Now, tell me more about your talent. Your Uncle Xiao will help you map out a training plan. Ye Ning was moved by Xiao Hai's genuine warmth, but he kept his guard up, thinking to himself, I can't let anyone know about the sword god system. Sticking to my original talent is the safest bet. Out loud, he answered calmly, It's a psychic type. My ability is telekinesis. Xiao Hai rubbed his chin, nodding in deep thought. Oh, a psychic type? That is incredibly rare. We might need to bring in experts from the capital to advise you on this. Turning back to Ye Ning, he smiled warmly. By the way, what kind of reward were you hoping for, Ye Ning? Ye Ning replied humbly, Commander Xiao, if possible, I would really like a sword skill book. Xiao Hai nodded, instantly gesturing to his assistant. That is easily done. Go, fetch one from the vault. Make sure it's a high-grade one. The aide quickly returned, presenting a glowing skill book with a respectful bow. Commander Xiao, this is the highest-tier skill book in our current inventory. Xiao Hai examined the book with a nod before passing it to Ye Ning. Here, Ye Ning, it's yours. Accepting the book, his eyes gleamed. He spoke softly. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back home for a bit. Xiao Hai chuckled, his voice warm with understanding. Anxious to share the good news with your family? I completely understand. Pointing toward the exit, he patted Ye Ning's shoulder reassuringly, before immediately assigning a squad of elite soldiers to protect the young man 24/7. We must ensure his safety at all costs. The surrounding aides bowed in unison and chorused. Yes, sir. Tu Hai continued in a stern voice. The moment anything unusual happens, bypass the chain of command and report directly to me. He turned around, his eyes cold and sharp. And about Danin almost losing his eligibility for the exam. I want a full report on my desk within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, arrest them first and ask questions later. Understood, sir, everyone replied in unison. Before the Grand Commander, they all bowed respectfully to accept his orders. That evening, at the 6th Residential District of the Tianfong Safe Zone, a massive, badass armored vehicle rolled in, turning everyone's heads. The vehicle screeched to a halt, the doors slid open, and Danin stepped out alongside several soldiers. He turned to them and said softly, "Seniors, you guys can station yourselves here. I can make my own way home." The surrounding crowd began to whisper excitedly, and someone gasped, "Hey, look over there, isn't that Danin?" Another whispered, "He has become such a big deal now. Why is he still riding back in a military vehicle?" Another voice cut in, "Shh, keep your voice down. With that many awakened protecting him, he is definitely someone important." Danin suddenly spotted his younger sister, Tu-an, and called out, "Tu-an." Hearing his voice, the little girl turned around with a start, her eyes lighting up as she recognized her brother. Big brother? Danin froze as memories of her from his past life flooded his mind. He thought to himself, "Tu-an, in my past life, I could not protect you. I am so sorry." He rushed forward and hugged her tightly, swearing to himself that in this lifetime, he would never let her get hurt again. Completely confused but overjoyed, she smiled brightly and choked up, "Big brother, oh big brother, we haven't seen each other in a whole year. Weren't you supposed to be at the training camp? How did you get out?" With tears streaming down his face, Danin hugged her even tighter and replied, "I took the exam." Tu-an was taken aback. "Huh? Why are you crying?" He choked back a sob, smiling through his tears. "No, it's nothing. I'm just so happy to see you." Danin took Tu-an's hand, walking beside her as he said, "Tu-an, tell me everything. Come on, let's head home." She nodded excitedly. "Yes, let's go home. Ever since you left, Mom has been constantly worrying about you." He smiled warmly. "All right, let's walk in together and give Mom a big surprise." Tu-an then excitedly showed off her little treasures. "Big brother, look at this. I got so lucky today. I found some spare parts along the way. We can trade these for some bread, so you can actually eat your fill today." Looking at his innocent sister, Danin felt a pang in his chest and replied softly, "You silly girl. Tonight, we are going to have a feast." Tu-an gasped, "Really, big brother? Are we having meat?" He nodded with a hearty laugh. "Of course, as much as you want." That evening, the tiny house was filled with warmth and laughter, with steaming hot dishes covering the entire table. Tu-an squealed with delight. "Wow, this is amazing." Their mother looked at Danin with a worried expression and asked, "How did that exam go?" "You know, the one for awakened training? A lot of the neighbors have been asking about you." Danin happily replied between bites, "I passed. Mom, I'm officially an awakened now." His mother's eyes lit up with emotion. "Really?" Danin nodded. "Yes." Tu-an cheered, her voice bursting with pride. "I knew it. You're the absolute best, big brother. I'm so proud of you." The family enjoyed their wonderful dinner together. Chewing her food, Tu-an asked, "Big brother, now that you're an awakened, can we eat meals like this every single day?" Danin smiled and replied, We absolutely can." That night, with full bellies, they all drifted into a peaceful sleep. The dirty dishes were left on the table, forgotten in the midst of their pure joy. His mother and Tu-an slept soundly in each other's arms, peaceful smiles on their faces. It was probably the best night of sleep they had ever had. Danin quietly cracked the door open and looked at them with a tender smile, his heart swelling with happiness. He gently closed the door to let them rest. Standing in the darkness, Danin summoned the system and learned his skill book. A system notification popped up. Quest complete. Reward: 4 free attribute points. He continued reading. Detected C-tier skill, Assault. Detected sword, type skill, Skill, upgrade, successful. An item materialized in his hand. The system announced, Sword skill Assault has been upgraded to the triple S-tier skill, Riot Control Sword Torrent. The skill details appeared in front of him. Riot Control Sword Torrent. Consuming 4,500 mana points, summons a torrent of sword energy, delivering a devastating strike to the target area within an extremely short period. The skill is enhanced with properties like Godspeed, Armor, Penetration, Destruction, and Tearing. Note: the destructive power of this skill is increased by 100,000% compared to its current rank. Please use with extreme caution. Danin gasped in disbelief. Did it seriously just upgrade a C-tier skill to triple S-tier? Even though he had witnessed some incredible spectacles in his past life, he had never seen anything as mind-blowing as this. The system displayed his current status. Talent level, 0. Willpower, 15 points. Mana capacity, 1,500 points. He muttered in disbelief. Just using it once requires 4,500 mana. He kept reading. To advance to low-tier level 1 requires 20 willpower points and 2,000 mana. Level 2 requires 30 willpower points and 3,000 mana. Level 3 requires 40 willpower points and 4,000 mana. He crossed his arms and pondered. Excluding any boost from equipment, theoretically, he would need to reach mid-tier level 3 just to use Riot Control Sword Torrent once. Fortunately, his talent allowed him to cast any skill once every 48 hours without consuming any mana. Otherwise, even if my spirit energy wasn't completely drained, I wouldn't be able to use it even once right now, he muttered with a frown. Since the Sword God system doesn't allow me to reveal any information, I can't explain the source of my power and skills to anyone else. Which means before I advance to Tier 2, I have to avoid using Bladestorm in front of anyone. He sighed, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Right now is a critical moment. The Chief Commander just reported the seed plan to the higher-ups, so it is best to avoid causing any trouble for him. Taking out the item he had just received, he smiled. I really want to try using this right now. Suddenly, he gasped in excitement. That's it, he laughed out loud. Doesn't the military base have that thing? Ever since the apocalypse descended upon the world, due to the surge of spiritual energy everywhere, random dungeons began to form. Over time, humans gradually gathered information about them through exploration and training. The military spent a massive amount of manpower and resources to research and develop training dungeons, specifically for combat training. Unlike natural dungeons, these training dungeons allow hunters to exit at any time in case of danger, ensuring maximum safety. Closing the door and stepping outside, Ye Ning thought to himself, heading to a training dungeon to test my skills. Isn't that the perfect idea? At the training dungeon facility in the Tianfeng safe zone, Ye Ning requested, please open a low-level solo dungeon for me. Any type is fine. The assistant looked at him, thinking to himself, this is Ye Ning, the spirit type awakened with the triple S rank talent that the Chief Commander personally warned us about. Worried, the assistant said, with your current strength, going into a dungeon alone is just too dangerous. Ye Ning calmly replied, I'm only going in to test a few things. I'll be out very soon. With that, he vanished, stepping into the dungeon. Inside the training dungeon, the system displayed current environment, city, difficulty, low danger. After reading it, Ye Ning thought to himself, this is a simulation from shortly after the apocalypse began, and the weapon provided by the dungeon is a dagger? Drawing a dagger from the system, he nodded. Perfect. The weaker the weapon, the easier it is to test my skills. While walking, Ye Ning suddenly sensed a pair of eyes lurking nearby. He glanced in that direction, and a monster suddenly lunged out to attack him. Ye Ning leapt up, nimbly dodging the blow, and smiled to himself. So you decided to come straight to me. Diving down from midair, he swung his dagger and slashed straight at the monster. Did you really think you were just free points? As the monster collapsed, he ran off triumphantly, yet still muttered, my hand didn't even feel numb, not satisfying enough. Approaching the emergency exit, he pressed his body against the glass door, his expression turning serious. Carefully opening the door, a reddish-brown monster with countless eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and two massive protruding tusks lunged at him. It opened its massive maw, intending to swallow Ye Ning whole. He glanced at it, thinking, there's still another one. As the monster drew near, its tongue whipped out, drool splattering everywhere. The moment it attacked, Ye Ning drove his dagger deep into its chin, making it shriek in agonizing pain. He swung his arm, delivering a clean slash. The monster collapsed as fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red, while sweat dripped down Ye Ning's face. He estimated that even though his current physical stats weren't strong, dealing with this type of zombie was still quite easy given his combat experience from his past life. Looks like to really test my skills, I have to find a boss-level mutant. The area map appeared before his eyes, and he planned to leave the building via the stairs first. Outside, the streets came into view, filled with grotesque, mutated zombies staggering around. Ye Ning muttered, oh, the zombies here have already progressed to mid-tier 1. The dungeon is starting to ramp up the difficulty. He continued, no need to waste my time on them. Suddenly, the zombies noticed him and whipped their heads around. Giant question marks seemed to pop up on their rotting faces. They opened their mouths wide, scattering in multiple directions, and lunged toward him in all sorts of horrifying shapes. But before they could even show what they could do, one of them had its head clean, severed by Ye Ning, as a green light flashed. After dealing with it, he accelerated and dashed past the remaining zombies. Veering left, Ye Ning immediately ran into another horde of zombies. They stared dead at him, as if to say, hey there, we've been waiting for you all day. They roared in unison, lunging at him like a raging wave. Ye Ning picked up his pace. With thousands of zombies hot on his heels, he smirked, letting out a smug laugh. Great. Their numbers are growing exponentially. Gripping the side of a vehicle with one hand, he muttered, "Too bad. No matter how many ordinary zombies I kill, it won't increase my spirit energy experience." Quick as lightning, Yaning leaped and climbed onto the roof of a truck. Looking back at the zombies below, he said determinedly, "I'll just head straight to the boss area. I need to shake these guys off first." Like a superhero, he leapt off the truck and landed heroically on the ground. The system notifications popped up one after another. Arrived at the boss area. Arrived at the boss area. A bright yellow warning flashed across the screen. Warning, peak tier, 1 mutant, swift zombie, is attacking. Standing in the middle of a spacious courtyard, Yaning calmly glanced behind him. The notification panel updated. Peak tier, 1 mutant, swift zombie. A massive, gorilla-like monster with solid, rippling muscles, a pitch-black body and 2 giant horns, glowing red eyes, and 2 razor-sharp pincers suddenly appeared right behind his back. It tore through the air, forcing Yaning to exclaim, "So fast." The swift zombie rammed forward with immense force, shattering the courtyard and sending debris flying everywhere. Yaning leapt high into the air, dodging the attack and muttering, "The swift zombie boss of this trial dungeon is indeed a peak tier 1 mutant." Landing with one hand on the ground, he stabilized his stance, facing the monster head-on. The zombie horde was already closing in from behind. He frowned. Normally, taking down a peak level 1 mutant required at least 3 same-level awakened fighting together. He gripped his dagger tightly, a blue light shimmering along the blade. At this rate, if I hadn't come to test my skills, I'd still be stuck at level 0. No matter how powerful my talent is, there is no way I can face a peak level 1 mutant head-on, let alone with a massive horde of ordinary zombies surrounding it. The massive corpse flayer charged forward, leading a swarm of deformed zombies. It threw a heavy punch at Yaning, but he swiftly dodged it. Activating his ability, his eyes flashed blue, enveloping his entire body in a brilliant, glowing light. Yaning moved like lightning across the corpse flayer's massive body, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. He thought to himself, if this skill isn't as strong as I think. He stomped hard on the corpse flayer's arm, forcing it to swing around in shock, as he launched himself high above the monster's head. The blue light on his blade flared brilliantly. He gripped the dagger and plunged straight down toward the corpse flayer, his face filled with determination. Then even if I fail miserably, I'll just have to force quit the dungeon. A system notification popped up. The skill was ready to activate. A torrent of blue light poured down like a waterfall, piercing straight through the corpse flayer and shattering its body into pieces. Yaning unleashed Bladestorm, completely wiping out every single monster. Debris crumbled with a deafening roar as shredded flesh from the corpse flayer and zombies rained down like a downpour. Yaning landed, standing alone amidst the ruins and billowing dust as the blue light slowly faded away. He hesitated, looking around in absolute shock. A one-hit wipeout. If I hadn't come to test it, I never would have imagined the sheer destructive power of Bladestorm. Looking at his hands, he gasped. With this kind of power, even a slightly weaker peak level 2 mutant would be obliterated in an instant. Filled with a mix of joy and shock, he added, "And to think, I'm only at level 0 right now." The system screen flashed. Killed a peak level 1 mutant. Obtained 5 spirit energy experience points, with a 50% penalty applied for artificial dungeons. Obtained white-grade equipment, agility gloves. Yaning was stunned. The experience in artificial dungeons all comes from the spirit energy stones provided by the military base. The drop rates here are much worse than normal dungeons. In my past life, I never heard of anyone getting gear from a test dungeon, yet here I am with actual equipment. The screen displayed, agility gloves. Description: attack speed and reaction time increased by 15%. Yaning immediately put on the silver-white gloves and smiled with satisfaction. In this apocalypse, even a level 2 awakened might not have a full set of white-grade gear. Having just one is already a great start. He nodded. I got the test results I wanted, and even lucked out with a piece of gear. There is no point in staying here any longer. He pressed the exit button, and the scene around him slowly faded away. Back in the real world, Yaning handed the token to the staff member in blue and said politely, "I'm done. Here is your token back. Thank you." The staff member in blue watched Yaning leave in disbelief, thinking to himself, wow, that was fast. He probably got scared out of his mind the moment he saw the zombies. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed, making him jump and spin around in surprise. A white-haired man, his hair stiff with hairspray, marched over with his hands on his hips and barked, Who the hell let a level 1 squad into the dungeon again? He roared like a machine gun. Didn't I make myself clear? You can't let that many people into a solo dungeon. Maintaining these dungeons is extremely difficult. How many times do I have to tell you guys before it finally sinks in? The staff member in blue stood there dumbfounded, scratching his head. No, sir. We would never dare let a squad into a solo dungeon. The white-haired man furrowed his brow, still highly skeptical. He demanded in a cold, sharp voice, if no squad went in, then how the hell did the level 1 mutant in that solo dungeon die? Both of them stared at the screen, which displayed an image of the white gloves. The white-haired man continued to press, and even the only piece of equipment dropped. It's not like some level 2 awakened had nothing better to do than run a solo dungeon, right? The staff member in blue stared at the screen, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, just now, only Yaning went into that dungeon. His face turned pale with horror as he stammered. He said he was just doing some test. Did he seriously solo the dungeon boss? In a rundown market, Yaning walked slowly with his hood up, blending into the noisy shouts of street vendors. Guns for sale, 15 kilograms of flour for a gun, plus 2 free rounds of mantis ammo, mantis legs, 1 credit for half a kilogram, come and get them. With his hands in his pockets, his gaze swept over a group of kids pickpocketing, an old man who had collapsed on the street. He thought to himself, even though I can easily deal with a peak level 1 mutant, the overall situation is still grim. Suddenly, one of the kids yelled, "Hurry up, you guys, the patrol is coming." The patrol guards showed up, shouting, "Out of the way, out of the way, whose kids are these? Keep them on a tight leash." The children scattered, telling each other to run. Yaning kept walking at his own pace, his expression growing dead serious. He thought to himself, not to mention the catastrophe that strikes in 1 year. Memories of the ruined city being overrun by monsters flooded his mind. He remembered how the Tianfeng safe zone would be overrun by a massive horde of level 3 mutants, with the undead running wild everywhere. As he walked, Ye Ning suddenly stopped, causing a kid on the roadside to look up in curiosity. He was lost in deep thought. In just 10 days, a massive zombie outbreak will ravage Tianfeng City, forming a massive zombie horde that will assault the Tianfeng safe zone. The danger hanging over Xiao An and his mother is far from over. His eyes flashed with raw determination, telling himself he had to power up even faster. Meanwhile, at the capital safe zone, inside the Central Command headquarters, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Urgent intelligence report. Tianfeng safe zone has discovered an individual with a SSS rank talent. Has everyone seen this yet? The digital screen flashed with the file. Ye Ning, SSS rank, a psychic type, awakened with a willpower attribute. Inside the base, the high-ranking brass erupted into heated discussion. One of them spoke up. We have lost quite a few Tier 3 combatants recently. Recruiting a powerhouse like this is exactly what we need. Another chimed in. Yes, we need to fast-track his training immediately and make sure he gets all the resources he needs. Another official suggested, why not bring him directly into the capital military district and let the commander-in-chief train him personally? An old man asked skeptically. Are you saying he can actually break through Tier 3 to Tier 4 over that impassable chasm? A white-haired, middle-aged man argued, look at where we are now. All of our high-level awakened, whether it is the 4 great commanders, the dozen peak Tier 3 soldiers in our military, or even the commander-in-chief himself, not a single one has reached Tier 4. Why? Because we did not have the best training resources right from the start. The old man stroked his chin, convinced. Investing in resources right away is actually a solid plan. It is definitely worth a shot. The leader stood up and announced, Ye Ning, with his SSS rank talent, is hereby inducted into our top-tier seed program. Transfer him to the capital military district immediately. But a man with glasses suddenly spoke up. I object. The old man was taken aback. What do you mean? Another official muttered in annoyance. How can you object to a genius like that? The leader frowned, his voice cold and sharp. Is your 4th military district starting up your usual routine of picking arguments again? The man with glasses smirked confidently, pushing up his spectacles. You guys clearly have not read the end of the urgent report yet. As the screen refreshed with more data, the man with glasses declared, he is a psychic type, awakened with a willpower attribute. In our entire history, especially over the last 70 years, there has never been a single Tier 3 psychic type awakened. The physical stats of psychic awakened are incredibly fragile. Normally, they require constant support. Without other awakened to shield them, they are nothing but dead weight in solo combat. The room gasped in shock. The man with glasses continued. Even their individual advancement quests from Tier 1 to Tier 2 rely entirely on sheer, dumb luck. And as for advancing from peak Tier 2 to Tier 3, as you all know, he paused, causing even the top leader to break out in a cold sweat. The man delivered his final blow. The success rate is absolutely 0%. The room fell dead silent. The leader massaged his temples and let out a heavy sigh. Forget it then. Downgrade Ye Ning's priority level. We cannot afford to waste our precious resources. The following day, Xiao Hai read the incoming report and gasped in disbelief. Ye Ning's induction into the seed program was rejected, and his priority was downgraded? Ah, a psychic type cannot reach Tier 3. His potential is now rated at only A rank or even lower. There is no point in investing in him. His subordinate asked hesitantly, Commander Xiao, should we still treat him according to our previous arrangements? Xiao Hai casually tossed his tablet onto the desk and ordered, the higher-ups have already determined that Ye Ning has zero potential. If that is the case, cancel all of his perks. Withdraw the guards we sent to protect him as well. The subordinate pushed for more guidance. What about the investigation into who tried to sabotage Ye Ning's test? Since the suspect committed suicide, the trail has gone cold. Do we keep investigating? Xiao Hai leaned back in his chair, resting his hands behind his head. We only agreed to investigate because we saw potential in him. Now that he has none, why waste our time? His subordinate nodded. Understood, sir. Back at the Tianfeng safe zone, an official delivered the news to Ye Ning. Ye Ning, the verdict from the capital's experts is in. Your potential has been capped at Tier 2. The safe zone has revoked your special treatment, and you have been removed from the seed program. Well, I have delivered the message. Goodbye. Ye Ning slipped his hands into his pockets, watching the car drive away with a deep frown. How on earth is my potential capped at Tier 2? My talent is literally triple S rank. Just registering a triple S talent should be more than enough to prove my infinite potential. Then, it suddenly clicked. Memories of his past life rushed back, and he realized the truth. At this point in time, psychic type awakened are still considered complete trash. Nobody knows yet that the actual reason why awakened cannot break through to Tier 4 is a lack of willpower, which can only be supplemented by a psychic type attribute. Ye Ning let out a frustrated sigh. He did not expect to run into this kind of setback in this life, leaving the high-ups completely blind to his true value. He pondered, should I just head to the capital and reveal everything? Tell them that a triple S rank psychic awakened is the key to breaking through Tier 4? He shook his head, instantly throwing that idea out. Forget it. Who would believe a claim with no proof? Right now, his main priority was to quickly reclaim his Tier 3 power. Once he reached that level, the truth would speak for itself. He pulled up his hood, a smirk playing on his lips. With his sword god system and the storm sword flow, his starting point in this life was already light years ahead of the last one. He spoke under his breath. Let's roll. The hunt for mutant variants officially begins. Deep inside the wild forest, two strangers suddenly show up out of nowhere. They start pushing their offer like typical pyramid scheme scammers. Hey, Ye Ning, kid with the gun, you want to join our squad? Our squad is hunting beginner level 1 mutant variants. If we pull this off, we'll give you 1 credit point. Follow us, and we'll keep you safe. Ye Ning turns around, waving them off with utter contempt. A squad? The experience from a level 1 mutant is trash anyway. With this many people, how much experience would I even get? No thanks. The big-nosed guy looks totally embarrassed after being rejected. He immediately changes his tune, trying to save face. Kid, you've got some nerve. I only wanted to help because I saw you out here all alone. How ungrateful. Just because you recently became an awakened, don't think you're hot stuff. The three of them surround Ye Ning. The big-nosed guy points straight at his face, threatening, we were nice enough to carry you, but with an attitude like that, you must have a death wish, huh? Ye Ning activates his ability. His eyes flash with a brilliant crimson glow, and a heavy pressure radiates from his body. He says coldly, get lost. The red aura makes the big-nosed guy stagger back in terror, thinking to himself, whoa, that freezing glare. It feels like being locked in by a wild beast. All three of them quickly step aside, staring at Ye Ning's retreating back with sheer dread. Only someone who has survived countless life-or-death situations could have eyes like that. This kid is bad news. Ye Ning heads deeper into the forest on his own. Suddenly, he stops and murmurs, we're here. He takes a leisurely step forward and adds, the Rotten Corpse Forest. One of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, the deepest part of this forest holds 2 level 1 mutant variants, and one of them is at peak level 1. The system screen pops up, casting a soft glow across half his face. Ning calculates. To rank up from level 0 to level 1, an Awakened needs to hunt 3 level 1 mutant variants. In the trial dungeon, I already took down a peak level 1 mutant. Even though the experience points were cut in half, it's still equivalent to a standard level 1. Killing 2 more in this rotten corpse forest should do the trick. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy charges at him from behind at insane speed. Ning senses it immediately. Gripping his gun tightly, he whips around as a mutant lunges right at him. He reminds himself to try and avoid using the flowing storm sword. He slams the barrel of his gun hard into the mutant's face, knocking it to the ground, and mutters, "I don't just need soul energy experience. I also need to strengthen my physical body." Another horde of zombies crowds in. Ning fires in rapid succession, putting them down one by one. Spirit-type Awakened are known to have the weakest physical bodies. I've got to shatter that stereotype for the higher-ups. He thinks to himself, it's not just me. Any capable level 3 Awakened must find a way to unlock mental awakening. Otherwise, once level 4 appears, it'll be too late. The thunderous gunshots startle a flock of birds, sending them flapping frantically through the trees. The group that had blocked Ning earlier looks up, yelling in panic. "Did you hear that? Gunshots. Could it be that kid from before?" The big-nosed guy chimes in, his voice trembling as he warns, "It's coming from near the tree demon's territory. Sounds like it's not far from here. We need to get out of here right now. We haven't even found the soul energy fruit yet, and we might end up killed because of that brat." Further away, Ning leaps into the air, gracefully dodging a massive branch swung by the tree demon. The system screen in front of him lights up. Warning, peak level 1 mutant variant, tree demon is attacking. Right after that, the exact same alert flashes again. Ning gasps, realizing that 2 of them are attacking at the same time. The colossal tree demon slams its roots into the ground, aiming directly for him. As Ning dodges, he scans the area carefully, thinking, where's the other one? A hideous monster with an open maw full of razor-sharp teeth suddenly jumps right in front of his face. Although both of them tag-teamed him a second ago, the second one now seems to have completely vanished. Only the tree demon remains, shoving its grotesque face close to him with a deafening roar. Ning frowns, thinking, something's off. Losing its patience, the tree demon commands a flurry of root tentacles to stab violently into the earth, kicking off the battle. The long, snake-like tentacles twist and slither toward Ning at blinding speed. He mutters, "Incredible speed." Despite the relentless onslaught, Ning stays cool, his agile body weaving through every single attack. Keeping his distance, he watches the tree demon's strange movements and thinks, where did it go? Well, color me surprised. Who knew this thing was actually pretty smart? Suddenly, the tree demon leaps high into the air, prepping a sneak attack. Without a second thought, it crashes down, shattering the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of white dust. Ning is stunned. Despite its massive size, it moves as light as a feather. Dodging the impact, he analyzes, brute force isn't enough to beat this guy. It actually uses its brain. He scowls. Besides, the second one still hasn't shown up. Is it waiting for a chance to blindside me? The tree demon remains relentless, throwing strike after strike with its razor-sharp tentacles. The situation is getting more critical by the second. Ning decides to just play it by ear. As the vine tentacles thrust forward to impale him like a kebab, he backs away, barely managing to block them. He roars, "Think you've got me? Go to hell." Seizing a split second, Ning swings his blade, slashing deeply into the tree demon's trunk. Taking the hit head-on, the monster howls in agony. Ning looks forward with a tense, guarded expression. The tree demon's blood-red eyes lock onto his, creating a tense stare-down. Suddenly, a tentacle. A brutal slash tears right through Ning's sleeve, spraying fresh blood everywhere. To avoid taking any more damage, he quickly retreats, his mind racing. Just the beginning, and I have already lost a sleeve. This fight is getting tougher by the second. He recalled the words of the suppression team from his past life. That mid-tier level 2 mutant suppression squad was highly experienced. Yet, facing just 2 level 1 mutants left the entire team heavily injured and cost 2 members their lives. If the second one had not hidden so well, they would not have been injured this badly. Ning suddenly realizes, in his past life, the Treant and the Disruptor were both wiped out by an elite military squad. Their words totally misled me. I do not need to look any further. Looking closely, he discovers the truth. The Disruptor is actually the parasitic eye on the Treant's body. Right then, the eye begins to mutate, its tentacles swelling violently, With his extensive battle experience, Ye Ning reads its every move. So that is how it is. The Disruptor's Screech is actually a buff that strengthens the treant, but it does not last very long. The treant intentionally takes a step back when using the buff. Ye Ning notices the repetitive pattern, like a brainless snake that does not know how to mix up its moves. If I am not mistaken, it will jump right next to me next. He smiles. So naive and predictable, I have got you right where I want you. The treant frantically slams its tentacles into the ground, trying to crush Ye Ning, but he darts up those very tentacles like the wind, thinking, your biggest weakness is the disruptor. The eye on the treant's body continues to stare down casually, completely oblivious to its impending doom. Ye Ning roars, your time is up, bastard. With lightning-fast speed, he charges forward as bolts of electricity crackle around him. Without a word, Ye Ning drives his dagger straight into the eye, making the treant shriek in agonizing pain, its screams echoing through the entire forest. Having successfully struck the weak point, Ye Ning grabs the eye and violently tears out the connected nerves. From the wound, a stream of blue super pollutant gushes out like a fountain, spraying everywhere. Having blown away the monster's weak point, Ye Ning lands on the ground in a proud stance. In stark contrast to its initial brilliance, the eye is now pale and blue, looking just like a lifeless zombie. He crushes it, coldly declaring, I have been waiting for this damn day for a long time. The eye shatters, almost as if it has been liberated to reincarnate into a less savage life. Having lost its trump card, the monster opens its maw and lets out an earth-shattering roar. With its remaining breath, it is determined to retaliate, extending its long tentacles to strike at Ye Ning. But facing these minions, he calmly draws his weapon, the blade gleaming brightly. With picture-perfect, razor-sharp slashes, its tentacles are quickly sliced into sashimi. Without its eye, the monster is like a fish out of water, completely losing the overwhelming power of a peak level 1 mutant treant. Ye Ning grips his dagger, ready for the final bloodbath. Sensing Ye Ning's approach, the monster desperately holds its ground, roaring aggressively as if it has never tasted defeat. Still refusing to face reality, Ye Ning raises his hand, ready to teach it a lesson it will never forget. If the monster was once a proud bully, it is now shaking like a leaf. Stop struggling. After neatly trimming away the messy tentacles, Ye Ning does not hesitate, driving his blade straight into its eye. The monster's body takes countless sharp slashes from him. Blue super pollutant sprays high into the air. And then, as if by fate, the monster explodes spectacularly like fireworks, ending its existence on this earth. Ye Ning lets out a sigh of relief, feeling that all his hard work has finally paid off. Despite some minor side effects, this battle loot is absolute top tier for a regular fight. The system screen pops up, announcing the defeat of the Disruptor, a mid-tier level 1 mutant, awarding psionic experience, obtaining a white-grade treant shell material, a white-grade withered wood armor, a white-grade giant claw, and the psionic corpse fruit. But the most valuable loot is the very thing he is holding in his hand, the white-grade psionic corpse fruit. Once consumed, it permanently increases constitution by 1 point and boosts health recovery speed by 20%. The system asks if he wants to use it, and he replies instantly, use. As soon as he speaks, the sphere in Ye Ning's hand glows brightly, emitting a mystical aura from its center. Holding such a valuable prize, he cannot help but feel smug. What a steal. For an awakened, advancing a major tier only grants 4 attribute points, yet taking down just 2 bosses has already scored him 1 point. This harvest is not bad at all. The surrounding soldiers feel the tension ease as the boss's psionic pressure completely dissipates. One of them exclaims, the boss's psionic pressure is gone. Could those gunshots have come from some level 2 awakened stepping in? They cannot believe that the one who pulled off this miracle is actually Ye Ning. Another soldier mutters, besides that useless kid from earlier and us, there is no one else here. The other soldier, agreeing with him, says, I already noticed that kid was acting weird earlier. You do not think he actually did this, do you? This is just too hard to believe. Half an hour later, having dealt with the monster, Ye Ning heads into the inner city of the Tianfeng safe zone to make some serious money. At the mutant materials purchasing hub, seeing him carrying a bag full of loot, the shopkeeper asks, hello there, are you looking to sell all of these materials? Ye Ning nods firmly. How much would you offer for the whole lot? Money is hard to come by these days, so he weighs his options carefully. Even though he could trade through the system channel at this stage, he does not want to waste a single resource. You have to spend money to make money. Besides, doing business face-to-face is always much safer. After appraising the items, the pretty blonde clerk gave him a warm smile. Hello. These 4 materials from a peak Tier 1 mutant can be used to craft a set of armor and offensive gear. The price comes to about 697 credits. Since this seems to be your first time here, we can apply our new customer discount and round it up to 700 credits. How does that sound? Ye Ning quickly did the math and realized this deal was a massive win, especially in the middle of an apocalypse. 700 credits was enough to buy over 200 kilograms of meat, or hire 7 or 8 cheap mercenaries to risk their lives for him. He agreed immediately, saying, "Works for me. Let's make the trade, boss." The girl quickly finalized the transaction. "All right, the credits have been transferred. Please check your device to make sure they went through." Seizing the opportunity, the shop owner chimed in with a sales pitch. "We also sell supplies, gear, firearms, and we can even customize equipment to your specific needs. Is there anything else you're looking for, young man?" Yi Ning took the business card and asked casually, "Do you have any skill books, specifically sword skills?" The owner replied, his voice hesitating slightly, "Well, we do have some sword skill books, but they're a bit low tier. To be honest, it's not just our Chamber of Commerce. The entire Tianfeng safe zone is in the same boat. Sword skill books here only go up to D rank." Seeing his interest, the blonde girl added, "We actually have 3 of them in stock right now. Would you like to take a look?" Ye Ning picked up a skill book and flipped through the pages, focusing his gaze. The first was a D-rank sword skill called Furious Slash. It requires a portion of stamina and mental energy to unleash a charged attack, striking straight ahead to deal 1.2 times your strength stat in damage. The next D-rank skill was Quick Draw Slash, another sword skill, which consumes a set amount of stamina to boost attack speed, dealing 1.2 times your agility stat on the very first strike. Finally, the last D-rank skill, Continuous Slash, was another sword skill that demanded a heavy amount of stamina and mental energy, allowing the user to execute 3 lightning-fast slashes, with each slash dealing 0.6 times your strength stat in damage, along with a bleeding effect. He muttered to himself, nodding in agreement with the owner. They really were all bottom-tier skills. The 3 skill books looked pretty worn, with pages that had already yellowed with age. Ye Ning fell deep into thought, his eyes filled with contemplation. Even though his sword god system could upgrade and boost any skill's power, meaning he didn't have to worry about its raw damage, the upgraded effect still heavily depended on the base skill. He couldn't just choose blindly. As a cautious person, he always planned ahead. For instance, even though his Sword Breath Torrent skill possessed devastating power, it had a fatal flaw, a slow cast time, and a massive area of effect, which made it highly inflexible. If he were to face a high-level mutant opponent with overwhelming speed, and they managed to dodge the torrent, they could immediately counterattack while his skill was on cooldown. Seeing Ye Ning still hesitating, the shop owner smiled warmly and offered a helpful suggestion. "Having trouble choosing, my friend? Actually, if you're not in a rush, I can have some skill books shipped over from other safe zones. For just a small processing fee, we can track down a C-rank skill, and if you don't care about the specific type, we might even score a B rank. Better than nothing, right?" Ye Ning shook his head, making a decisive choice. "No need. I'll take this Quick Draw Slash. I'm really curious to see just how much an attack speed skill can be enhanced." Hearing this, the owner was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "This guy is strong enough to hunt peak mutated beasts, yet he chooses such a trash skill? Is he just throwing money away because he can?" Even so, he kept up his ecstatic, lottery-winning face and turned to the girl, 600 credits for the Quick Draw Slash. "Wrap this skill book up for our esteemed guest." The girl quickly and carefully wrapped the book, then handed it over to Ye Ning with a beaming smile. "Here is your skill book, sir. Enjoy." The owner and the girl stood behind the counter, eagerly bidding their wealthy patron farewell. "Take care, and please come back soon." Clutching his newly purchased skill book, Ye Ning walked down the quiet, dark streets. Like the model older brother he was, now that he had some cash, his thoughts instantly turned to his beloved little sister. "I still have 1,000 credits left. Time to buy some delicious food for Xiao An." The scene shifts to his small home, where Xiao An's eyes lit up at the sight of a table packed with delicacies. She squealed in excitement. "Whoa, big brother, how did you get all this delicious food?" Ye Ning smiled, taking out the food containers as he replied warmly, "I'm an awakened now. Didn't I tell you that last time? From now on, we'll always have the good stuff." In the apocalypse, just surviving was a struggle, making snacks an unimaginable luxury. Yet, Ye Ning didn't hesitate to spend generously just to put a smile on his sister's face. "Here, I bought a bunch of snacks just for you." Xiao An, having grown up in extreme poverty, stared wide-eyed at these rare treats in absolute shock. I heard only the high-ranking officials get snacks. No one on our street has ever even seen things like this. Seeing his sister so happy brought a deep sense of joy to Ye Ning's heart. He gently patted her head and said, "Go ahead and eat. In the future, you're going to have tons and tons of stuff like this, Xiao An. I promise you." Xiao An nodded obediently and dug in. That night, as the twinkling stars lit up the sky, little Anne drifted off to a peaceful sleep. Ye Ning looked around, realizing it was the perfect time to level up his power. Mom is still working overtime, and little Anne is fast asleep. Finally, I can learn this skill. Sitting alone in the dead silence, he placed the skill book right in front of him. The Sword God system activated. As Ye Ning opened the box, a brilliant blue light spilled out, illuminating the entire room. A notification popped up. You have successfully learned the Emperor Grade skill book, Draw Sword Slash. Current skill slots, 2 out of 4. The skill transformed into the triple S grade, Heaven's Rift Flowing Light Draw Sword Slash. Ye Ning closed his eyes, focused with intense concentration, and slowly opened them. Right before his eyes, the text appeared clearly. The skill effect consumes 4,000 soul power points to unleash a single, devastating slash. The attack increases agility by 600% for 1 second. This attack unleashes a wave of destructive sword energy, capable of tearing the first target apart, limb from limb, with a chance to trigger a special slaughter effect. He smiled, having absolutely no regrets about his choice. A 600% boost to agility, even for just a split second, is more than enough to cover for the slow startup of his other skills. He definitely made the right call. Now that he had mastered the theory, Ye Ning started thinking about putting it into practice. Where should I go to test out my new sword skills? He reached into his drawer and pulled out a mask. Oh, wait, I know just the place. With his plan set, he put on the mask, grabbed his gear, and got ready for a fierce battle. If he wanted to test his speed, there was only one place that made sense. Ye Ning had only come to test his skills, but his current situation had suddenly taken a turn for the worse. If he used Storm Sword Torrent, he could keep himself much safer. Drawing his basic iron sword, he felt a mix of helplessness and frustration at his crappy gear. Still, trying to wipe out these enemies with Storm Sword Torrent right now seemed practically impossible. Damn it. Ye Ning was now completely on his own against 2 monsters. The Climber mutant was way too fast for his Storm Sword Torrent to even scratch it. At the same time, he had to dodge a non-stop barrage of attacks from those 2 savage monsters. With no other choice, Ye Ning sheathed his dagger, his eyes flashing with determination. It was all or nothing. He decided to unleash Heaven's Rift Flowing Light Draw Sword Slash. Even though this skill was only meant for a single target, the red-eyed climber was already lunging down to finish him off, and the other monster was charging in right alongside it. In that split second, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Wait a minute. I remember the description for Heaven's Rift Flowing Light said it emits sword energy. Ye Ning poured in all his power, moving like a flash of lightning to shake off the climber. Although he didn't know exactly how far the sword energy would reach, he carefully calculated the tightest possible distance. Even as the 2 monsters closed in on him, Ye Ning remained completely focused on his calculations. Right on cue, he made his move, drawing his 2 daggers and lunging forward. Factoring in his arm reach and the length of the sword energy, he believed that even though Heaven's Rift Flowing Light was a single target skill, it could still strike both monsters at once. Draw Sword Slash, Heaven's Rift Flowing Light. In a blinding flash of action, swirls of brilliant blue and white energy tore through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of speed and power right from where Ye Ning stood. I have had enough of you bastards, he roared, unleashing a flurry of precise, merciless slashes. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning brought down both monsters, standing tall in the middle of the battlefield with a triumphant look on his face. Pools of fresh crimson blood staining the ground were proof of his mind-blowing strength. A single strike was all it took to wipe out both enemies. Even though it was over, Ye Ning still felt a shiver run down his spine. He had cut it way too close back there. According to the description, Heaven's Rift Flowing Light didn't just cause a brutal body-shattering effect on the first target. The sword energy actually had a splash effect too. If I had known that, I wouldn't have taken such a massive risk to hit them both at once. He had doubted this skill at first, but now Ye Ning realized the skill book he chose was worth every single penny. Wait, no, that's not right. The attack effects don't always trigger. I definitely need to test this skill out more. Down in the freezing alleyway, the wind swirled pieces of newspaper and trash around as Ye Ning calmly walked away. The system popped up, showing the stats of the blue-grade Gale Claws, speed +4, strength +2, and attack speed increased by 30%. Gear effect. Attacks deal an extra 120% skill damage. Gear skill, Boundless Domain. When activated, grants a short-range dash that inflicts 180% multi-target tearing damage for 2 seconds. Ye Ning smiled with absolute satisfaction. Mobility and burst damage rolled into one. This thing is definitely top-tier gear. He quickly did the math in his head. If he sold this, it could easily go for 60,000 credits. In his past life, he could only dream of this. But in this life, he was definitely getting a good price for it. Even though it was late at night, Ye Ning was still sitting in front of his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard with rapid clicks. It was past midnight, but he was still glued to the screen, finally deciding to list the gear for sale online. Less than 1 second after he hit submit, his screen lit up with a notification. Ye Ning froze, his eyes widening in shock. It had only been up for 1 second, and someone was already asking for the price. These Gale Claws were clearly even more sought after than they were in his past life. A notification popped up. "Hey, I'm interested in these Gale Claws. Any chance you could give me a discount?" Ye Ning eagerly typed back. 60,000 credits. No bargaining. The buyer quickly replied, "Come on, man. Can I trade other resources like gear, skills, or food to cover part of the credits?" Ye Ning stroked his chin with a satisfied smile as messages flooded in like a waterfall. "Hey boss, you there? Would you take 30,000? Please," he thought to himself. "Well, with everyone begging to buy this, I definitely don't have to worry about selling it." Another message popped up. "Bro, add me. Let's talk details. I promise you'll walk away happy." Ye Ning smirked and quickly typed, "Are you really that interested? If you're serious, I won't go lower than 30,000 credits. Common white gear is fine, but I only want low-tier skills. Spirit fruits would be ideal." On the other side of the screen, a heavily muscled man grinned with excitement, thinking to himself, "This top-tier gear. Even if I have to pawn everything and sell my own house, I must have it." He turned to his subordinates and barked a firm order. "All right, take an inventory of all the gear in our clan, especially anything for swordsmen." The men shouted in unison, "Understood, boss. Consider it done." Half an hour later, the men who had been so fired up earlier were now staring gloomily at the pitiful pile of worn-out gear on the table. The leader sighed, lost in thought. "This doesn't feel like enough. I need to send a deposit first to lock it down." He fiercely ordered, "Go scrape together more money, hurry." Right then, Ye Ning's phone buzzed with a notification. "Your deposit has been received." Leaning back in his chair, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "Are people nowadays really this obsessed with gear?" In his past life, his mom and Xiao An had lived in constant fear, never having a single day of peace. Staring at the screen, his resolve hardened. "Now that I've regressed with all these resources, what's the point if I still let them suffer? I'm going to give Mom and Xiao An the best life possible." The screen lit up again with a new message. "Boss, we're gathering the rest of the items. We'll definitely deliver them by tomorrow." Outside, the sky was a dull gray, thick with clouds. The next morning, at Tianfeng Real Estate, a magnificent high-rise buzzing with people. A female receptionist warmly greeted them. "Hello, welcome. What kind of property are you two looking for? Have you looked at any of our listings before?" Ye Ning cut straight to the chase. "I want the best house you have, and it needs to be fast. I'm in a hurry. Do you have any move-in ready units?" The beautiful receptionist broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Even low-level awakeners think they can browse houses here? You guys can't even afford a single brick in this place." Xiao An huddled close to Ye Ning, her eyes wide as she looked around, thinking, "Wow, this place is so fancy." Despite her disdain, the receptionist maintained her professional smile, explaining, "Our top-tier homes cost 40,000 credits. They're extremely expensive. Why don't you head over there and look at the 2,000 credit options? I have other clients to attend to." Knowing she was looking down on him, Ye Ning replied coldly, "No need. 40,000 credits is fine. Let's just transfer the payment right now." Hearing this, Xiao An looked up at her brother in shock. The receptionist was stunned but still scoffed inwardly. "What a joke. If you don't have the cash, get lost and stop wasting my time." Right then, the transaction terminal chimed. "Current balance, 13,000 credits. Insufficient credits. Transaction declined." Ye Ning paused, then calmly said, "Oh, hold on. Just give me a few minutes." Losing her patience, the receptionist sneered. "Hey buddy, if you're broke, are you just here to mess with me? Do you think your few minutes are worth something? You think tens of thousands of credits are just going to magically appear? Right then, Ye Ning's phone buzzed. A message popped up. Boss, sorry for the rush. I could only scrape together 39,370 credits, plus some gear and spirit fruits. Do you think we can make the deal? Ye Ning scrolled through the list. 1 white tactical vest made from mutant hide, 2 white shoulder pads, 1 white arm guard, 1 pair of white tactical leather pants, 1 white ring, and 6 white spirit fruits. He casually replied, "Deal." A notification chimed. 39,370 credits has been deposited into your account. Both the receptionist and Xiaoan stood there with their jaws dropped. Ye Ning said calmly, "All right, you can process the transfer now." The receptionist's attitude did a complete 180, her face lighting up with a beaming smile. "Oh, big brother, you are so young and successful. To be this rich at such a young age, you've completely swept me off my feet. Shall we proceed with the transfer? If you can't handle it, I can find someone else." No, big brother, I can do it. I can do absolutely anything you ask of me." Ye Ning and Xiaoan were left completely speechless. The receptionist eagerly led the way, showering him with non-stop flattery. "My esteemed guest, it is my absolute honor to serve you today. I will make sure you are completely satisfied." Shortly after, the transaction went through successfully. Standing inside the spacious house with its luxurious furnishings, Xiaoan looked around in sheer disbelief. "Big brother, are we really going to live here from now on?" Ye Ning looked at Xiaoan tenderly, his eyes full of love. "Yeah. From now on, you won't ever have to sift through trash piles again." He pulled a shiny key from his pocket and placed it in his sister's hand. "Here, take the key. Go ahead and bring Mom over here in a bit." Xiaoan took the key, looking bewildered. "Aren't you coming with me?" He smiled and gently patted her head. "I have some business to take care of." Late at night, a brilliant full moon cast its light over the entire city. High above the skyscrapers, a dark shadow swiftly glides and leaps across the rooftops. Ye Ning mutters to himself, "The resources from slaying those climbers are completely dry. He needs to restock, and fast." The high-tier mutants around the Tianfeng safe zone have all been wiped clean by the military. Only a few auto-refreshing grinding spots remain, but they are only good for low-level awakened to train. Alone, Ye Ning cuts through the night without a shred of fear, even as he feels countless eyes stalking him from the shadows. He ponders, his only real option right now is the Corpse Academy, a dungeon located outside the Tianfeng safe zone. It is the only place where psionic fruits might drop, and where Tier 2 mutants are known to spawn. And if he clears it with a high rating, a special reward awaits. Ye Ning smirks, a surge of power radiating from him, lighting up the darkness. So far, no one has achieved the highest rating in this dungeon. The special reward is still up for grabs. With my S skills, I can definitely sweep this place clean. Without hesitation, he bounds off a wall and dives down from the peak of a towering skyscraper. The system chime rings out. "Do you wish to enter the C-rank dungeon, Corpse Academy? Level restriction. Tier 2. Ye Ning lands gracefully, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle materializes beneath his feet. The system announces, "Matchmaking successful. Current player count in the dungeon, 14. In an instant, he is teleported to a small town sealed by a barrier. 1 minute later, another notification chimes. Initializing Corpse Academy dungeon. Inside a classroom packed with players, the system begins explaining the lore. Scenario: normal. No paranormal or special events. Enemies: zombie mutants and a few stray humans. Timeline: 7 days post. Apocalypse: zombies have overrun the academy. Complete the basic quest to exit the dungeon. The system interface displays the basic quest. Survive in the academy for 12 hours. Leaving the area is strictly forbidden. Reward: a random piece of common white tier gear and psionic experience. Additionally, there are 3 optional side quests. Eliminate the headless female corpse, D-rank difficulty. Slay the butcher mutant, C-rank difficulty. Annihilate all zombies in the academy, C-rank difficulty. While Ye Ning is engrossed in analyzing the rules, the players around him start introducing themselves. A guy introducing himself as Gao Yun speaks up. "Hey everyone, I'm Gao Yun. Has anyone here run this Corpse Academy dungeon before?" He boasts, "I've run it once. If no one else has any experience, I'd like to nominate myself as leader." A man with a shiny bald head chimed in. "Yeah, I heard Corpse Academy is brutal. Since you know the ropes, go ahead and lead the way." Gao Yun smirks confidently. "As for the difficulty, This dungeon is just average among Tier 2 instances, but if we don't coordinate well, it's incredibly easy to get wiped out. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widen as cold sweat breaks out. One player notices Ye Ning standing quietly in a corner. Gao Yun, acting as the leader, walks over, his voice filled with suspicion. "Hey kid, you're at level 0? A level 0 scrub running a Tier 2 dungeon. Isn't that just a death wish?" He continues to mock him. "Did you queue up for the wrong dungeon? Did nobody tell you this is a Tier 2 instance?" Annoyed by the disruption, a sharp, chilling aura radiates from Ye Ning. He glares. The terrifying intensity of his stare makes Gao Yun flinch, thinking to himself, "This level 0 kid, there is something seriously creepy about him." But he keeps up his tough front. "What's a level 0 doing here anyway? We don't have time to babysit you. If you can't handle it, stay out of our way and don't drag the team down." Gao Yun turns his back, putting on a generous act. "Whatever, just tag along and leech some EXP. After all, low levels need all the help they can get. But the basic reward of this dungeon is just trash white tier gear." He addresses the group again. "I assume you all came here for the high reward side quests. So, pay close attention to my warning." Breaking into a sweat, Gao Yun anxiously recalls his previous run. "Last time, I didn't know any better and pulled 2 bosses at once. My teammates ended up collapsed on the floor, and most of them died. Luckily, 2 peak Tier 2 teammates risked their lives to barely pull us through. I was scared half to death back then and got absolutely 0 loot." He sighs, his eyes filled with regret. Meanwhile, Ye Ning crosses his arms, focused intently on his system interface. He ponders. His current stats are still a bit low, so he can't afford to hold back. The system screen displays, Strength, 17. He is slightly surprised. From what he knows, very few Tier 2 Awakened even reach a total stat score of 18, yet his strength alone is already at 17. With stats like this, plus his 2 SSS skills, a smirk creeps onto his face. His fists hum with raw power, his eyes shining bright. "I can absolutely steamroll this Corpse Academy." Back in the classroom, Gao Yun is laying out the plan as the barrier is about to dissolve. "Everyone, accept the Headless Female Corpse quest first. This boss is a mid-tier Tier 2. Since there are 14 of us, teaming up should keep our casualties to a minimum." The bald guy nods. "Understood, Captain, we are following your lead." A black-haired girl with sparkling eyes clings to Gao Yun's arm, acting cute. "Hey Captain, if things get dangerous later, you'll protect me, right?" Blushing hard from the beauty's flattery, Gao Yun enthusiastically gives the order with absolute confidence. "Don't worry, I will definitely lead you guys out of here safely." He waves his hand, leading the black-haired girl and Zhang Tao out of the classroom, his voice booming. "If you're all ready, follow me." As the team sets off, Gao Yun is about to speak again. "All right, let's move out together." But the black-haired girl suddenly cuts in, pointing ahead and screaming in sheer panic. "Wait, look up ahead. Isn't that's Ye Ning. He's zooming right past us." The black-haired girl shrieks in horror. "That level 0 guy just charged in all by himself." Zhang Tao curses in fury. "Damn it, what the hell is he doing? Does he have a death wish? How are we supposed to play now? Will he drag us down?" Cao Yun raises his hand to calm them down, his voice cold and sharp. "He is just a level 0 player. Forget about him. Everyone, stay behind me, keep your formation tight, stay focused, and let's move out." The eerie school is shrouded in pitch darkness. Meanwhile, Ye Ning is already flying up the stairs when he suddenly freezes. Upstairs, 2 schoolgirls are trembling and crying for help. "Help us, please." But the moment the words leave their mouths, they transform into hideous monsters. Sprouting 3 heads with writhing tentacles bursting from their mouths, they screech, "We've been trapped here for so long. Can you take us out with you?" But in the blink of an eye, Ye Ning completely obliterates the beasts. He keeps rushing upward, muttering to himself as he runs, "In my past life, my teammates actually thought you guys were side quest NPCs. So they stopped to save you, only to get ambushed and brutally torn to pieces. I can never forget that horrific sight." Ye Ning bolts straight toward the rooftop, his mind sharp. In this dungeon, the Butcher is the mob that drops the best gear. Find him on the rooftop, take down the hidden boss, and use the Gale Force sword to clear the whole place out. Elsewhere, Cao Yun and his squad are crouching behind some bushes. He whispers a warning. "This garbage dump is the spawn point for the Headless Corpse. Avoid engaging the minor mobs before we strike." The squad cautiously creeps out of their hiding spot. Cao Yun continues in a low murmur. "The more trash mobs we kill in a dungeon, the more enraged the rest will become. Rushing the boss is our best bet. The team reaches the junkyard, where the headless corpse stands tall on a pile of wrecked cars. Cao Yun barks a sharp order. Once the first boss dies, all the dungeon monsters will enter a collective frenzy. We'll hide and wait for the rage effect to wear off before pushing forward. The black-haired girl immediately sucks up to him. With you leading us, Captain, clearing this dungeon will be a walk in the park. Zhang Tao flinches and cuts in. Shh! Look over there. Is that the boss? A notification flashes on screen. Headless Corpse, a mid-level Tier 2 mutant, is attacking. The corpse crouches atop the cars, her long hair standing on end as a crimson aura of murderous intent flares up like hellfire, making her look like a savage zombie. She slowly looks around, then snaps her neck toward them, her crimson eyes staring from the severed skull she cradles. A voice rings out. We've been spotted. Attack now. Cao Yun leaps onto a car hood, gripping his shield tight as he activates his skill and roars, I am a defense class. I can hold her aggro. Everyone, unleash your skills. The rest of the team fire off their abilities in unison. One yells, I am an archer class. I will initiate. The guy with the throwing daggers yells, Captain, shift to the right so you don't get caught in the friendly fire of our magic attacks. Cao Yun uses his shield to unleash an ability that locks the headless corpse in place. A barrage of colorful, explosive skills from his teammates rains down. The impact triggers a massive explosion. Cao Yun watches closely, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face as he thinks, this is my chance. He leaps forward, channeling his power to blast a beam of golden light right into the corpse's face. The monster dissolves into a purple mist and suddenly vanishes. Just when they think they're safe, the corpse suddenly drops from the sky, her razor-sharp claws digging deep into the archer's shoulders. With a sickening crunch, she bites down, tearing half of his head clean off. He writhes in agony, screaming in utter despair. Captain, what? What happened? Another teammate screams in panic. Why did the boss aggro onto us? Cao Yun quickly fires his ability again, a radiant gold light binding the corpse once more. He quickly feigns remorse. My bad, I lost her aggro for a second. Then he yells out, all right, I've got her secure. Everyone, keep attacking. Keep up the rhythm from before. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Ye Ning stands quietly, gazing down at the eerie silence below, feeling puzzled. The butcher mutant should definitely be here. Why is he nowhere to be found? Opening his system screen, he mutters, let me check the active quests. Wait. Ye Ning flinches, staring intently at the screen. Hold on. The quest to slay the butcher is gone? I didn't accept it, so who did? Could someone be at the junkyard? Meanwhile, at the junkyard, as the party pours all their fire into the headless corpse, another massive mutant emerges, dragging a colossal cleaver across the ground. It approaches a blonde-haired hunter, who swings his blade in desperation. A brown-haired squadmate catches sight of it and shrieks in a stammer. Another boss? It's a second boss? With a single brutal swing, the mutant sends the blonde-haired hunter flying. The remaining squad shrieks in absolute terror. Why is there another one here? Cao Yun, still holding the headless corpse, smirks with absolute malice, thinking to himself, because I'm the one who accepted the quest, you fools. He sneers inwardly, as a defense class awakened, I was never built to deal high burst damage. It's almost impossible for me to get the best loot priority. But if my teammates die right when the boss is on life support, Cao Yun plots, a wicked glint in his eyes. As long as I'm the sole survivor who delivers the final blow, even with a low clear rating, the best gear will definitely be mine. He drives a brutal kick straight into the headless corpse's face, then quickly acts shocked and innocent, yelling, who the hell accepted that quest? Was it that level 0 trash from earlier? Damn it, that bastard is trying to get us all killed. Putting on a fake show of heroic righteousness, he grips his shield and charges toward the butcher mutant like a savior. His voice booms with heroic pride. I, Gao Yun, will definitely not let that level 0 bastard's scheme succeed. He raises his shield and roars, come at me. The butcher is startled, and the female ghoul is momentarily stunned by Gao Yun's deafening roar. The butcher charges forward furiously, but Gao Yun stands his ground heroically, his shield as solid as an iron wall. He commands his team in a powerful voice, I'll hold off the monsters. Don't worry about anything else. Just attack as fast as you can. The black-haired girl is deeply moved, her eyes welling with tears. Captain, you're too good to us. The rest of the teammates praise him in unison, filled with admiration. Up on the rooftop, Ye Ning coldly watches Gao Yun and his team struggle against the monsters. Yining sneers. So you want to pin the blame on me and hoard all the gear? Not a bad plan. He wears a dismissive smirk, his fingers gliding across the system screen as he mutters, "Too bad you messed with the wrong guy." He continues, "So, you said there are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon." Yaning's screen lights up as he accepts a C-rank quest to slay the Withered Bone Mutant. He also accepts a B-rank quest to slay the Corpse Sovereign. Instantly, 2 bosses materialize. One resembles a giant larva, with 3 glowing red eyes shrouded in black mist. The other is a stark white skeleton with sharp, protruding horns covering its skull. Yaning raises his blade in provocation. "Don't just stand there dazed, come play with me." The 2 hidden bosses charge at him in a frenzy. Yining steps back and casually lets himself fall off the rooftop. The hidden bosses scream as they tail him closely. He mutters in satisfaction, "They're all chasing me, and they're fully enraged. Perfect." Gao Yun suddenly looks up, his expression twisted in horror. "Isn't that the level 0 guy?" Yining lands right beside him, radiating an overwhelming aura. Gao Yun panics, his mind racing. Him? How is he here? Suddenly, a cry for help cuts through his thoughts. "Help! Save me!" The dart-throwing teammate is seized by the Corpse Sovereign, tentacles wrapping around him as tight as ropes. The Withered Bone Mutant stands nearby, oozing pure bloodlust. Gao Yun's face turns pale, sweat pouring down as he stares in sheer terror. "What?" Yaning casually pats Gao Yun on the shoulder, his voice completely calm. "Didn't you want to play? Let's have some real fun with these 4 bosses." Gao Yun screams in horror. Did you accept all the quests?" Yaning pats his shoulder again, wearing a smug grin as he teases. "My bad for making you take the fall like this." Gao Yun reacts violently, swatting Yaning's hand away as he stammers, "You lunatic, you're a lunatic." He backs away, his eyes locked on Yaning with deep suspicion, screaming internally, "I plan to use these awakened ones, and spend the final 3 hours taking out the boss, but my plan is completely ruined by this level 0 dog." It looks like Gao Yun is about to do something reckless, but instead, he suddenly turns around, grips his shield, and runs like hell, crying out, "Everyone, run! Get to the rooftop! Everyone, follow the captain!" His pathetic crying earns a contemptuous look from Yaning, and even startles the mutants, who all turn to stare. Hearing Gao Yun's call, the whole team rushes inside the building after him. Left behind, Yaning calmly thinks, "Fine by me." Gathering them all in the lecture hall actually makes the cleanup much easier. Gao Yun leads the way and bursts through the door, but as it flies open, the entire team's jaws drop in shock. One of them screams, "Oh, you run pretty fast." Yaning, who was supposed to be behind them, is already standing in the middle of the wide courtyard with a challenging look. The brown-haired guy wearing a headband charges forward with burning intensity, dual-wielding longswords, as he shouts righteously, "If you want to die, I'll make it happen. Don't drag others down with you." He swings his swords at Yaning, but Yaning effortlessly dodges, leaving the blades cutting empty air. The brown-haired guy is taken aback, wondering, "What's going on? I'm a tier 2 slasher, and he's just level 0. He shouldn't have been able to dodge that." Landing on the ground, Yaning calmly asks, "Your teammate died at the hands of the butcher, right?" He continues, "I wasn't the one who accepted that quest." The guy with the buzz cut stands frozen, gasping. "What? What did you say?" Then he turns to confront Gao Yun. "Earlier, you purposely let that headless female ghoul loose, which got our captain killed, didn't you? You wanted to use us as shields and hoard all the experience points for yourself." The rest of the team glare fiercely as they surround Gao Yun. Gao Yun quickly tries to defend himself, desperately changing the subject. Now is not the time for infighting. That brat accepted all the remaining quests. The mutants will be here any second. Our only hope of survival is to hold our ground right here. The black-haired girl screams in a panic. "Hold? Why do we have to hold here? 4 buffed, tier 2 mutants? There is no way we can defend against that. Especially not the Corpse Sovereign, it's at the peak of tier 2. The guy with the buzz cut roars, "Shut up, stop arguing." His voice hardens as he points at the building. This structure can't be destroyed unless they are tier 3. Except for the headless female ghoul, the other 3 are quite massive, so they can only climb up from the outside. Right on cue, the 3 mutants catch up. Scuttling sounds echo as they scale the building. The guy with the buzz cut raises his hammer, his body flaring with a blue light as he barks orders. We split into 2 teams, intercept all long-range attacks. Hordes of mutants and hideous zombies came rushing in. His aura exploded to the heavens as he spoke. while the others moved to block the corpse queen. "Let's do this. There's a whole swarm of zombies right outside the main gate," the buzzcut guy roared, swinging his hammer and crushing a zombie's head. "If we make it out of here alive," he raised his hammer, his eyes burning with rage, "I'm going to rip Cao Van's head off, along with that damn monster mutt." Standing high above, Deneen turned back with a cold stare. Focus on surviving until then first. With that, he leaped away from the chaotic battlefield below. Below, mutants poured in like a raging flood. Someone screamed, "Fire blast!" Everyone unleashed everything they had, the deafening sounds of skills exploding echoing through the air. "Target the weak point, ice tentacles." A massive explosion shook the ground, but the team's jaws dropped when they saw the 3 giant mutants standing completely unscathed. They kept charging forward, relentless. The black-haired girl collapsed to the ground, crying out in utter despair. "It's no use. Our strongest attacks aren't even scratching them. We're done for. We're dead." Nearby, the buzzcut guy, the brown-haired guy with the headband, and the curly-haired girl were desperately fighting off the zombie horde. Coughing up blood, the curly-haired girl gasped, I'm running on empty." Hiding in a dark corner, Cao Van gripped his shield tight, barely holding off the zombies as he whimpered, "This is it. We're screwed. Is this how it ends?" But unlike the others wallowing in despair, Deneen didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, a smug smirk played on his lips. "Perfect." They're all gathered up. He backed up right to the edge of the rooftop, the howling wind whipping against him. Standing fearlessly at the edge, he called out in a mocking tone, "If you want to live, jump." The team stared in utter disbelief, shouting, "Wait, what? Is he seriously giving up first?" Before they could process it, Deneen leaped backward into the empty air, leaving the team to scream curses. "Are you freaking kidding me? He's insane. That useless idiot is crazy." Meanwhile, Deneen kicked off the glass window of the building, using the rebound to break his fall before launching himself back into the air. His expression remained completely serene as a bright blue aura erupted from his body, radiating through the sky. Looking up, the black-haired girl gasped in awe. "What insane pressure." Another guy stammered, "Wait, is that freak actually unleashing that energy?" Cao Van whipped his head around, jaw-dropping. How is this even possible? Seeing this, the buzzcut guy, the headband guy, and the curly-haired girl ran for their lives toward the edge. The buzzcut guy yelled at the top of his lungs, "We're dead either way, let's risk it." He was the first to dive off the edge, screaming, "Jump after him." The others didn't hesitate and jumped after him. Cao Van flinched, watching them leap. He stayed glued to the spot, his body trembling as he thought, "If I jump, I'll probably end up a splattered mess on the ground. I'm a defense type. If I hold my ground here, maybe I can actually survive this." Slicing through the air, Deneen let out a mocking sneer. "Smart move not jumping, Cao Van." He began chanting, and his gale blade ignited, thousands of swirling blue light currents wrapping around the blade. Deneen roared, "Storm Tempest!" The energy exploded, transforming into a massive tornado that tore right through the building, blasting concrete and debris everywhere. Cao Van could only watch in a daze as his shield began to splinter into pieces. It was a terrifying, destructive gale that didn't just collapse the entire building, it completely vaporized all 3 giant mutants in an instant. The sheer power wiped out everything, leaving nothing but ruin. Free-falling in mid-air, the others watched with eyes wide in terror, screaming, "Who the hell did this?" Staring at the massive cloud of smoke and dust, the team was utterly paralyzed with shock. Stuttering, Trong Dao gasped, They're all dead." The long-haired blonde guy screamed in disbelief. "The boss got one-shotted." Trong Ban looked around, confused. "Wait, did Cao Van just get completely vaporized?" The hunters below watched in awe, their hearts racing. No wonder he had the guts to accept this mission. With this kind of power, he has to be at least tier 3. As the dust slowly settled, Deneen walked out calmly, waving to them. "You guys all right?" Hearing his voice, the blonde guy with the red headband immediately bowed 90 degrees, speaking with absolute respect. "I am so sorry, Great One. I was blind to your greatness, and I'm deeply sorry for running my mouth earlier." Sweating bullets, Trong Dao forced a nervous laugh, stammering, "And, about that low-level dog comment earlier? I swear, I definitely wasn't talking about you." Without even glancing at him, Deneen dismissed it. "Save it. It doesn't matter." He looked out over the ruined skyscrapers below, before turning back to them. "Now, your job is to hunt down any stray zombies left in this area and clean them up. Got a problem with that?" The entire team bowed in unison, shouting, "No problem at all, sir." Deneen leaped down, giving the final command, "Move out." Watching him go, the male archer looked completely infatuated, sighing, "Wow, he's handsome, incredibly strong, and so young." The two girls in the squad stared at him with pure disgust. "Oh my god. Dude, what is your deal? Wake the hell up." Meanwhile, Deneen touched down amidst the rubble, smoke and dust swirling around him. He paused, trying to recall his past life. "In my previous life, I heard rumors about a rare, hidden blue-tier item dropped by the female corpse boss." Looking at the absolute destruction around him, he sighed heavily. Was it half a skull? Where could it be? This blast wiped out everything. It's not going to be easy to find. But right then, a faint blue glimmer flashed through the thick smoke in the distance. Deneen smirked. "There you are." He walked over and picked up a fragment of a skull. The moment his fingers touched it, his system interface flashed to life. Acquired blue-tier gear, Skull of Grudges, effects, telekinesis and mental sonar. Item description: place against your forehead to absorb and activate. Deneen smiled to himself. This skull is a goldmine for mental-type users. Mental-type abilities are always underrated, because they can't be manifested into flashy physical attacks like other classes. It's hard to deal direct, explosive damage. But with this, he pressed the skull fragment against his forehead with a confident grin. The rise of the mental class starts right now. The skull dissolved, transforming into streams of brilliant blue light that flowed down into his hands, quickly absorbing deep into his body. Flooded into Yaning's head, his eyes shot wide open, a brilliant blue light erupting from his pupils. With his mouth gaping, he collapsed to his knees, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. He hung his head, gritting his teeth as a torrent of power surged through his body. When he finally looked up, Yaning's eyes were glowing with a fierce blue light. Testing his new power, he activated his telekinesis. A massive boulder behind him instantly shot up into the air. With a quiet whisper, he commanded, "Shatter." The boulder immediately blew apart into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Unleashing energy from his hands, he gently controlled the shards and set them back down onto the ground without making a single sound. Yaning looked down, channeling his energy into his index finger as he barked, "Strike!" The stone fragments instantly coalesced and slammed into the ground, leaving behind craters of all shapes and sizes. Pleased with the result, he smiled. "Not bad at all. Once I level up, this will be even more devastating." Deciding to test another ability, he focused on mental scanning, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. Closing his eyes, a soft light radiated from his fingertips. In his mind's eye, Yaning saw Zhengtao at the 3 o'clock position, 12.3 meters away, thrusting his spear through a zombie. Further out, at the 10 o'clock position, 28.5 meters away, the veiled girl was freezing another zombie solid. He tried to push his connection further, but his vision blurred into darkness. Letting out a soft breath, he muttered, "Looks like my maximum scanning range is about 29 meters. But for now, this is more than enough." Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him. All zombies in the Corpse Academy have been completely eliminated. Corpse Academy Dungeon, all quests completed. Initiating dungeon exit sequence. Upon exiting, rewards will be calculated based on dungeon performance. With a sudden flash of light, Yaning was teleported back into his room. The settlement screen glowed brightly. Challenger, Yaning. Completion rate, 100%. Dungeon clear rank, SSS. Rewards, 1 random blue equipment draw, 6 white equipment draws, 12 free attribute points, and 1 B rank skill tome. For defeating higher level bosses, the Headless Female Corpse, the Blood-Stained Butcher, the Skeletal Overlord, and the Corpse Sea Lord, your attribute rewards are doubled. The screen flashed again. Your rank has reached the peak of Tier 1. Please accept an advancement quest to complete your tier promotion. Yaning stared at the screen and gasped. These rewards are insanely generous. I can sell the white grade gear online as soon as I get home. He tapped the button to draw the blue grade reward, wondering, I wonder what kind of blue gear I'll pull. The screen vanished, and a small black hole opened up in front of him. A moment later, a notification popped up. Blue grade equipment, piercing thunder boots. Attributes, agility +2, speed +20%, strength +20%. Passive effect, inflicts paralysis on hit. Equipment skill, Thunder Dash. When activated, grants 10 additional agility points for 2 seconds and allows 1 dash attack. The boots slowly materialized from the black hole. Yaning stared at the stats and muttered to himself, 10 extra agility points? With this, doesn't that make me basically as fast as an agility class hunter? Sitting down, he pulled on the boots and said, Time to equip these piercing thunder boots and head over to grab that Tier 2 advancement quest. Over at the Tianfeng Quest Center, even though it was late at night, the lights were still burning bright. Inside the lobby, a female receptionist noticed Ye Ning walking in and quickly greeted him. "Welcome. What quest can I help you register for?" He calmly replied, "An advancement quest." The girl let out a long yawn, wiping a tear from her eye as she glanced down at her tablet. "Promoting from Tier 0 to Tier 1, I assume?" Ye Ning slowly scanned the quest board and said, "I want to take all 4 Tier 2 advancement quests." The receptionist gasped, staring at him in utter shock. "Excuse me, what did you just say? All 4 quests at once? Are you crazy, or am I dreaming?" She looked at her screen and scoffed. "Yup, you're definitely still at Tier 0. She burst out laughing. "Oh, so you're the one dreaming here. Don't you even know the basic rule that you aren't allowed to take quests above your tier? And even if we ignore that rule, accepting 4 advancement quests at the same time? Are you out of your mind? Except for dual-class awakened hunters, everyone takes their quests one by one. Don't you know how severe the penalty for failing an advancement quest is?" Hearing her lecturing him, Ye Ning simply closed his eyes and placed his hand on the testing orb resting on the counter. He calmly replied, "Failing a single quest slashes my main attribute by 50%. If I fail all of them, I'll be crippled, or worse, dead." He channeled his energy into the testing orb and continued, "And yes, I am fully prepared to face those consequences." With those words, Ye Ning muttered, "Evaluate power." The orb in his hand instantly erupted with a blinding blue light, illuminating the entire lobby. Witnessing this, the receptionist gasped in utter disbelief. Tier 1 peak. Just then, the orb shattered to pieces right in his hand. Ye Ning calmly asked, "Can you register the quests for me now?" The girl stared wide-eyed at the shattered pieces of the orb, stammering in shock. Yes, of course." Suddenly, a man wearing a heavy cloak walked in, his loud voice booming through the room. Well, isn't this Ye Ning, the guy with the F-class talent?" Ye Ning whipped around, frowning at the newcomer in utter confusion. The muscular man was none other than Huang Xiao, the captain of the reconnaissance squad for the Tianfeng safe zone. He sneered, "It's so late. Why is a Tier 0 trash like you still coming here to take quests? Is there really any need to be this desperate? No matter how hard you struggle, what kind of impact can a mental-type hunter like you actually make anyway?" The receptionist hurriedly tried to explain, "Officer, actually," but her words were cut short by the sound of rhythmic, heavy footsteps. A group of hunters in matching armor marched in and assembled behind Huang Xiao, saluting in unison. "Reporting, Captain, the squad is assembled and ready." Huang Xiao glanced back at his team and nodded with a satisfied grin. "We just found traces of a Tier 3 awakened fighting at the Corpsea Academy. Orders from the top we need to investigate immediately, so double time, people." Ye Ning glanced over the crowd, letting out a soft chuckle as he listened to Huang Xiao bark the orders. "Move out." At the corpse paradise, which used to be a zoo, black crows now filled the sky, swarming over the rooftops. A buzz-cut man, broadsword in hand, led his squad as they stood before the main gate. A subordinate wearing a headband spoke up. "Are we really not going to say a word to the Tianfeng safe zone about this? I've seen Tianfeng deploying troops everywhere these past few days. It's like they're searching for something. You don't think they're after us, do you?" The buzz-cut man was Honggang, the commander of the Zhenjiang zone, and a Tier 3 awakened. He replied flatly, "Not a chance. My son, Hongxing, was just selected for the Fireseed Project's Class A list. I'm just trying to grab some blue-grade gear for him. It's no big deal." Honggang smirked, glancing back at his subordinate as he continued. "Besides, the Tianfeng zone was devastated recently because the higher-ups rejected Ye Ning's application for a slot. Talking to them about this now would just be rubbing salt in their wounds, wouldn't it?" The guy with the headband gave a flattering smile. "Right. You make a great point, Commander." Honggang frowned, turning back to ask, "By the way, is your intel solid? I didn't travel all this way from Zhenjiang to Tianfeng just to go home empty-handed." A bald subordinate patted his chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, Commander. The intel is 100% accurate. That corpse tiger will definitely drop blue-grade gear." Honggang let out a satisfied smile. "Good. Let's get ready then," he ordered. Glancing at the crows perched on the sign, Honggang split up the tasks. "You guys focus on luring the other monsters away. I want to solo that corpse tiger." His men chorused, "Understood, Commander." Nearby, Ye Ning stood on the roof of a building, quietly observing the dungeon's layout. He opened his system interface, which displayed his strength-type advancement quest. Kill a peak Tier 1 mutant corpse dog. His agility type advancement quest, acquire the wing feathers of a tier 2 mutant snow wasp. His constitution type advancement quest, team up to kill a tier 2 mutant blood bear. His willpower type advancement quest, survive a low-level supernatural event for 24 hours. He fell into deep thought. 2 of these advancement quests were located right here in Corpse Paradise. He could try to knock them out at the same time. Placing a hand on his forehead, he called out, "Spirit probe." His vision expanded, revealing Honggang's group, making their way into the Corpse Paradise. Ye Ning muttered to himself, "Shoot, another squad of Awakeners is here to steal my mobs." Focusing his gaze on Honggang, he was shocked to realize there was a tier 3 awakened among them. Suddenly, Honggang glanced in his direction, prompting Ye Ning to quickly shut down his spirit probe. He thought, that was close, almost got caught. This is going to be tricky. If they steal these mobs, my quests are toast. He jumped down, telling himself, no time to lose. I have to move fast. A massive black claw slammed into the ground. Seeing monsters swarming them from both sides, Honggang's squad cried out in panic. It's a corpse dog and a blood bear. Watch out, everyone. The guy with the headband shot an arrow right into the blood bear's neck, shouting, split up and fight. Keep them away from the commander. Stay nimble and buy us some time. A green-haired man activated his ability and called out, Rue and I will handle the corpse dog. You guys take care of the blood bear. Beside him, a female squad member wearing a beanie, Rue, waved her hand at the two-headed dog, her voice dripping with mockery. Come here, puppy. Big sister's got a bone for you. Outside the corpse paradise, thick columns of red light surged into the sky. Feeling the intense pressure from the red mist, Honggang muttered in surprise. Such insane pressure. It's the corpse tiger. Behind him, a colossal tiger, 10 times the size of a normal one, emerged. Honggang channeled his ability, his body erupting in a brilliant blue glow. He laughed out loud. Right on time, the corpse tiger let out a deafening roar and lunged. Honggang raised his broadsword, bracing for the clash. Perched on a tree branch, Ye Ning watched the battle unfold, thinking to himself, that tier 3 guy is definitely here for the corpse tiger's blue-grade gear. Looking at the fierce battle below, he felt a bit of regret, but he still had his own quests to complete. Sure, I'd love some blue gear, but snatching someone else's mob is pretty low. No need to pick a fight with a tier 3 over this. He kept analyzing the situation, but if he can't actually beat that corpse tiger, well, that's a whole different story. From his vantage point, he mapped out the positions of the monsters. Right now, they weren't in a straight line, and the distance between them exceeded 100 meters. He glanced at his system screen. Bladestorm was on cooldown, but Heavenly Light Piercer was fully charged. He hesitated. He only had one shot at using Heavenly Light Piercer. The distance was too great, and he was worried about unexpected variables. He had to nail the timing. As the corpse tiger closed in on Honggang step by step, the man showed zero fear, raising his broadsword with a roar. Wind slash. Watching this, Ye Ning thought, looks like I've got no choice but to steal this kill after all. While the squad struggled desperately against the 3 beasts, Ye Ning stood in the distance, his eyes cold and sharp. He calculated the timing. It was time to unleash his skill. He cast Heavenly Light Piercer, sending a blinding torrent of light crashing straight toward the monsters. The soldiers, who were struggling for their lives, gasped in utter shock at the overwhelming wave of energy. What is this light? It's a sweeping beam of light. One by one, the monsters fell before everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Mid-tier 3, high-tier 3, all of them were blown into smithereens. Witnessing the carnage, one soldier screamed, Who? Who did this? The buzz-cut soldier quickly blurted out, Commander, our mobs. Hong Kwang's face darkened. Looking at the corpse tiger carcasses scattered all over the ground, he barked in anger. Shut up already. I have eyes. I can see for myself. Trembling with rage, he clenched his fists, thinking, damn it, how dare they steal my kill? This guy's strength is completely on another level. I can't face him head-on right now. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I'd better go talk to Thien Fong's commander, Tu Hai, first. Meanwhile, Da Nin's screen lit up, slayed higher-level monsters, corpse dogs, blood bears, and corpse tigers. Received 3 attribute points. Obtained mutant materials, dog teeth, bear paws, and tiger eyes. Obtained a white-grade item, berserk blood. Obtained white-grade equipment, giant bear helmet, and blue-grade equipment, wrathful tiger gauntlets. After taking down the monsters, Da Nin quickly made his exit. He commanded the system to open the info panel for the blue-grade gear. The screen displayed, wrathful tiger gauntlets, auxiliary weapon. Attributes, Strength +3, agility +2, attack speed +30%. Attack effect, inflicts heavy strike. Skill, Tiger's Roar, releases resentful energy to deal a burst of mental damage, inflicting a brief stun and a chance to cause fear. Cooldown, 24 hours. Description, gauntlets filled with resentment. Anyone facing them must endure the terror of the tiger beast. After reading, Dan-in smiled with deep satisfaction. This is top-tier stuff. No wonder that Tier 3 commander had his eyes on it. Looking at his hands, he muttered, "Equip Wrathful Tiger Gauntlets." Over at the Thian Fong investigation room, Huang Tu, the captain of the scout squad, let out a long yawn and muttered, "Damn it. Investigating the Thi High Academy all night feels like wandering through a forest of rotting corpses. There was zero trace of that mysterious Tier 3 powerhouse last time, and I have no idea if it's the same person." Suddenly, a squad member rushed in, completely out of breath, and reported, "Captain, the scouting team just detected 2 Tier 3 energy fluctuations over at Tylok Vien." Startled, Hoang Tia slammed his hand on the desk and stood straight up. "Again? And 2 of them this time? Did our Thian Fong territory trigger a Tier 3 hornet's nest or what?" He quickly threw on his coat and ordered, "Forget resting! Assemble everyone now." With a tense look on his face, he added, "If we don't clear this up, the commander will skin us alive when he gets back." "Yes, Captain." Meanwhile, in the outer lobby, Hong Kwang was throwing a massive tantrum, shouting, "Tu Hai, get your ass out here right now." Huang Tu walked over and asked politely, "Well, if it isn't Commander Hong from the Tranjiang district? Our Commander Tu has already headed out to the defensive line. What could have made you so furious, sir?" Hong Kwang snapped back, "Who the hell are you? Are you even worth my breath?" Huang Tu smiled. "I'm Huang Tu, captain of the Tian Fong investigation squad, and Commander Tu's trusted right-hand man. Since he's not here, if you don't mind, you can tell me. Let's see if I can resolve this for you." Hearing this, Hong Kwang cut straight to the chase. "This morning, I was slaying a corpse tiger at Thelok Vien. I was planning to grab some gear for my son, but just as I was about to seal the deal, some Tier 3 bastard from your district stole my kill." As Hoang Tu listened, his expression grew increasingly tense. He thought to himself, Thelok Vien. Hong Kwang was one of those 2 Tier 3 powerhouses we just detected. Seizing the upper hand, Hong Kwang pointed right at Hong Tu's face and yelled, "I'm saying the Tier 3 hunters in your Thian Fong district have absolutely no honor. They're just flat-out stealing kills. Do you get it?" Hoang Tu smiled and brushed his hand aside, replying, "You must be joking, Commander Hong. Everyone knows that our Thian Fong district only has 1 Tier 3 hunter, and that's Commander Tu." Hong Kwang grew even angrier. "I knew talking to you would be a complete waste of time. I'm going to the defensive line myself to demand justice from Tu Hai." With that, he turned around and led his team away. Huang Tu thought, "This is getting serious. I have to report this to Commander Tu immediately." Elsewhere, Tu Hai was on the phone, his voice tense. "You said what?" Another mysterious Tier 3 made a move in Thian Fong, and they actually stole a kill right from under Hong Kwang's nose. Holding his head, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "One, or maybe even multiple Tier 3 players are hiding out in Thian Fong. This is a massive hidden threat. Investigate. This time, you must get me clear answers. We can't afford to let panic spread right now." Huang Tu replied, "Understood, Commander. I will dispatch our men immediately to gather clues everywhere." Meanwhile, at the Youth Learning Center, Danin was casually eating a snack, his eyes scanning the system screen. It displayed his Strength Path Advancement quest. Slay a Peak Tier 1 Mutant Corpse Dog. The Agility Path Advancement quest. Obtain a wing feather from a Tier 2 mutant Wind Eagle. The Constitution Path Advancement quest. Form a team to defeat a Tier 2 mutant Blood Bear. The Willpower Path Advancement quest. Survive a low-level paranormal event for 24 hours. He muttered to himself. Just 2 quests left. The Wind Eagle's wing feather and the paranormal dungeon. Once those are done, I'll advance to Tier 2. Danin smiled, thinking, getting the Wind Eagle's wing isn't going to be hard. Even though wind wings are rare on the market, they're still low-grade materials. Scavengers wouldn't have any use for them anyway, so they'll just sell them off. He quickly reached out to a seller to trade for a Wind Eagle wing feather. A message popped up on his screen. "Hello, are you looking to buy a wind wing? What's your offer?" It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this. Reading the message, Danin figured the seller wasn't being very honest, but with time running out, there was no need to waste breath. He replied, "Oh, is that so? How does 800 credits sound?" Under the dim glow of the screen, The seller narrowed his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. 800 credits, that was a sum a Tier 1, C-rank loser like him couldn't even dream of making in an entire year of backbreaking work. The guy on the other side was clearly a big spender. It would be a waste not to squeeze him for more. Thinking this, he gleefully typed out a message, raising the price to 900, no, 1,000 points. I had to risk my life to get this feather. Reading the message, Ya Ning's lips curled into a smirk. He instantly saw right through the guy's blatant bluff. Too annoyed to even argue, he scoffed and banged on his keyboard, practically spitting the words in the guy's face. If I'm not mistaken, you're only a C rank, Tier 1 hunter, right? How the hell did you risk your life against a wind condor? You definitely just stumbled upon it somewhere outside, didn't you? Seeing how straightforward my offer was, you got greedy and tried to rip me off. It is not like you don't know the market price of wind wings, right? I was in a rush, but now I'm not. If you don't want to sell, go ahead and keep it for yourself. The seller stared at the screen in sheer panic, realizing he had completely blown the deal. He frantically typed back, his tone practically begging. Ya Ning, all right, stop. Let's just go with the 800 points like you said. Ya Ning smirked, amused by the depth of human greed. He replied with a cold tone. I've changed my mind. I am only paying 400 now. If you don't want to sell, there are plenty of others begging to take my money. After reading the message, the seller felt a sharp pain in his chest. Tears practically welled up in his eyes as he reluctantly agreed. Fine, just take it. At that moment, Ya Ning stood on top of the building, the wind whipping through his hair. His sharp, cold gaze locked onto the supernatural dungeon located at the Youth Learning Center. This dungeon was nothing like typical combat zones. Throughout history, not a single person had ever achieved a triple S rank evaluation here. It didn't test raw physical power, but rather mental willpower. A notification popped up on his screen. Do you wish to enter the Youth Learning Center Supernatural Dungeon? Without a second thought, Ya Ning pressed yes, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This was the perfect opportunity to test just how incredibly strong his willpower could be. Suddenly, the space around him violently trembled as blood-red light erupted, engulfing everything and creating an eerie, chilling atmosphere. A guy standing nearby gasped in surprise. Wait, someone else is challenging this dungeon at the same time as me? Looking around, everyone else had been knocked to the ground by the intense red light, leaving Ya Ning as the only one standing tall, completely unfazed. Huanghe clutched his head and groaned in pain. Ugh, my head is splitting. Beside him, Fuangwen silently held his head, gritting his teeth. Luang Dangfi dusted off his sleeves, his voice filled with annoyance. This supernatural dungeon is seriously messed up. Even the teleportation feels completely different from other instances. Just then, a polite middle-aged man adjusted the glasses on his nose, stepped forward, and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Li Qibin, a peak Tier 1 willpower user. As he walked closer, he continued, I assume you all are also willpower awakened, right? The other three remained silent, offering no reply. Luang Dangfi frowned and snapped back in annoyance. Mister, is that even a question? Who else but willpower types would choose such an insane promotion quest? Huang Ha, standing nearby, chimed in. Exactly. Our willpower class has terrible combat stats. We can't even stand a chance against mutants in the wild, and other awakened parties always reject us. Li Qibin waved his hand, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. All right, kids. It is true we lack combat abilities, but I believe we can easily clear a dungeon designed specifically to test willpower. He paused for a moment before adding, I have cleared 2 other supernatural dungeons before. How about I lead the team this time? His words sounded reasonable enough, prompting one of the 3 to nod and reply, since you have the experience, Uncle Lai, that works perfectly. Li Qibin turned his gaze to Ya Ning, adjusting his glasses. Young man in the back, you've been quiet. Do you have any better suggestions? Ya Ning shook his head, sounding somewhat bored. I don't have any objections. I am just in a bit of a rush, so can we get this quest started? The moment he finished speaking, a system notification rang out. Quest activated. Find the ghost hiding in Fuanghua High School and seal it. Quest Hint 1. Use clues to deduce the ghost's true identity. Quest Hint 2. Do not believe anything the ghost says. Quest Hint 3. Once the sealing talisman is activated, the quest will fail if you miss the target, resulting in immediate elimination. Hearing the word ghost, Hongha and Fuangwen broke out in cold sweat, each desperately grabbing onto one of Luang Dongfi's arms. Luang Dongfi cried out in a panic, A ghost? Does that kind of thing even exist in this world? Lai Qibin reassured them in a calm voice. Don't panic, everyone. Though they are called ghosts, they are actually just the consciousness of humans corrupted by psychic energy before death. In essence, they are simply willpower attribute mutants. As he led the group forward, he explained further. However, these ghosts are still quite tricky. They are immune to physical damage and can even manipulate human minds. Based on the first quest hint, we should head to the academic building first to search for clues. If we run into a ghost, do not make any reckless moves. Run immediately and call for help. I have a special trick to deal with them. Hearing this, the eyes of the other three lit up with hope. Only Yaning kept his cold gaze scanning their surroundings, remaining highly alert. One of the party members exclaimed in admiration, "Uncle Lai, you are so reliable. We are incredibly lucky to have met you." Li Qibin came to a halt and said decisively, "Now, let's split into 3 groups to search the classrooms and the archives, the faculty office." Since the girl was weak, she joined my group. Dang Fai and Feng Wen teamed up, leaving Danin to go in all by himself. If anyone finds anything, make sure to share it in the group chat immediately. Don't hide any info. Inside the freezing archive room, Da Nin sat completely alone. A dim beam from his flashlight caught the scattered paper scraps on the floor. Touching a shredded piece of paper, he muttered in a low voice. This room is basically empty, except for this old newspaper clipping. Stained, torn, and full of holes, the faded print slowly came into view. A teacher at Fuanghua High School assaulted female student Wang Fuang, who later took her own life in a state of utter despair. Charges dropped. Prime suspect, homeroom teacher Dao Kwok Sin, walks free. Reading this, Danin frowned, whispering to himself. So, the homeroom teacher, Dao Kwok Sin, was suspected of assaulting Wang Fuang, driving her to end her own life. Suddenly, a horrifying specter with disheveled hair hovered right over Danin's head. Its hideous face shrieked, instantly freezing the air around them. His lips curled into a smirk, a spark of pure excitement flashing in his eyes. A female ghost. Could it be Wang Fuang? Without a second thought, Danin unleashed his willpower. With a cold, razor-sharp gaze, his power manifested into brilliant beams of light, hurtling directly at the entity. They pierced straight through its body. The sheer force blasted the specter back, but it managed to slip away in an instant. Standing by the window, Danin looked down and muttered, "It ran. Was that just a projection of mental energy sent to test me?" Just then, a message from Hong Ha popped up in the group chat. Uncle Lai and I found part of a report. 1 year ago, a fire broke out in the faculty dorms, tragically killing several teachers. Luong Dangfai chimed in, "I found a settlement agreement demanding emotional damages from the school. The only signature on it is from Wang Fuang's family." Fuang Wen added, "Apparently, after the fire, the school kept records of Taoist priests drawing sealing talismans to suppress something." Reading the texts, Danin pondered. An assault at school 1 year ago, with the victim, Wang Fuang, suspected of taking her own life. The alleged perpetrator was her homeroom teacher, Dao Kwok Sin. Meanwhile, inside a messy room, Li Qibin and Hong Ha were frantically searching through files. Uncle Lai spoke up, his voice certain. "The clues are clear. Wang Fuang was assaulted by Dao Kwok Sin. Her family's demands for compensation failed. After taking her own life, she turned into a vengeful spirit and started that fire to get revenge on the teachers." He continued solemnly. "Later, a priest sealed her away. But now, that seal is weakening. Our mission is to find the talisman and lock her back up." Huang Ha nodded, texting the group, "Everyone, regroup at the burned-down dorm room, number 2011. I bet the sealing talisman is hidden in there." Reading this, Danin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. This deduction felt far too simple and straightforward. Room 2011. How is it this convenient? Elsewhere, Luong Dangfai and Fuang Wen were moving through the halls together. Nodding in agreement, one of them said, "Uncle Lai is right. The ghost is definitely Wang Fuang. Let's go meet up." Suddenly, a dark shadow darted behind Fuang Wen. He gasped, stammering, What was that?" Luong Dangfi whipped his flashlight around, his face turning pale. "Run. It's Wang Fuang." Sheer terror gripped Fuang Wen as he trembled. "Fi, I think something is right behind us." The two bolted, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Uncle Lai, save us." Meanwhile, at the faculty dorm building, the other three had already gathered in front of a heavy iron door. Li Qibin spoke up. "Those two aren't here yet. I'll wait out here. You two head inside and look for the talisman first." Staring at the jammed iron door, Hongha muttered, "I'll try to pry it open with my willpower." But before she could finish her sentence, Danin unleashed a devastating kick. The door shattered, flying over 10 meters away. He said coldly, "This saves time." Hongha's eyes widened in shock. "I had no idea you were this strong." Li Qibin stared in disbelief, thinking, this raw power, is he really just a willpower type? Suddenly, Hongha crouched down and pointed at the floor. "Uncle Lai, we found the talisman." Danin stood behind her, shining his light and silently examining the marks on the ground. A human-shaped outline, he thought, and this talisman was peeled off from the faculty dorms. He suddenly turned to Hongha. "Did any of the clues you found earlier mention if the teachers who burned to death actually lived in this room?" Hongha shook her head. "No, they didn't. Why do you ask?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek echoed from outside. It was the panicked screams of Luong Dangfei and Fuang Win. "Uncle Li, save us. The ghost is right behind us." The two ran for their lives with the specter hot on their heels. Suddenly, it lunged and grabbed Fuang Win, the color instantly draining from his face. He opened his mouth to scream, but the entity forced its way into him, cutting off his voice. Help! Fuang Win was being possessed. His eyes turned pitch black with two glowing red pupils, and sharp fangs bared as he shrieked. Luong Dongfi screamed in horror. "He's possessed." Before he could flee, the possessed Fuang Win sank its teeth into his shoulder. "Ah, help me!" Seeing the desperate situation, Li Qibin roared. "The spirit has taken over, Fuang Wen. I'll hold him back." Channeling his power, energy chains of willpower manifested, binding the possessed boy tightly. It let out a savage growl. Li Qibin strained, shouting, "Hurry! I can't hold this for long. Use this chance to seal it." Without hesitation, Da Nin snatched the talisman from Hongha's hand. "I've got this," he said firmly. He activated the talisman, his eyes cold and focused. As Li Qibin's chains of willpower held the thrashing specter fast, Danin raised the talisman and charged. "Here goes." He slammed the talisman down, but unexpectedly, onto Li Qibin's back. He stood there dazed, completely clueless, and stammered, "Why, you?" Danin stood there, pure killing intent radiating from his cold eyes as he glared at Li Qibin. Back to the present, Li Qibin's eyes widened in fury as he barked, "Danin, you idiot! You attacked the wrong person. We're all about to die, and you're out here wasting talismans." Danin calmly pointed at Fuang Win and said in a chilling voice, "Oh, really? But didn't the talisman stuck on you just make Fuang Win collapse?" Fuang Win was now sprawling on the ground, his mouth wide open, exposing razor-sharp fangs. Huang Ha, who had been watching all of this unfold, gasped in utter confusion. As soon as Uncle Lai was sealed, Fuang Win collapsed. "What? Don't tell me Uncle Lai is actually..." Danin locked his sharp gaze onto Li Qibin, his voice ringing with authority. "Dao Quoc Sin, you disguised yourself as the awakened Li Qibin, used your willpower to manifest a fake female ghost to test everyone, and threw off our judgment. Recalling every single detail, he continued. You wanted to test me first, but when you realized I wouldn't be easy to handle, you targeted Fuang Win because of his weaker willpower. You called it possession, but in reality, you were just controlling his mind. You pretended to fight off the ghost and kept insisting on sealing Fuang Win. Your goal was to trigger chaos, trick us into using the wrong talismans, and let the system do your dirty work to wipe us out. Hearing Danin's explanation, the girl slumped to the ground, her face turning pale with dread as she stammered in a trembling voice. If what Danin said is true, then just now, I was the one who used the talisman to attack Fuang Win. White glowing rings suddenly flashed around his wrists. Sweeping his icy gaze over the man, he spoke with absolute authority. Your powers are completely sealed now. There's no need to keep up the act. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, swinging his arm to launch the glowing rings. The white rings now flared into a vibrant purple, shooting forward like lightning. He roared, "Show your true form." The beams of light struck the man dead on, knocking him to the ground. His entire body convulsed violently, his face contorting in pure agony. Then, his disguise slowly melted away, revealing his true face, twisted in absolute rage. He glared at the boy and hissed, "Humph, my disguise was flawless. How on earth did you figure it out?" He threw him a look of sheer contempt and replied, "You're already sealed, and our quest is over. Why should I bother telling you?" The man slowly picked himself up, a smug smirk spreading across his face. "Ha, don't tell me you didn't know this dungeon has a hidden quest? If you don't complete it, you'll never get that triple S rank rating. Hearing this, he whipped his head around, his voice filled with suspicion. A hidden quest? Amused by his reaction, the man replied in a mocking tone. Think about it. Why do you think no one has ever managed to get a triple S rank in this dungeon before? Honestly, I don't mind telling you. The hidden quest requires me to willingly vanish. If you tell me how you knew I was the ghost, I'll vanish on my own. Deal? His words sent his mind racing. It actually made sense. Back at the Corpse Academy, if it weren't for his past life memories of this dungeon's hidden section, he probably wouldn't have achieved that triple S rating either. Too bad in his past life. Time was tight, quests piled up, and the military didn't allow him to touch supernatural dungeons. Shaking off the thought, he stepped closer, looked him dead in the eye, and said with a slight hesitation, "I'll believe you for now. But before I talk, you have to tell me how you even know about this." His razor-sharp gaze locked onto the man. Seeing this, the man quickly replied, "Because I." A realization flashed through his mind like lightning, and he spoke up thoughtfully. "Don't tell me. You've gained sentience? Every time the dungeon resets, you still retain your memories from the previous runs. That's why you're willing to spill this secret just to find out where your plan slipped up. You want to perfect your disguise for the next run and slaughter even more awakened." As he spoke, he pictured the man with a sinister grin, holding a creepy mask, staring down at panicking, awakened. Hwangha's face instantly paled with terror. He stammered, Sentience? I've never heard of such a thing since the apocalypse began. If that's true, this isn't a C-rank dungeon at all. This is B rank or even higher. This is a total system glitch." Hearing his deduction, the man reached his hand out, a bizarre smile still plastered on his face. "Da-Nin, you really are incredibly smart. That's exactly it. Now, can you finally tell me?" Seeing his impatience, he replied calmly, "It's simple. First, the quest hint said not to believe the ghost's words, but that so-called female ghost only spoke a single sentence from start to finish." Recalling the quest hint, he continued, "Second, you never said a word in the group chat, so I figured you couldn't access the system." He then pictured the man and Hwangha searching for clues together, his voice growing more certain. Furthermore, the clue only mentioned Vuong Phuong committing suicide, but it never confirmed whether she actually died or not. But in truth, she really is dead. Remembering the clue he had found, he added, "And finally, besides, that sealing talisman was actually meant to trap Wang Feng, not seal off the faculty dorms." Suddenly, memories of kicking that door open flashed back. He could still clearly picture that creep pinning Wang Feng against the wall, holding her hands down. "So, I figured out the ugly truth. You violated Wang Feng," he continued, his voice dropping to a low, cold tone. "After her failed suicide attempt, even the mental hospital couldn't convict you." Right now, she was kneeling on the floor, her hands tightly bound. He went on, painting a vivid picture of the culprit engulfed in flames, his face twisted in agonizing pain. Her family demanded justice from the school, but they got nothing, so they set the place on fire for revenge. Right before you died, your mind was corrupted by spiritual energy, turning you into a vengeful ghost. And don't forget, the hauntings only started after that fire. Only then did the school hire an exorcist to seal you away. Standing nearby, Hwangha suddenly had an epiphany. With a voice full of shock, she realized Ye Ning was absolutely right. But during such a heart-racing ordeal, they had been completely manipulated, never questioning a single thing. Only Ye Ning, even when facing a terrifying female ghost, kept his cool and analyzed the situation without breaking a sweat. Just how insanely strong is his mental fortitude? Is he really just a Tier 1 willpower user? The man let out a creepy, mocking laugh. "Your deduction is brilliant, but your logic isn't completely foolproof." Li Qibin stared straight at Ye Ning, explaining in a calm, steady voice. "First, that female ghost might have been muted by the seal. Second, the reason I didn't text was probably because I was too busy hunting for clues. Having Hwangha send those texts for me was perfectly normal." He paused, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. The rumors of Wang Feng's suicide and the appearance of a female ghost just happened to line up perfectly. And finally, that dorm room was most likely where Wang Feng was assaulted. It makes perfect sense for her spirit to haunt that place. Listening to his desperate excuses, Ye Ning's lips curled into a cold, ruthless smirk as he raised his hand. "You're right, none of this is enough to nail you, but since one should never trust a ghost, I naturally held back my ultimate trump card. If you want to know, you'll have to vanish first. In the final seconds before you fade away, I'll tell you." Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in sheer shock. Ye Ning, you really are a cautious bastard. Fine, I'll disperse myself. Now, tell me the truth. With those words, he let out an agonizing scream as his body began to dissolve into thin air. Ye Ning stood firm, pointing a finger to the sky with a deadpan expression. The ultimate trump card is the look on your face. Agonized and furious. The ghost shrieked in a cracking voice. Just tell me already. You piece of garbage. Ye Ning let out a sinister chuckle and whispered, the ultimate trump card is, I made it all up. Hearing his answer, the ghost froze, his face twisting in pure rage as he roared, Ye Ning, you son of a. But before he could finish his sentence, his body completely vanished. Ye Ning turned to the girl, a bright, cheerful smile on his face. She stared up at him, completely flabbergasted. Wait, what? You just guessed? You actually tricked a ghost into destroying itself? Seeing her in shock, Ye Ning walked over and patted her shoulder. He said softly, stop spacing out. We can clear this dungeon now. The girl kept staring at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Ye Ning, did you really just guess all of that? Hearing her question, Ye Ning placed his hand on his chin, flashing a bright grin. Of course not. His biggest slip-up was mentioning the talisman in room 2011 of the dorms. His face suddenly grew serious. His voice dropped. After all, there wasn't a single clue pointing to that room. Only the ghost would know. But why on earth should I tell him that? The girl stared at him, suddenly shivering as she stammered, you're way scarier than any ghost. Suddenly, Tio Hai stared up at the system screen, his eyes widening in pure horror. Ye Ning triggered a zombie horde riot. A flashing red warning popped up on the screen. Alert. Due to Ye Ning's actions, the Tianfeng area will face a massive zombie horde outbreak within 1 week. Please prepare immediately to avoid casualties. Seeing this, Tu Hai shut off the screen, his face burning with rage. Is he just trying to get attention because he didn't get double S-rank treatment? His power level is still way too low. No matter how I look at it, this makes no sense. Tu Hai leaned back against the wooden shelf, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ever since the final war 40 years ago, between humanity and the zombie hordes, this post-apocalyptic world has been peaceful for far too long. The zombie hordes are all contained within the original quarantine zones. There's no way an outbreak could happen so easily. Instead of wasting precious resources on this nonsense, our top priority right now is to find the hidden Tier 3 expert of Tianfeng. That's what really matters. Meanwhile, silence blanketed the city as night fell over the Tianfeng safe zone. Inside the conference hall, a closed-door meeting was underway. The moment Huang Tu walked in, Tu Hai immediately spoke up. Huang Tu, you said you found a major lead on that mysterious Tier 3 expert. Is that true? Huang Tu handed an iPad over to Tu Hai. He answered confidently, yes, Commander. Our investigation points directly to the prime suspect, Ye Ning. Tu Hai frowned, completely bewildered. Ye Ning, how is that even possible? Huang Tu replied in a firm tone, we thought it was impossible too, but after digging deeper, exactly. The very materials Ye Ning sold during this time perfectly matched the time frame of that Tier 3 powerhouse's activity. Plus, we discovered he recently purchased a mana residence. That is definitely not a place an ordinary person could ever buy. Staring at his tablet, Xiao Hai muttered under his breath, his voice laced with suspicion. Could that Tier 3 expert actually be Ye Ning? How is that even possible? Lu Tian blurted out immediately. It has only been 1 week since Ye Ning awakened. Even with an SS-grade talent, there is no way anyone could level up that fast. Take General Zhang's son, Zhang Lin. He is also an SS-grade awakened, with dual strength and agility attributes. Even with endless resources, he has only reached Tier 1. He slammed his hand hard on the table, his voice firm. My guess? There is a Tier 3 expert backing Ye Ning from the shadows. After a moment of thought, Xiao Hai nodded. That makes sense. The military might not see Ye Ning's worth, but that Tier 3 powerhouse clearly does. An SS grade is incredibly rare. It is totally plausible they would want to groom him in secret. Suddenly, Huang Xiao rushed in, interrupting them. Commander Xiao, Committee Member Liu, the Mission Center just sent over some urgent news. Ye Ning just completed 4 quests to advance to Tier 2. Hearing this, Xiao Hai froze in shock, while Lu Tian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? 4 quests to reach Tier 2? That is impossible. Ye Ning again. Lu Tian's face went pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Xiao Hai placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought, before murmuring, hold on, based on your theory, that Tier 3 expert must have carried Ye Ning through those quests. They probably did all the heavy lifting and let Yaning take the credit. Besides, the fact that he just advanced to Tier 2 proves he is not a Tier 3 himself, right? Lutian hesitated. But I'm worried. Xiao Hai stood tall, placing his hands on his hips. He said decisively, Huang Xiao, send 2 operatives to Yaning's house immediately. I want to know exactly who is backing him. The rest of you, follow me to inspect the cities with recent spatial anomalies. We need to prevent a beast tide outbreak. Xiao Hai secretly calculated in his mind. If a Tier 3 expert really is backing Yaning, then the warning about the beast tide must have come from them, saving Tianfeng City from a total disaster. Receiving the commander's order, Huang Xiao quickly saluted and shouted respectfully, Yes, Commander Xiao. As Xiao Hai turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Oh, right. Go buy that little bastard a piece of blue-grade gear so he stops bothering me. Meanwhile, in another part of town, little bastard Xiao suddenly sneezed repeatedly, as if he had heard the remark, almost sending his snot flying. Later that evening, at the boundary between the Tiangang and Zhenjiang safe zones, lies a place known as the Death Construction Site. The atmosphere there was dead silent, dripping with an eerie chill. Yaning quietly checked his system interface, thinking to himself, Bladestorm is finally off cooldown. Time to enter the dungeon. A moment later, a system prompt popped up. Do you wish to enter the Death Construction Site dungeon? Yes or no? After Yaning clicked yes, another notification chimed, entering the Death Construction Site dungeon. Current participants, 15 Tier 2 awakened. The Death Construction Site is a competitive dungeon with no specific quests. You must survive a total of 7 rounds, with rewards granted after each successful round. At the end of each round, players will have 3 minutes to vote on whether to continue or exit the dungeon. If over 70% agree, everyone will retreat. Otherwise, players will automatically exit after clearing all 7 rounds. Round 1 will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare. By now, all the warriors had taken their positions, ready for battle. They all exuded absolute confidence. Standing in silence, Yaning scanned the crowd. The players who entered this dungeon were definitely not average Joes. Aside from several evenly matched teams, there was a woman in revealing clothes, her dark red lips curling as she eyed the crowd. That was Lin Lan, a Tier 3 awakened. Catching sight of her, a shiver ran down Yaning's spine. A Tier 3 is here too? This Tier 3 gave off an incredibly unsettling vibe, giving him a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a guy with side-swept bangs broke the heavy silence. Stepping into the center of the crowd, he announced loudly, Listen up everyone, I'm Zhang Lin, a high-tier Tier 2. As we all know, survival dungeons require unity if we want to make it through all the rounds. Now, I was going to nominate myself as captain, but we actually have a Tier 3 powerhouse among us. He pointed directly at Lin Lan. Without saying a word, Lin Lan slammed her knee straight into Zhang Lin's stomach. He was sent flying back, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhang Lin collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agonizing pain. Seeing Zhang Lin get taken down so effortlessly, Yaning was stunned. Is that the power of a Tier 3? She is insanely fast, and she is not done yet. Lin Lan stomped her foot right onto his head and said coldly, Move again, and I'll kill you. The bystanders gasped in terror, stammering, What did Zhang Lin even say wrong? Why would a Tier 3 expert do that? Lin Lan let out a sinister smirk, turning to the young men in black behind her. Subdue this whole crowd for me. If anyone steps out of line, kill them on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed thugs surrounded all the dungeon challengers. Truong Lam roared, Group up, don't panic. That muscular guy with the ponytail was Tong Quang, a peak rank 2. Standing right beside him was Lam Dang, another peak rank 2. Tong Quang whispered, his voice trembling with anxiety. I'm afraid we've run into the legendary shepherd team. Lam Dang shuddered, asking, What do we do now? We're only peak rank 2. There's no way we can stand against a rank 3. Danin stood there in silence, his mind racing. Shepherd teams were notorious for trapping awakened hunters, forcing them to act as human shields before finally slaughtering them and harvesting the boss monsters. If the awakened and the mutants hunted each other for survival, these shepherd teams were pure cannibals, preying on their own kind. Looking over at Lam Lam, Tong Quang muttered under his breath, Truong Lam definitely isn't dead yet. Our best option right now is to call a collective vote and exit this dungeon immediately. We have the numbers on our side. Suddenly, Lam Lam slammed her foot into the ground, sending a massive shockwave of dust and debris into the air. Tong Quang gasped in horror. What is this power? Lam Lam extended her hand, her voice dripping with malice. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Bloodwolf team, and I am Captain Lam Lam. I'm running the show here, and your lives are in my hands, but I can promise you this. If you can survive until the 6th round, all you have to do is hand over all your rewards and credits, and I will let you live. Danin sneered inwardly, absolutely skeptical. Yeah, right, as if I'd ever believe you. People like you letting others walk away, that would be a miracle. It's a shame my Heavenly Light Strike is still on cooldown, or I could have wiped them all out in 2 hits. Right now, I only have Swordflow Tempest left. Even though its damage is insane, I can't gauge their exact combat power, and I don't have any blue-grade defensive gear to keep me safe. If I can't pull off a one-shot kill, I'm dead meat. The best play is to lay low and take things one step at a time. Lam Lam flashed a wicked grin and commanded, "Round 1 is about to begin. State your powers one by one so I can group you up." Tong Kwang immediately stepped forward. Tong Kwang, Peak Rank 2, Physique Type, Close Combat Specialist. Under the crimson glow of the sunset, the man standing next to Lam Dang spoke up clearly. Lam Dang, Peak, Rank 2, Agility Type, Ranged Attacker. Another guy, gripping his staff tightly, stepped forward with confidence. Duong, Rank 2, Strength Type, Close Combat. A white-haired young man with a cold, sharp gaze spoke next. Huang Tu Tam, Rank 2, Agility Type, Ranged Attacker. Finally, Danin announced in a firm voice, Diep Lam, Novice Rank 2, Willpower Type, Ranged Attacker. Hearing this, Lam Lam, who was standing a short distance away, rested her chin on her hand and smirked with amusement. A willpower type actually dared to enter this dungeon? How rare, and almost cute. She paused, her eyes flashing with sheer contempt. Too bad you're just a piece of trash. With a mocking laugh, she turned and walked away, her black-clad henchman following silently behind her. Danin stood with his arms crossed, a subtle, mysterious smirk playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, "Fine then. Keep thinking I'm trash for the first few rounds, and see what happens." Suddenly, the system's cold voice chimed in. Round 1, begin. Enemies, 100 zombies, and Rank 1 mutants. From the sky, a swarm of shrieking monsters plummeted toward them, their eyes glowing crimson with an insatiable hunger for blood. They charged wildly toward the group of hunters. The hunters immediately rushed forward, ready to fight, but Lam Lam's crew backed away, watching coldly from the sidelines. Lam Lam barked out coldly, "Gia Lei, form a group with the Peak Rank 2s. Get ready to fight, and give it everything you've got. If I catch anyone holding back their mana, I'll personally snap their neck." As the monsters closed in, the hunters began to feel the crushing pressure. His face flushed red with rage. Tong Kwang roared, "Damn it! They're staying out of this on purpose, just to wear us down. With savage zombies in front of us and a pack of wolves waiting behind. Is there really no way out of this?" Standing on high ground, Lam Dang grit his teeth and replied, "We have no choice. We just have to survive a few rounds first and figure the rest out later." Hearing this, the hunters below panicked but braced themselves for the onslaught. The ravenous lickers swept in like a hurricane, terrified of losing their prey. Lam Dang drew his bow, his gaze sharp. "Tong Kwang, I'll take the high ground while you stay low. Let's target the lickers. Everyone else, handle the zombies." Hearing the order, Tong Kwang gripped his weapon tightly and charged like a tiger. "Come on, you ugly lickers. Take a taste of my hammer." High above, Huang, Tu Tam and Diep Lam were in perfect sync. Chaining all his power into his fists, Huang Tu Tam screamed and charged forward. A flurry of razor-sharp ice shards swept across the battlefield, shredding the attacking lickers below, before unleashing a devastating blast that completely wiped out the survivors. Diep Lam calmly fired a beam of purple magic, piercing straight through the skull of a charging zombie. Watching this, Hong Tu Tam glanced at Diep Lam and frowned, just as expected from a useless willpower type, taking down only one single zombie with a whole move. Across the field, Lam Lam watched the scene and let out a mocking laugh. That guy, Diep Lam, is a total joke. How does he even have the guts to show his face around here? Bursting with arrogance, she sneered at Diep Lam from a distance. If those Awakeners hadn't teamed up to carry him, he probably would have kicked the bucket in round 1. But this is only the first round. Let's see how long he can survive. Right at that moment, the system chimed again, announcing the end of the round 1 mission. Half an hour later, another notification popped up. Round 3 was over. 3 minutes until round 4 begins. Tong Kwang looked around, his face tightening as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, the difficulty is scaling way too fast. The next round is bound to have a peak tier 2 mutant." He turned to Lam Dang and asked, "Is Lam Lam's crew still refusing to make a move?" Lam Dong sighed in sheer frustration and replied, "She won't lift a finger, and we barely stand a chance against her anyway." Right then, a seductive voice echoed from behind. "Out of breath after only round 3? You guys are pathetic." Lam Lam crossed her arms with a cold smirk and said, "Let me make this crystal clear. I won't be helping out until round 6. If you want to survive, you'd better stop holding back." She glanced at Diep Lam, her eyes glinting with curiosity, and said, "Well, look at you, still breathing. Not only that, but you don't have a single scratch on you." Diep Lam simply replied with a faint smile, "Just pure luck." Huang Tu Tam barked in annoyance, "Luck my foot. You're only alive because we've been carrying your heavy ass. Aside from hiding in the bushes and throwing a few pathetic ranged attacks, what have you actually done?" Hearing this, Lam Dang shot a glance at Diep Lam and thought to himself, "Something's not right. This kid must be hiding an ultimate move. Otherwise, how could he have reached tier 2? But maybe he can only use that trump card once or twice." Tong Quang, intrigued by their conversation, pondered, "Well, that might actually give us a fighting chance to turn this whole mess around." Right on cue, the system announced the start of round 4. The enemy lineup: 1 peak tier, 2 zombie, 2 tier, 2 mutant variants, and 6 tier, 1 mutants. Seeing the swarm of zombies rushing toward them, Tong Quang immediately charged forward, shouting, "Lam Dang, focus on that peak tier 2 zombie king first. Keep those 2 tier 2 variants busy, and leave that witch to me." Lam Dang nodded as he followed closely, while the rest of the team moved to handle the tier 1 zombies. But before they could make any progress, Tong Quang was violently whipped by one of the zombie king's tentacles and sent flying. Lam Dang screamed, "Brother Tong, watch out." Down on the ground, a young archer was busy firing his bow, completely unaware of a zombie sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, a tentacle wrapped tightly around his ankle, making him gasp in terror. From a distance, Jiang Dao lunged forward like an arrow, seizing the moment Lam Lam was off guard to launch an attack. But the zombie instantly retaliated, spitting out a bizarre purple liquid. Clutching his face in agony, the young man collapsed to the ground, his painful groans echoing through the air. Witnessing this, Lam Dang turned pale and screamed, "Jiang Dao!" He swung his hand, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice shards toward the beast. But the zombie dodged the attack with mind-blowing speed and precision. Lam Dang gritted his teeth, his heart racing with sheer frustration. "It's too damn fast. I can't even land a scratch on it." He looked around, his heart sinking. Hong Nam was already dead, and Jiang Dao was critically injured. And that other group isn't even lifting a finger to help us. We're totally doomed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diep Lam calmly assessed the situation. If this keeps up, the entire team will get wiped out before we even reach round 6. If that happens, I won't be able to unleash my ultimate move. Fueled by sudden resolve, he charged forward to strike down a zombie, while grabbing Huang Tu Tam by the collar and pulling him back. "Guess I have no choice but to step in." He barked, "Get out of the way, fast." Huang Tu Tam stared at Diep Lam in disbelief. His face was cold as ice, and his eyes burned with deadly intent. Activating his telekinesis, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted, completely obliterating the zombies blocking his path. A graceful wave of purple energy swept through the area, wiping out the remaining monsters ahead. Huang Tu Tam stood frozen in place, completely dumbstruck. One-shotting a tier 2 mutant variant with just a single move? Is this guy seriously the useless weakling I thought he was? Before he could speak, Diep Lam coldly cut him off. "Save your breath. Just make sure to keep your mouth clean from now on." Glancing at the swarm of monsters still pouring in, he barked, "Stay focused. There's still a whole horde of zombies and mutants out there." Huang Tu Tam snapped back to attention and nodded. "On it. Leave those tier 1 lickers in the back to me." Watching the chaos from a distance, Lam Lam's eyes glinted with deep amusement. A mysterious, knowing smile crept across her face. Well, so the kid was hiding a trump card after all. With that kind of speed, those boots on his feet must be rare blue-grade gear. No wonder he had the balls to show up here. A man in black standing beside her whispered, "Boss, should we take him out right now?" Lam Lam sneered, "No need to rush. We're short-handed anyway. Let's let them clear a few more rounds first. That telekinesis is probably his limit anyway. A flimsy willpower type like him wouldn't last 5 seconds against me. But keep a close eye on those 2 peak tier 2 guys for me. They're definitely planning something." The man in black nodded. "Got it, boss." Half an hour later, the system's cold voice rang out. "Round 4 mission complete. 3 minutes until round 5 begins." Tong Quang panted heavily, looking at Lam Dang. "In this round, we lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and our remaining melee fighter is severely injured." I only have 2 uses of my ultimate left. I just hope we can survive until the 6th round. Lamdang gritted his teeth. Me too. No matter what, we have to hold out until the 6th round. The moment Lam makes her move, we will catch her off guard, team up, and kill her. Tong Kwang glanced over at Danin and lowered his voice. Did you see that kid's attack just now? Normally, a willpower user needs time to cool down, but he is firing non-stop. Lamdang nodded, his eyes sharpening. He is definitely something special. Let's hope he still has an ace up his sleeve for the next round. For our plan to succeed, we must make sure he makes it to the 6th round. Right then, a bone-chilling, blood-red notification rang out. The 5th round mission has begun. 500 zombies, 2 peak Tier 2 monsters, 3 Tier 2 mutants, and 8 Tier 1 mutants. The horde of zombies rushed forward like bloodthirsty monsters. They showed absolutely no mercy. Even though Huang Tutam was terrified, he still screamed out, "Diep Lam, watch out!" Danin turned his head, his eyes burning with anger. "Damn it, you are the one holding me back." He immediately leaped backward, facing the giant mutant in front of him. Without using an ultimate, dealing with this thing is just too difficult. Half an hour passed, and its weak point still had not been revealed. Desperate, blood-curdling screams from the survivors echoed through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "Help me! Somebody, please help me!" They yelled to focus fire, but with monsters like these, cooperating was impossible. Someone screamed in rage, "Damn those bastard handlers. They don't intend to let us survive until the 6th round." Tong Kwang faced a charging zombie and roared, "Lam Dang, we have to use our ultimates. Otherwise, we won't survive this." Lam Dang drew his bow and released a freezing arrow, with Tong Kwang charging right behind it. Tong Kwang leaped high into the air. "Go to hell, you bastard." He swung his radiant energy warhammer, which burst with blinding light. Lam stood to the side, wearing a twisted smile. "With only this much power, you're still trying to conserve your energy? What a bunch of lunatics." Sensing danger from behind, Danin spun around, but it was too late. The zombie lunged at him like a living nightmare, ready to devour him whole. Tong Kwang and Lam Dang rushed over. Looking at the horrifying scene, their hearts turned to ice, and they cried out in panic. "Oh no, we're too late. Is that kid dead?" But before despair could take hold, they watched in utter shock as the monster was sent flying through a thick cloud of dust and debris. A proud figure, standing like a god of war descended to earth, emerged before them. The surrounding crowd froze in place, completely dumbfounded and unable to utter a single word. Lam stood to the side, her eyes wide with shock as she thought, "Does this brat still have a trump card up his sleeve?" Amidst the chaos, Lam Dang's decisive voice rang out, "You filthy beast, take this arrow." Instantly, thousands of razor-sharp ice arrows shot furiously toward the monster. While firing, Lam Dang roared, "Hurry, let's kill this beast together." Would Danin even get a chance? Tong Kwang said nothing. Gripping his shield and weapon tightly, he charged forward like a hurricane. On the other side, Danin unleashed bursts of radiant purple magic, gliding past the beast with phantom-like speed. With sharp eyes, he instantly spotted the weak point he had been searching for. "I found its weak spot." With that, he swung his weapon with immense force. His telekinetic power let out a deafening roar as the sharp blade pierced straight into the monster's weak point, channeling a destructive force deep into its body. Without a single wasted movement, Danin coldly threw a glowing punch, smashing it hard against the creature's body. The monster writhed in agony, twisting in its death throes. Watching from below, Lam Dang couldn't hide his utter shock. He actually pulled off a lower-level counterkill. Standing up high, Lam's sharp eyes swept across the field, observing an early Tier 2 willpower user. He was wearing 2 pieces of blue armor, looking like easy, lucrative prey. She smirked and signaled her subordinates. "In the next round, we begin the harvest. Don't kill that brat named Diep Lam just yet. Crush his limbs first. Save him so I can torture him myself." The subordinates bowed respectfully, "Yes, boss." Tong Kwang was battered and bruised by now, but his determined eyes kept scanning the surroundings alertly. "In the next round, only we and Diep Lam will be left. Lam and her crew will definitely join the fight too. That's when we seize the chance to kill her." Lam Dang nodded, his voice dropping low. "Even if we can't kill her, we have to severely wound her. Besides, Diep Lam can escape very quickly." The hellish display screen appeared once more as the 6th wave initiated, and 3 ferocious peak Tier 2 monsters charged forward. Lam leaped down, joining the battlefield, and coldly ordered, "This is the final round. Give it everything you've got." She glided past the monsters with an arrogant air, declaring, "As long as you guys can hold your own, I promise to only take your money and spare your lives. The moment her feet touched the ground, she lunged forward, striking a monster's abdomen with a powerful palm strike, and shouting, "I'll handle the peak tier 2 beast first. Everyone else, focus your fire and hold the line." Another monster swung its blade at her, but Lam Lam dodged the attack with lightning speed. Angered, she delivered a devastating kick, killing the monster right in front of her. Another one lunged to bite her, but she didn't care in the slightest. With a cold expression, she let it bite right into her illusion defense shield. As Danin kept a monster under control, he glanced over at Lam Lam, analyzing her. A dual attribute, strength and agility user, with explosive acceleration skills, plus an ultra-strong defense. She is way more formidable now than she was before. On top of all this, she's definitely hiding a trump card, he muttered. I can't afford to make any rash moves in this round. On the other side, Lamdang struggled to draw his bow and shouted, "We need to hold off the Blood Butcher monster first, and wait for Lam Lam to finish off the frenzied corpse. They're definitely going to swoop in and steal our kill." Tong Kuang gritted his teeth, raising his shield to block an attack as he replied, "That'll be our chance to hit her back with our ultimate move." Lam Lam was swift as the wind, effortlessly tearing through the monsters in her path. Seeing her charge toward them, Tong Kuang roared, "She's here, start charging up." From behind, Lam Dang yelled, "You hold off the monsters, I'll take her down." But before he could even strike, Lam Lam sent the monster in front of her, flying with a single kick. Tong Kuang frowned, roaring, "Now's our chance." Lam Dang leaped into the air, aiming straight at her as he screamed, "Spirit Flame Arrow." Tong Kuang moved in perfect sync, raising his shield to launch a surprise attack. Watching them team up, Daning felt a knot in his stomach. This is bad. If they attack now, there's no way Lam Lam won't be prepared for it. A deafening explosion shook the area, and as the dust cleared, Lam Lam stood beside Tong Kuang's motionless body with a sneer. "Idiots. Did you really think I wouldn't have any defense?" Daning froze in shock. He realized that Lam Lam and Tong Kuang had just swapped places. It was her damage transfer ability. Radiating pure, murderous intent, Lam Lam stomped hard on the monster's head, her voice cold. "You made me waste my life-saving damage transfer skill." With that, she charged straight at Lamdang, snarling, "Lamdang, you've got some nerve." Caught completely off guard, Lamdang took the full force of her punch and crashed hard onto the ground. She sneered, stomping down hard on him. "I'll crush your right arm first, then let's see how you plan to fight back." She glanced at her lackeys in the distance and ordered, "Leave the trial takers to me. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and start gathering the loot." In unison, they shouted, "Understood, boss." One of her thugs walked over and grabbed Lamdang by the collar, sending a cold shiver down his spine. The thug barked coldly, "Hand over your gear and credit points, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I have ways to make you wish you were dead." When Lamdang remained silent, the thug roared, "Still keeping your mouth shut? Fine, say goodbye to your left arm too." Lamdang spat back, "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Even if I become a ghost, I'll drag you all to hell with me." Daning quickly stepped in to interrupt, pleading, "I'll give it to you. I'll hand everything over. Just please don't kill me, and don't hurt me." The thug let go of Lamdang's collar and turned to Daning with a smirk. "Well, at least you know how to play smart, kid. But unfortunately, the boss ordered us to break your limbs anyway." Daning frantically intervened, his voice filled with desperation. "Wait, even if you're going to cripple me, at least let me transfer the funds to you first." His mind raced as he calculated his next move. He knew his only chance to turn the tables was in the 7th round. He had to find a way to stall until that final round started. Right then, the system issued a cold announcement. Round 6 has ended. Everyone, please vote on whether to proceed to round 7. Daning dropped his act, his face twisting into a cold smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down the bragging thug in front of him, his eyes sharp as daggers. Entering round 7, maximum difficulty. He smirked, fully aware of a hidden mechanic. If someone registers for the highest difficulty, the dungeon automatically advances without requiring a majority vote. The system immediately chimed. A player has confirmed. The round 7 battle, at maximum difficulty, is about to begin. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos upon hearing the announcement. "Wait, didn't the boss say we were packing up after gathering the loot? What the hell is going on? Don't we need a 70% majority vote to move on? I heard a tier 3 mutant could spawn in this round. Even the boss won't be able to handle that." Ignoring his intense pain, Tong Kuang laughed mockingly. "It's heaven's will to wipe you all out. Let's all go down together." Standing nearby, Lam Lam's face turned pale as she roared in anger. "Tong Kuang, did you do this? I'll kill you. She lunged at him, but before she could even lay a hand on Tong Kuang, the ground began to shake violently. A colossal, grotesque monster burst forth from the earth, letting out a deafening roar that made the entire cavern tremble. Moving like lightning, Da Ning quickly neutralized her two remaining lackeys and pulled Tong Kuang and Lam Dang out of harm's way. He turned to them and yelled, Tong Kuang, Lam Dang, can you still move? If you can, get out of here right now. Run as far as you can. Without a second thought, the two scrambled to their feet and ran for their lives. Tong Kuang looked back at the monster as he ran, muttering, That's Diep Lam, he's holding them off for us. Once he saw that they were safe, Da Ning let out a breath, turning his sharp, freezing gaze toward Lam Lam. Hey Lam Lam, I bet you don't know this yet. Do you? Gripping his sword, he smirked. A Tier 3 mutant possesses high intelligence. It will always prioritize killing the person with the highest tier ability first. Once you're pinned down and unable to escape, I can easily wipe everyone out with a single strike. The massive beast immediately locked onto Lam Lam. Terrified, she whipped her head around, gritting her teeth as she ordered a subordinate to swap places with her. But the instant the switch happened, the monster lunged right at her new position. Watching her struggle to dodge, Da Ning sneered. Just as he thought, her damage transfer ability had a range limit. She couldn't swap places with anyone over on his side. Lam Lam spun around to flee, but in her frantic scramble to escape, she didn't look where she was going. The monster's massive tail whipped around, slamming her into the dirt and leaving her writhing in pain. Da Ning immediately dropped into a low stance, his eyes narrowing with lethal focus. Now, Windstorm Sword Tempest. Thousands of glowing blue blades rained down from the heavens, relentlessly striking the beast and leaving it completely helpless. Witnessing the spectacle in sheer horror, Lam Lam screamed, What on earth is that? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than a Tier 3 mutant. Is there really another Tier 3 hunter here besides me? The monster's body was instantly sliced to pieces. Lin Lan panicked, realizing the range of this attack was simply too massive to escape. Just then, the system prompt rang out again. The death construction site has been cleared. You will be teleported out of the dungeon in 5 minutes. Ye Ning looked at the scene before him with satisfaction. He didn't notice that behind him, Lin Deng and Song Gang stood frozen in shock. To think he could one-shot both a Tier 3 awakened and a Tier 3 mutant with a single strike. Could he actually be a mid-tier Tier 3? No. A high-tier Tier 3. Ye Ning stood in silence, scanning the area. Below him, there still seemed to be a human presence. Don't tell me that Witch is still alive? He immediately swung his sword, activating his telekinesis. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Lan's battered body slowly came into view. She was wrapped in a barrier of blood-red magic. Waking up in a panic, she saw a giant blade flying straight toward her, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could this dagger belong to Yi Lin? How was that even possible? Yi Ning spoke coldly, killer intent flaring in his eyes. So she really is still alive. Must have some life-saving gear, huh? Let's see how you handle this first then. The blade slammed hard against her forehead, but failed to pierce through. Ye Ning frowned slightly, muttering to himself. It didn't go through? Then wait. All his efforts were completely in vain. Lin Lan smirked, laughing coldly with triumph. Thank goodness I spent a fortune on this single-use A-tier passive defense item last time. Seeing her smug sneer, Ye Ning's face darkened with anger. Grabbing his sword, he charged down. It looks like telekinesis alone isn't enough to pierce it. But since she's so weak now and has no strength left to fight back, I'll finish her off myself. Lin Lan sat up immediately, staring at Ye Ning and screaming, Was that ultimate attack really yours? You're a hidden Tier 3, aren't you? Ye Ning didn't reply. He swung his sword, slashing hard at her. But it was useless. The protective barrier didn't budge at all. She gritted her teeth in rage. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Ye Ning glanced at her, thinking to himself, Oh, so she thinks I'm trying to humiliate her, instead of realizing that I just can't break her shield. Ye Ning smirked, his smile cold as ice. In that case, it seems she fears humiliation more than death itself. That makes things easy for me. Even though he knew this was a bit underhanded, he had to put on an act for the sake of the loot. Leaning down, he grabbed Lin Lan's chin, his deep voice dripping with mockery. Oh? You want a quick death? Did you think about this day when you were torturing those other awakened? Lin Lan's face flushed red, but she stubbornly gritted her teeth. You bastard, what do you want? Ye Ning switched into full best actor mode, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Can't even handle this? Just wait, you're about to find out what true humiliation feels like. Her face burning red, Lin Lan screamed, "What the hell do you want from me to give me a quick death?" He smiled coldly. "It's simple, just like what you demanded from us. Hand over all your gear, items, and credit points, and I'll give you a swift, painless death." Lin Lan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with suspicion. "How can I possibly trust you?" Ye Ning replied calmly, "You have no choice but to trust me." Seeing his hand placed on her thigh, Lin Lan shrieked in panic. "Stop, I'll give it to you. If you dare lie to me, you'll die a horrible death." Instantly, system notifications rang out one after another. User A178391 wants to trade with you. Blood Soul Armor, Blue Gear. User A178391 wants to trade with you. Bone Flame Gauntlets, Blue Gear. User A178391 wants to trade with you. Shattered Leg Armor, Blue Gear. User A178391 wants to trade with you, transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Looking at the notifications, a satisfied smirk played on Ye Ning's lips. That's quite a haul. As expected, plundering is always the fastest way to make money. Lin Lan spoke in a trembling, painful voice. "I've handed over everything. Now, kill me already." He gave a faint, cold laugh, his eyes sharp. "Everything? You expect me to believe you only have over 10,000 credit points? If you don't hand over the rest, guess what I'll do next?" Lin Lan screamed in anger. "You bastard! That's literally everything I have. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Ye Ning pinned her down, his voice freezing cold. "Still acting tough, are you? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Lan stared up at him, roaring defiantly. "Do it then, you bastard. If you have the guts, just do it." After a moment, Ye Ning coldly let her go, turning to walk away. "Well, looks like you really are out of things." Stunned, Lin Lan sat up and yelled at his retreating back. "Why are you walking away? Lost your nerve?" Then, as she realized the situation, panic gripped her. "Wait. You didn't kill me, and you didn't touch me. What on earth are you trying to do? Actually, that ultimate move could only be used once. You're only tier 2, which means you can't even break my defense at all, right?" The system voice suddenly rang out, initiating the 10-second countdown to exit the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ye Ning walked away, leaving Lin Lan kneeling on the ground, laughing bitterly. "I'm such a fool. To actually think you were a tier 3. I see." He quietly turned back to look at her, realizing she had already seen through him. Right now, he honestly didn't have a way to kill her. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. "You're Lin Ye, right? I'll remember you. No matter where you hide, even if it's the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Just you wait. When that day comes, I'm going to chop you into 1,000 pieces and turn you into a pig." Ye Ning smirked as he glanced at her. "Oh, so my name is Ye Lin now? By the time you figure out who Ye Ning actually is, who knows which one of us will be killing the other." As soon as he exited the dungeon, the system announced his departure and began calculating the rewards for the dungeon clearer, Ye Ning. Base completion rate 70.3%. Main quest completion rate 20%. Eliminated the highest difficulty boss, the Sandworm boss. Combined completion rate 90.3%. S rank reached. Calculating bonus spiritual energy experience points. 10% bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Obtained equipment: white tier Weeping God Mask, white tier Centipede Sin, and blue tier Boss's Desire. Items obtained: white tier Corrosive Acid, white tier Arthropod Carapace, and white tier Sandworm Puppet. Materials obtained: white tier Rotted Hide and blue tier Sandworm Heart. Dungeon clear reward: 1 free attribute point. Unlocked blue tier Hidden Title, Construction Site Guard. All attributes increased by 1 during dungeon combat. Ye Ning looked at the display panel with satisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips. With all of this, plus selling off Lin Lan's loot, I'll have more than enough to buy spiritual energy. My overall attributes have also increased by 25 points. Driving down the long, dark road, he fell deep into thought. Tonight, I need to find a hotel in Zhenjiang to practice the B-rank sword chi manual. Tomorrow, I'll head to the legendary Ruins battlefield to farm some gear and get familiar with the Tide battlefield. Suddenly, a man leaped out from nowhere, blocking the car and screaming, "Help me! Help me!" Our car flipped over. Ye Ning slammed on the brakes, glancing at the vehicle ahead with a skeptical look. "Are you absolutely sure that car just flipped?" Right after he spoke, a group of fierce, masked thugs surrounded him from behind. One of them roared, "Cut the crap! Hand over your credits right now, and we'll let you live." Ye Ning let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, a highway robbery? Without a word, he swung his blade, slicing through their throats in a flash. There was seriously no need to waste words here. He glanced at the last thug, who was running away in absolute terror. Oh, still one left? Where do you think you're going? The blade in his hand flew through the air, slicing the runner's leg and sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in agony. Looking at the wound on the creature's leg, Ye Ning frowned as suspicion arose. There was no blood. This thing isn't human, but it's not a zombie or a mutant either. The man struggled to sit up, his face covered in tears as he begged, "Boss, please spare me. I know where they keep all their stolen loot. I'll tell you everything, I swear." Ye Ning didn't reply. He stepped forward and grabbed the guy by the collar, making him shake with terror. "I was really forced into this. Please don't kill me." Ye Ning's gaze was cold and sharp. "Spit it out. What on earth are you?" Panicking, his voice trembled. "Don't kill me. I'll open my personal status panel so you can see for yourself." Ye Ning glanced at the status panel that appeared. Name: Li Fugi, Dungeon NPC, Level 0. Talent: Golden Scent Detection, Class: Deceptive Merchant. Golden Scent Detection allowed him to perceive everything inside a target's inventory. As a deceptive merchant, he automatically marked up trading prices by 10%, and the other party wouldn't realize it until the trade was complete. He also took a 5% transaction fee, which was automatically deducted and pocketed. This effect was completely immune to all trade rules. Ye Ning muttered in surprise. "An NPC? How did you escape from a dungeon? Were you born with consciousness?" Li Fugi prostrated himself on the ground, his voice shaking. "I honestly don't know how I ended up here either. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've been out here. Boss, could you please let me go?" Ye Ning went quiet, his eyes gleaming with calculation. These 3 skills were essentially system bugs that Awakeners could never learn. If he made this guy work for him, he could save a fortune. Smiling with amusement, he quickly pulled a contract out of his system inventory and tossed it in front of Li Fugi. "Sign this contract, and I'll let you live." Cold sweat poured down Li Fugi's face as he stared at the contract in horror. A servant contract. Once signed, any act of betrayal meant instant death. Ye Ning's voice was cold and uncompromising. "If you don't sign it, I'll kill you right now." In a panic, Li Fugi squealed, I'll sign. The moment he signed his name, a system notification popped up. Li Fugi has signed the contract. Opening squad interface. Master: Ye Ning, Tier 2 Novice. Servant: Li Fugi, Level 0. Loyalty: 60 out of 100. Ye Ning looked at him with satisfaction and said calmly, "From now on, you're with me. We're teammates." Hearing this, Li Fugi's tears streamed down his face as he lamented inwardly. "Teammates, my foot. This is straight up forced labor. Why am I always so unlucky? If it's not some corrupt tycoon, it's a ruthless bully." Ye Ning patted his shoulder with a soft chuckle. His shoulder. "All the loot those bandits took is yours now." Li Fugi's face did a total 180. His eyes lit up, and he lunged forward, grabbing his leg. "Really? Thank you, Master. You are truly the most generous master in the whole world." The system prompt instantly rang out. Servant Li Fugi's loyalty has increased by 1+1. Daning chuckled to himself. Wow, loyalty in this system is way too easy to earn. "Fugi, help me sell all the gear, except for the Blood Soul armor and the Leg Breaker armor. As for buying, just load up on stat fruits. Also, find a larger storage space and rent a room. You'll stay there and manage my assets." Li Fugi nodded frantically. "Oh, Master, you're the best. Leave the management to me." Once they arrived, Li Fugi poked his head out of the system space and looked at him. "Master, you are seriously the most extravagant person I've ever met. Other people can't even afford a single stat fruit in their entire lives, yet you're eating them like regular meals." Daning chuckled softly, shoving his head back into the space. "Get back in there and do your accounting." The system chimed again. Stat fruit consumed. Strength +1. Current stats. Strength 25. Agility 25. Constitution 25. Daning rubbed his stuffed belly, muttering with satisfaction. Finally, all stats have reached 25 points. He stood up, opened his status window, and focused on training his B-rank sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system interface popped up immediately. New sword skill learned, Shadow Strike. Skill evolution successful. B-rank skill Shadow Strike has been upgraded to the triple S-rank skill. Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash tears a rift through space, granting 1 second of absolute invincibility and bypassing all defenses. Daning stared at the screen, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Dimensional Slash, tearing through space and ignoring all defenses? That's absolutely broken. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the ruined battlefield dungeon to test it out. The next day, the system chimed, "Do you wish to enter the ruined battlefield? Difficulty. B. Rank." Without hesitation, Daning agreed instantly, his figure vanishing into the teleportation light. The moment he teleported into the ruined battlefield, a pair of siblings appeared right beside him. The older brother offered a friendly smile and walked over to introduce himself. "Hey there, I'm Tran Dung, and this is my little sister, Tran Jiao. We're both beginner tier 2. Tran Jiao sized Daning up with a critical glare. The system notification said we have an advanced tier 2 teammate. That's you, right? But you look way too young. Are you sure the system didn't miscalculate your strength? Hearing his sister's attitude, Tran Dung immediately turned and snapped, "Jiao, don't be so rude." Daning studied the pair, his expression hardening. Judging by their military-style gear, he thought to himself, they must be military brats, second or maybe even third generation. I'd better tread carefully. Tran Dung smiled apologetically, trying to smooth things over. Please don't mind her. My sister has been spoiled rotten by our family since she was a kid. Daning gave a slight nod and said calmly, "Just call me Diep Lam." Right then, the system announced, "Ruin Battlefield special event will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." Daning raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. A special event? In my past life, I only heard rumors about the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse: supernatural events, spreading events, and special events. This is my first time actually facing one of these special instances. Tran Dung looked at him reassuringly. "Don't worry, Brother Diep. Even though special events are triggered by supernatural forces, from what I know, the ruined battlefield is actually relatively safe. There are no quest restrictions. You can exit whenever you want, as long as you're out of combat. This special event is basically a reenactment of the early apocalyptic wars. Our enemies are just standard zombie hordes and mutants." Daning nodded, his gaze sharpening. Right at that moment, a massive horde of monsters began raining down from the opposite side. Tran Dung gripped his weapon tight and yelled, "Brother Deep, let's head down and take out that mutant." Before Tran Jiao could even finish her sentence, Daning had already lunged straight down, leaving both siblings stunned. Tran Jiao muttered, "He just went in like that? Talk about reckless." "Ugh, brother, this guy is so rude." Daning didn't bother to reply. With just a few basic sword slashes, he sent a wave of monsters straight to their graves. Fighting alongside him, Tran Dung watched in utter shock and gasped, "Brother Diep, you really are advanced tier 2. You cleared them out so fast. But my sister and I won't lose to you. Let's try to hold the line as long as possible. If we get overwhelmed, I can summon undead soldiers to fight for us and maximize our gains." Daning raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, summoning undead soldiers. In my past life, I only heard rumors that the military secretly possessed this skill. I can't believe it's actually real. Tran Dung added in a hushed tone, "By the way, this is a military secret, so please keep it to yourself when we get out." Daning nodded, then suddenly yelled, "Heads up, behind you!" A throwing knife flashed like lightning, piercing through the monster and dropping it instantly. Tran Dung gasped in terror. "Telekinesis? You insta-killed an advanced tier 1 beast with just one move?" The system chimed, "Warm-up battle completed. The large-scale continuous battle will begin in 3 minutes." Tran Dung smiled warmly at Daning and offered him a pack of cigarettes. "Smoke, Brother Diep? These are special military issue." "Thanks a lot for saving my life back there," Chen Yong said, offering a pack of cigarettes. Ye Ning glanced at it, waved his hand, and replied, "No thanks. I don't smoke, but I appreciate the gesture. I hear these are extremely rare in the apocalypse," Ye Ning continued. "Looks like you're no ordinary guy." Hearing this, Chen Yong burst into a loud laugh. He leaned in and bragged, "To be honest with you, Brother Yi, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, and my father is the security commander of Sector 191. Both of them are already tier 3. Right now, I'm building my own faction," Chen Yong continued. "I see you're traveling solo, Brother Ye. I take it you haven't joined any group yet? Is there a but coming?" Ye Ning cut him off, his voice deadpan and cold. "Sorry, but I'm used to flying solo." Chen Yong quickly spoke up. "Brother Yi, don't reject me before you hear the offer. If you agree to be my second in command, I'll give you a full-fledged official package right off the bat. That's 3,000 credit points a month, plus another 1,000 out of my own pocket. On top of that, I'll secure a rare blue-tier weapon for you, completely free of charge. We can even get your family members into the military. Seeing her brother being way too eager, Chen Zhao interrupted, clearly annoyed. "Brother, have you lost your mind?" "Sure, he's decent, but he's not worth all that." Ye Ning didn't even bother to look back as he walked away. "I'm not interested. A massive zombie horde is coming, so you'd better get ready for a fight first." Secretly, Ye Ning thought to himself, "You think you can play me? Once I reach tier 3, I'll get far more than what you're promising." Chen Yong stared at his retreating back, his eyes filled with frustration. For a tier 2, the deal he just offered was practically a dream. Countless people would beg for an opportunity like that, yet he turned it down without a second thought. Chen Zhao pouted in frustration, muttering, "What an ungrateful jerk. Who does he think he is? Let alone a high-level tier 2. Our family can easily recruit a whole bunch of peak tier 2 fighters." Half an hour later, Chen Yong was gasping for breath while fending off the monsters. "Brother Ye, I can't hold my side anymore. Let's summon the troops and pull back." Ye Ning replied immediately, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light. "Just hold on a bit longer. Lure that monster closer to me." Chen Yong nodded frantically. "Got it. Go hide up on the wall first." The moment Chen Yong stepped back, Ye Ning unleashed his Heaven's Rift Streamer strike. His blade flashed like lightning, instantly wiping out all the remaining mutated variants. Witnessing this, the Chen siblings froze in sheer shock. Chen Yong gasped, Is he tier 3? No way, that's impossible. Even an ordinary tier 3 couldn't one-shot multiple mutants at once, especially when some of them were at peak. Tier 2. Chen Zhao stared with wide eyes and muttered, "This move is way more powerful than anything dad or grandfather can do." Ye Ning landed gracefully in front of them, his eyes sharp and his voice steady. "Now, summon the troops." Chen Zhao furrowed her brows in surprise. "Why? You're already so powerful. We don't need to use them until the critical turning point." Chen Yong stepped forward, cutting his sister off. "Since Lord Ye suggested it, let's just do it," Chen Yong said. With that, he raised his weapon high and began chanting a spell. A brilliant blue light enveloped his body, spreading across the city. One by one, undead soldiers materialized, standing ready for battle. In perfect unison, they roared. "First Artillery Regiment ready to fire, kill them." And with that, the fierce battle erupted. Chen Yong turned to Ye Ning with a smile. "Lord Ye, from here on out, we can just sit back and watch. However, these soldiers can only hold out for so long. Once they wipe out a wave of the zombie horde, they'll vanish." Ye Ning nodded and turned to leave. "You two wait here." He walked over to a ruined area, his body radiating a powerful surge of energy. Closing his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, thinking, "I just took down a peak tier 2 mutant, but I didn't see any blue tier or legendary equipment drop. Maybe it'll only appear after the summoned soldiers are done fighting. My intuition tells me that item is definitely close by." Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, a sharp light flashing within them. "Found it, just as I thought." The system's voice chimed in his head immediately. Special quest activated. Last wishes. Objective: uncover the cause of the ruined battlefield and resolve the issue. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward. Ye Ning raised an eyebrow, picking up a piece of cardboard holding several yellowed ancient pages. A special quest called Last Wishes, huh? He began examining it closely. It was the diary of a defense line clerk, someone who had witnessed the very first zombie horde 60 years ago. The first page read, June 7th. The battalion commander appointed me as the clerk to accompany the troops to Zhenjiang. We are going to build the largest defense line in northern Guangxi right here. The following pages detailed the events that unfolded. July 7th. Word is that a zombie horde managed to breach Zhenjiang, but our forces have successfully wiped them out. A new batch of recruits was brought in, and they've been working incredibly fast. Unfortunately, I still don't quite get the local dialect, so I need to study harder. Following that entry was a sketch of a young man, looking quite shy as he clutched a letter. July 20th. Yan told me that the girl he likes is currently in the safe zone at the rear. The kid is only 17 and he's already dreaming about getting married. But according to him, people around here tend to tie the knot early. July 24th. Beside the entry was a sketch of a man with a tense, worried face. The intercepting force has failed. The company commander told me that if the battle takes a turn for the worse, I, as a clerical worker, should evacuate first. The next day, there was only a picture left, a photo of a girl lying on the ground, torn to pieces in the pouring rain. On July 25th, the first wave of the zombie horde began. I never thought things would happen so fast. Yan is dead. And we couldn't even find his body. The next entry was filled with grief. On the morning of July 26th, the commander asked us to find out what plans the men had if they chose to stay. But by that afternoon, he was already dead, and I didn't even get a chance to ask. Even though I've always been terrified of dying, this time, I don't want to run away. If I leave, I won't have a home anymore. The final page only had a photo of the boys, all of them wearing bright, beaming smiles. July 27th. I think I'm going to die soon too. There is no way out. In our final moments, I asked them if they had any last words. Usually, they're just a bunch of kids who love messing around, but all they said was a single sentence. Moran, let's go home. Yi Ning tightly gripped the cord with the blue ring, whispering the words of the final vow. He squeezed it hard, murmuring the truth of their origin. In an instant, his entire body teleported to another location. High above, two figures stood looking down at the ruins. It was Chen Yong and Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao frowned and asked her brother, "Hey, is it possible that Ye Lin isn't even tier 3? Maybe he has some kind of gear that only lets him use his ultimate move once?" Chen Yong replied thoughtfully, "Could be, but we have no way to verify that. Once you piss off a tier 3, there's no telling if we'll make it out of here alive." Chen Jiao knitted her brows, clearly annoyed. Would he really dare? With grandfather on our side, the entire North China combat zone wouldn't let him get away with it. Chen Yong turned to his sister, acting cautious. "Sis, you seriously need to fix your attitude, or you're going to learn the hard way sooner or later, putting aside whether he'll attack us or not. If he really is a tier 3, we need to find a way to recruit him into our faction. I'm sure grandfather and dad would agree." Just then, Ye Ning landed. Chen Yong turned around and asked, "Sir Ye Lin, are we ready to head out?" He pointed downward, his voice filled with worry. "These soldiers won't last much longer. Now that the tier 3 mutant has appeared, they'll only linger for a little while longer before vanishing. If we get targeted by that tier 3 mutant, we're going to be in deep trouble." Ye Ning looked up, his eyes as sharp as knives as he demanded, "Do you two know how this ruined battlefield ends? What happens to these soldiers in the end?" Chen Yong shook his head, his tone growing heavy. "My dad wasn't even born yet back then, but I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a total disaster. Not a single soul survived, but it was thanks to their sacrifice that the safe zone behind them was successfully evacuated. My grandfather was one of the lucky ones who survived in that safe zone." Ye Ning pressed further, his voice resolute. "If it was such a devastating defeat, how did the final zombie wave eventually die down?" Chen Yong hesitated, unsure. "The details on that are still pretty vague, but legend has it that the zombie horde just, disappeared on its own? So that's how it is. Is that really how it went?" Sensing something was off, Chen Yong asked with concern, "Sir Ye Lin, is everything all right?" Chen Jiao also frowned, muttering, "Yeah, why are you suddenly asking about stuff from so long ago anyway?" Ye Ning kept a serious expression as he pressed on. "Then do you know what the word Moran actually means?" Chen Yong replied cautiously. "The meaning? That word is a secret code passed down within our ranks. I honestly don't know the actual meaning behind it." Chen Jiao chimed in, "We only know that if we shout this, those phantom soldiers will show up to fight for us." She raised her voice, her eyes filled with suspicion. "This is a military secret. My brother only told you because he respects you, so you'd better keep your mouth shut." Chen Yong quickly cut her off. "Sis, stop." Ignoring their bickering, Ye Ning asked coldly, "How many times can you use this method?" Chen Yong answered in a panic, "A few hundred times already, though we usually only do it when we need to retrieve our gear. But each person can only use it once. If the same person shouts it again, it won't work." Ye Ning furrowed his brow. "Hundreds of times? Have you guys ever helped these soldiers destroy the final mutant?" Chen Yong looked at him sheepishly. "No, because usually only tier 2s come here. We've never even seen a tier 3 before. You're actually the very first tier 3 to ever set foot in this place." Ye Ning didn't reply. His gaze darkened as he dove straight down, wondering to himself, "So this is the true origin of the ruined battlefield, isn't it?" Seeing this, Chen Jiao cried out in a panic, "Brother, what on earth is he doing now? Why aren't we leaving this place already?" Thunder roared and the rain poured down in sheets. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the spirits of the fallen soldiers glowed with a blue light, roaring in unison. "Kill! Defend our homeland! We must protect our homes to ever go back!" Ye Ning swung his sword, slicing through countless monsters. His heart ached. These were the heroic spirits of their ancestors. How could the military treat them so heartlessly? He stared at a spirit, standing tall, blowing a bugle, his chest riddled with gaping holes. Abandoned by the military 60 years ago, they had fought to the death to protect their homeland. Yet, 60 years later, they are nothing more than numbers in history books, completely forgotten. He swung his sword, his heart heavy with grief. It's infuriating. How could this specter tide just vanish on its own? It's obvious that their deep obsession turned them into heroic spirits, trapping this entire battlefield in a special event. That phantom tide from back then is trapped here forever. Yaning grips his sword tightly, his boiling rage causing the blade to flare with brilliant light. Unleashing sharp, devastating slashes, he sweeps through the monsters. He knows that if they slay the Tier 3 mutant, their secret passcode will lose its power. The corrupt military won't be able to exploit these fallen souls for profit anymore. Under the pouring rain and roaring thunder, Yaning charges forward, leaps high into the air, and raises his glowing blade. He thinks of the word Marin, a word carrying the sacred hopes of these heroic spirits, yet shamelessly weaponized by the military as a tool, repeated hundreds and thousands of times. Channeling all his fury, he swings his sword down with a fierce roar. This time, even if it kills me, I am bringing them home. Tran Zhao gasps in utter shock. Brother, is he out of his mind? Does he actually think he can take on the final Tier 3 mutant on his own? Tran Dung is equally baffled. That's bizarre. If he wanted to fight the final Tier 3 mutant, there was absolutely no need to summon the spirit soldiers so early. And there's no reason to help those soldiers fight monsters right now, is there? Why isn't he saving his energy? Tran Zhao desperately tugs at her brother's sleeve. Brother, the Tier 3 mutant is about to spawn. Even if Ye Lin is at Tier 3, there's no way he can kill it. We need to get out of here right now. Tran Dung analyzes the situation. Leaving right now is indeed the safest option. But if they run, they'll lose any chance of building a connection with this powerful guy, Ye Lin. He turns to his sister, Tran Zhao. Let's wait a bit longer. It only takes us 10 seconds to escape this area anyway. If he really can't handle it, we'll still have plenty of time to run. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, throwing them off balance. Through the thick, heavy fog, a colossal silhouette emerges. Is it finally here? Each massive stride of the monster shakes the very foundation of the earth. The green-skinned Tier 3 mutant advances slowly, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Both Tran Dung and Tran Zhao stand frozen with their mouths wide open, utterly terrified by the sight. Tran Zhao stammers, Is this really a Tier 3 mutant? This thing is absolutely massive. The monster immediately spots Yaning, locking onto him as its target. Yaning looks up at it, a cold, ruthless smirk playing on his lips. I only have one charge of Dimension Slash left. Since I'm not entirely sure how powerful it'll be against this thing, I can't afford to rush my attack. He takes a deep breath, lets it out slowly, and raises his sword into a battle stance. Waiting for it to get closer before striking is definitely the safer move. The beast storms forward, each step vibrating through the ground. Yaning counts down the distance. 70 meters, 50 meters. It's getting dangerously close, now just 40 meters away. Suddenly, it raises a massive, hammer-like arm, preparing to crush him. Yaning's eyes narrow sharply now, is the perfect moment. With a gentle sweep of his blade, Dimension Slash activates. Space itself seems to crack, and the world falls into a dead silence. In an instant, the monster is sliced clean in half, its body crumbling into pieces. Yaning stares at the scene in disbelief, whispering to himself, So, this is the power of the dimensional space? His perception of time is completely decoupled from everyone else's. Taking a cautious step forward, he realizes he can choose any point within the dimensional space to manifest his attack. Leaping high, he glides straight through the Tier 3 mutant's massive body without facing a shred of resistance. Drawing his sword, he delivers a decisive slash to its vital spot. The system wasn't lying. Inside this dimensional space, I can completely bypass all defenses. With one final, devastating strike to the beast's head, it explodes into a million pieces, its entire body disintegrating into nothingness. Tran Dung stands frozen, unable to comprehend how easily the beast fell. That was a Tier 3 mutant, a disaster capable of wiping out an entire safe zone. And it just died like that? Tran Zhao nods in a daze. That was way too fast. I couldn't even see his movements. Is it really dead? She turns to her brother, her voice trembling. Brother, I was so wrong. He really is at Tier 3. Actually, he's way stronger than Dad or Grandfather ever were at Tier 3. A cold sweat breaks out on Tran Dung's forehead. You're right. We've seen plenty of Tier 3 fights in the military district growing up, but nothing ever came close to this level of power. Could Lord Yi Lin actually be at the peak of Tier 3? Someone like him is practically a national treasure. Suddenly, the system notification chimes in. Event concluded. Initiating exit in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, the ruined battlefield will vanish forever, and the spirits of the fallen heroes will fade away with it. Tran Dung asks in confusion, "Is this battlefield really about to disappear, Lord Ye Lin?" Without a word, Ye Ning raises the jade bracelet in his hand, his voice echoing through the open air. "Go home, Vari, go home." The spirits of the fallen heroes raise their hands in unison, offering him a final solemn salute. "Farewell, and thank you." Tran Dung urges him anxiously, "Lord Ye Lin, why are you still reciting that chant right now? This place is all ready." Ye Ning cuts him off coldly. "We'll talk outside. This place is about to collapse." The system continues. Exiting dungeon, calculating rewards. Dungeon clearer, Yi Ning. Base completion rate, 80%. Bonus completion rate, 30%. Total, 100%. Rank evaluation, S. Gear, items, and materials are being calculated. Ye Ning sits quietly among the ruins, lost in thought. After this battle, I've officially reached the peak of Tier 2. I should be thrilled. So why does my heart feel so heavy? Aside from setting these seniors free, what else can I possibly do for them? A cold chime rings in his head as the system alerts him. The legacy quest has been updated. He must choose. Either continue the special event quest to bring the fallen soldiers back home, or claim a massive special reward right this second. Ye Ning smiles to himself. Even without this quest, this is something he was already determined to do. Just then, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao walk up, their faces beaming with excitement. Chen Yong says ecstatically, "Lord Ye Lin, you are seriously unreal. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was so worried I wouldn't be able to find you." He generously continues, "I've already transferred all of our loot from this run to you. This is exactly what you deserve." Ye Ning accepts it with a warm smile. "Oh, thank you." Sincerely, Chen Yong smiles and proposes, "My sister and I would love to treat you to lunch in Zhenjiang, Lord Ye Lin. Would you consider joining us?" Yi Ning politely declines. "I'll have to pass on lunch. There's something else I need to take care of first. Actually, could you do me a favor?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yong replies, "It would be my absolute honor, Lord Ye Lin. Please, name it." Ye Ning's expression turns solemn. "Help me look up the hometowns of the soldiers who fought on the ruined battlefield. I want to pay them a visit myself." Chen Yong immediately contacts his subordinate, Adjutant. "Please look up the hometowns of the Zhuang soldiers from the ruined battlefield. Send me the information as soon as possible." His subordinate replies instantly, "Understood, young Master Chen." Within seconds, all the data is sent over. Chen Yong turns to Ye Ning and says warmly, "Lord Ye Lin, I've got the results. The place is about 300 kilometers away from Zhenjiang. I'll take you there." With deep gratitude shining in his eyes, Ye Ning sincerely replies, "Thank you so much." A helicopter quickly arrives to pick him up. Standing by, Chen Jiao anxiously pulls her brother's arm. "Brother, are you really just going to let him leave like this? The ruined battlefield has completely vanished. What are we supposed to do? How are we going to explain this when we get back? You know exactly how much the military values the ruined battlefield, don't you? And wasn't the summoning quota for this run personally secured by our grandfather?" She glares at her brother, her voice sharp. "It's one thing that you gave him all of our loot from this run, but now you're actually helping him cover it up?" Chen Yong remains calm and doesn't deny it. "Listen, sis, even though this situation is indeed incredibly serious, you aren't wrong. By helping him cover up what happened at the ruined battlefield, I am also taking on a massive responsibility that I can't run away from." Watching the helicopter fly away, he says softly, "And as for the loot we got this time, even if we had to give him 10,000 or 100,000 points, it wouldn't matter at all." Chen Jiao pouts in disagreement. "I know he's extremely powerful, but right now, he hasn't shown any interest in getting close to us. Is doing all of this really worth it?" Chen Yong explains patiently, "It's absolutely worth it, and let tell you why. First of all, there's no escaping what happened here. Our political rivals will definitely try to pin the blame on us anyway. So instead of being defensive, we should take the initiative and use this chance to build a strong bond with Lord Ye Lin." He analyzes further. "Moreover, the fact that Lord Ye Lin asked me to look up that information proves he hasn't aligned himself with any faction in the military yet. And even though he's a man of few words, it's clear he's someone who deeply values loyalty and relationships. If we want to earn the friendship of someone like him, we have to show him absolute sincerity. As the helicopter cuts through the sky, Yaning sits in deep thought, clutching the jade ring in his hand. He whispers to himself, "To all the nameless heroes who fell, I wonder if your spirits are still wandering out there. If you are, fly back to your homeland with me." Arriving at the peaceful countryside of the Wenshan Zhuang community, Yaning meets an elderly woman. He gently asks, "Grandma, do you still remember the soldiers who left this village 60 years ago? They were the brave warriors who went to defend Zhenjiang." The elderly woman takes the photograph he hands her, examining it closely, as tears well up in her eyes. "This is Ah Nam, and this is Ma Ran." Yaning stands up and says in a comforting tone, "That's right, they've finally come home. They are back home now." Just then, Adjutant Su steps forward, followed by the elderly village chief. The adjutant reports, "Lord Ye Lin, after checking, there are only 5 families left who still remember what happened 60 years ago, and those elders are still alive today. Furthermore, following your instructions, a large amount of supplies has been distributed to the villagers to help improve their living conditions." He turns to introduce the elderly village chief. "I've also brought the village chief here." Ye Ning replies politely, "Thank you for your hard work." Adjutant Zhu replies enthusiastically, "Please, don't mention it, Lord Ye Lin. This is exactly what young Master Chen ordered me to do. Everything is at your disposal, Lord Ye Lin." Ye Ning points toward a hill in the distance and says, sincerely, "Chief, I'll send you an additional 4,000 credit points. I'd like to ask you to lead the villagers in building a memorial monument over there. Do you think that will be enough?" Taken aback, the village chief quickly waves his hands in disbelief. 4,000 credits? How could we possibly spend all of that? It's far too much. Ye Ning gently urges him to accept it. "Then please distribute whatever is left to the children in the village." Deeply moved, the village chief almost drops to his knees. "Sir, on behalf of everyone in this village, thank you. I will make sure every single one of their names is engraved on it. This is truly wonderful." Ye Ning quickly helps him up, feeling a bit flustered. "Please, Chief, there's no need for that." With everything finally settled, a sense of peace returns. With no more lingering regrets, Ye Ning boarded the helicopter and took off. Gazing at the land through the window, his mind was finally at peace. "Seniors, you can finally rest in peace now," he muttered. Just then, the system chimed, announcing that his last wish quest had been completed. Reward: 100 reputation points, the covenant is fulfilled, and a blue necklace, adding +1 to all stats. Equipment effect: health and spirit recovery speed increased by 33%. Equipment skill: unyielding faith. Rapidly restores 15 points of willpower within 10 seconds. Equipment evaluation: received a blessing, making it stronger than before. Ye Ning put on the blue necklace. Gently touching it, he whispered to himself, "Thank you for the blessing, seniors. I will carry this with me until the war is completely over." He rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with a calculating gleam. "This reputation reward can't be bought with money. If I build my own influence in the military later, this will be incredibly useful." He thought of Chen Yong. Speaking of military influence, Chen Yong wasn't a bad option at all. After leaving the dungeon, he didn't even mention the disappearance of the ruined battlefield, and he agreed to all of my demands. Although he is a bit annoying, on second thought, he probably doesn't know much about what actually happened anyway. Ye Ning pondered for a moment before finalizing his plan. He would head back to check on him first and squeeze some extra benefits out of him while he was at it. At Chen Yong's estate, he cheered with joy when Ye Ning reached out first. "Lord Ye Lin, were you looking for me?" On the other hand, Ye Ning remained as calm as a still lake, his voice completely nonchalant. "I want to borrow 2 blue-grade swords from you, preferably ones with a short cooldown. Is that convenient for you?" Chen Yong stared blankly in surprise. "Borrow?" Realizing he had overreacted, he quickly waved his hands. "No, not at all. That's not what I meant. What I meant is, I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you as a gift. There's no need to borrow them." Having achieved his goal, Ye Ning hung up, leaving only one last sentence. "Then I'll leave it to you." Even though he was being used, Chen Yong was absolutely thrilled, gesticulating wildly. "Lord Ye Lin actually reached out to ask for my help so soon. It looks like I'm earning more and more of his trust. Once I head back and tell my dad and grandfather, they're going to be ecstatic." At an authentic Lanzhou hand-pulled noodle shop, Ye Ning sat eating, feeling completely relaxed. He muttered, "That kid Chen Yong is surprisingly cooperative. This time, I only gained 3 free stat points from the dungeon, not counting the blessing on the blue necklace. My base stats, except for willpower, are all at 26 points. Strength is 26, agility is 26, constitution is 26, and willpower is 31. He did some quick math in his head. The blue necklace wasn't for sale, and the other materials weren't worth much, which was not even enough to buy a psionic fruit. Once my ultimate skill is off cooldown in 2 days, I'll take the blue equipment from Chen Yong and then find a way to clear some high-level dungeons to make a fortune. Ye Ning's eyes burned with ambition. Once I reach level 3, I'll have the chance to double my stats. In my past life, my tier 2 stats only reached 20 points, so after reaching level 3, my base stats weren't that high. In this life, I must raise all my stats to the maximum tier 2 limit of 31 points before taking the trial to level 3. He calculated that by the time he did so, it would probably coincide with the outbreak of the zombie tide in the Tianfeng safe zone. Walking down the street, Ye Ning suddenly froze, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh? Is this the killing intent of a level 3 hunter? He grew anxious, his heart pounding. This is bad. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown. If I fight a level 3 right now, I'm dead meat. His face turned serious as he analyzed the situation. This is the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone. No one except Chen Yong knows I'm here. Could it be the level 3 commander from Zhenjiang whose kill I stole earlier? Or did Chen Yong have second thoughts? No way. Chen Yong is trying to win me over, so he has no reason to kill me. And that Zhenjiang commander has no idea I was the one who stole his kill. Could it be Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Did they really track me down this fast? With all his skills on cooldown, he didn't dare to check right away. Remembering Lin Lan's furious face, he figured his top priority was to escape. Should he activate his Thunderstrike boots to run? He paused, forcing his expression to remain calm. No, I need to stay calm first. They're tracking me but haven't attacked yet, which means they're still hesitant. In other words, they don't know my skills are on cooldown. If I run in a panic, I'll expose myself, and they will definitely strike to kill. He looked around, his eyes flashing. The best move is to act like nothing is wrong, and find a place to hide first. Spotting a nearby bar, he thought to himself, anyone still drinking at a bar these days must be loaded. A bright smile crossed his face. I need to go inside and borrow a powerful front to back me up. Inside the bar, Ye Ning sat alone at the counter. Not far away, a young woman was drinking, looking incredibly bored. Resting her chin in her right hand, she held a glass of red wine in her left. Why is every single person at the bar today such a brute? Behind her, 4 bodyguards stood at strict attention. One of them stepped forward and said respectfully, Miss, after you finish this glass, shall we head back home? Under the dim lights of the nightclub, the girl turned her face slightly and waved her hand dismissively. Her cold voice rang out. Get lost. Suddenly, her eyes flickered with surprise, and she let out a soft, oh? She stared intently at where Ye Ning was sitting, her sharp gaze looking as if it could pierce right through him. Ye Ning felt her scanning eyes on him. He thought to himself, she looks young, with flashy dyed hair, and heavy makeup definitely in the middle of a rebellious phase. Suddenly, the girl strode toward him, her face beaming and her voice full of excitement. Hey there, handsome. Ye Ning turned around, studying her closely. A thought flashed through his mind. Her bracelets and rings were all blue-grade gear, which was definitely not ordinary. His gaze drifted past her shoulder to continue his analysis. The 4 men behind her were all peak Tier 2 fighters. They were clearly bodyguards, meaning no one would dare mess with her. Her background had to be incredibly complex. She stepped closer, placing her hand on his shoulder. Leaning in close, she teased, Are you here all alone? Let's grab a drink together. Ye Ning glanced to the side. He remained on high alert. The murderous intent of that Tier 3 tracker was still lingering nearby, not too far away. With that in mind, he nodded and replied simply, Sure, but I don't have any money. The girl burst into a bright laugh. Haha, I do. Then she turned to the bartender and called out cheerfully, Hey, bartender! Give us 2 drinks. I'm not going home tonight, so put it on my tab. Ye Ning looked at her, feeling a slight twinge of guilt. Sorry, but to escape tonight, I have to use you. Given the situation, his own trump card was still uncertain, so having 4 high-level Tier 2 bodyguards around was perfect. Even a Tier 3 opponent would find them a headache to deal with. After ordering, the girl turned to him and teased, So, little brother, do you have the guts to get a room with me tonight? Ye Ning hesitated slightly. Well, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He thought to himself, If she wants to play the hunter, I'll gladly play the prey for now. Leaving the bar, the girl clung to his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder, her face radiating pure joy. The bodyguards behind them panicked, whispering to one another, One at the back asked, "Brother Lee, the young mistress is taking another guy home. Do we need to stop her?" The leader snapped. "You dare try to stop her? Did you forget what she said about us to her dad last time?" Another bodyguard chimed in. "Then what are we supposed to do now?" The leader barked. "What else?" "Follow them. Keep a close eye on her and make sure nothing happens." Ye Ning glanced back, thinking to himself that the murderous aura was still tailing them. It was close to the bodyguards but showed no signs of retreating. His only option was to head to the hotel with her first and figure out his next move. The city's skyscrapers sparkled with lights, and by now, the girl had flopped onto the bed. Ye Ning looked at her, thinking to himself, no wonder Yan Wuqing is the daughter of Yan Legion, the leader of Safe Zone 317 and captain of the Starlight Merchant Alliance. A single night at this hotel cost enough to make an ordinary person work hard for half a year. He suddenly recalled his previous life, his heart growing heavy. In his previous life, he was just a refugee struggling in the guard division of the Starlight Merchant Alliance, tasked with clearing out zombies. With that thought, he said in a low voice, "Technically, your dad was actually my boss." Hearing this, the girl immediately flared up, yelling, "Don't mention that old geezer. He's awful." Her cheeks flushed red as she touched his chest, her voice softening, "Just hold me." Ye Ning was slightly stunned. It was obvious she had a fight with her dad and was acting out just to piss him off. His eyes sharpened as he plotted. Maybe I should scare her a bit to test her limits. Making up his mind, he lunged forward, pinning her to the bed, and said in a low voice, "Are you really serious? Because if you are, I'm not going to hold back." Startled, the girl gasped. You. He grinned, leaning in closer. Panicking, she stammered, Okay, I give up." She hurriedly scrambled toward the bathroom, shouting as she ran, I'm going to take a shower first." Ye Ning watched her go, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself, indeed, the funniest prey always tries to play the hunter. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Standing on the balcony, he continued his analysis. A paper tiger like her won't be coming out anytime soon, but that Tier 3 tracker's bloodlust is still lingering below. That shadow looks highly suspicious, but why doesn't it seem like Lin Lan? If it's not her, then who is it? He pondered as memories from his past life flooded back. In his previous life, he was knocked unconscious before he could take the exam, and the reason was still unknown. A complete stranger committing suicide out of fear of getting caught. Why go through all these elaborate schemes? Suspicion flickered across his face as he silently weighed his options. Lin Lan was severely injured last time, so she was likely still recovering somewhere. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that she had secretly teamed up with another hunting squad, or even hired a mysterious Tier 3 assassin to take his life. In his mind, he pictured Lin Lan, her face twisted in hatred, holding his photo and gritting her teeth as she pointed at it. Whatever, whoever it is, he muttered, his eyes turning resolute. First, I need to shake off this tail, get out of here, and then figure things out. With that, he turned around, his expression returning to its usual calm, and called out, Li Fugi, buy me a disguise kit as quickly as possible. It needs to be incredibly lifelike, so absolutely no one can recognize me. Right then, Li Fugi poked his head out from the system interface and replied clearly, Understood, master. He opened the door and walked out. The bodyguard standing outside stared in surprise, asking, Wait, how was that so fast? He smiled and replied, Your young mistress is drunk. Make sure to take good care of her and don't let anything happen. In the elevator, the display screen was ticking down to the 8th floor. Standing alone, his eyes were locked onto the system screen as he muttered, Disguise item, ready. Instantly, his face began to shift, transforming from a handsome young man into an average, middle-aged guy that no one would ever notice. Slipping out of the hotel, he discreetly scanned his surroundings, letting out a soft sigh of relief. That Tier 3 hunter wasn't tailing him anymore. It looked like the disguise was a total success. He got lucky and escaped this time, but he knew he had to go all out to reach Tier 3 next. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against the enemies lurking in the shadows. Thinking of Yenvu, he frowned slightly and thought, I hope she takes good care of herself. Back at the hotel, Yenvu sat on her bed, clutching the note he had left behind, her face written with clear frustration. The note read, I don't want to take advantage of you while you're down, so don't worry about it. Thanks for tonight. 2 days later, in a desolate ruin, his voice suddenly echoed with pure excitement. Tran Dung, you really are the ultimate second-generation soldier with the most insane resources. I can't believe you got me blue-grade gear this fast. Holding the two swords in his hands, his eyes gleamed as he carefully examined them. Both the Trich VM Greatsword and the Nutruong Shortsword were top-tier blue-grade equipment. Lifting the Trich VM Greatsword, a blazing red flame enveloped the blade. "Trich VM Enchantment," he shouted, swinging the sword in a swift arc as a brilliant orange light flashed, leaving a blinding trail of light in its wake. It consumed 270 mana points per second, but the blade's peak temperature could reach a staggering 1,000 degrees. Switching to the Nutruong Shortsword, he took a few test slashes, his movements sharp and precise. At a cost of 240 mana points per second, this blade was as razor-sharp as a laser beam. Done testing, he stood tall with burning determination in his eyes. With his current mana reserves, it was more than enough to handle a small-scale battle. Reflecting on his equipped gear, he muttered, "With these two swords, plus the lightning attribute of the Lightning Chaser boots, the protective barrier of the Blood Soul armor, the Shattering Blade skill from the Decimator armor, and the Unyielding Oath necklace, along with 3 ultimate skills currently on cooldown, I can barely pass myself off as a tier 3 and enter the high-level dungeon, Hell's Gate." His expression darkened, his voice turning dead serious. The Hell's Gate dungeon is located deep underground. Every floor is a challenge, crawling with everything from zombies to mutated monsters. Once you reach the 7th floor, special mutated entities known as elite monsters will spawn, and on the final floor, we'll face a peak, tier 3 mutant. As he pictured each type of monster, a spark of pure excitement flared in his eyes. Aside from the rich rewards, there are also mana crystals. If I get lucky and pull a large shard, its value will completely dwarf any blue-grade gear. Just then, the system notified him, "Do you wish to enter Hell's Gate? Minimum level, mid-tier 2. Dungeon difficulty, extremely high. A party of 3 or more is highly recommended." Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Enter." He was immediately teleported into the dungeon, his face hardened with grit. Getting those tier 2 attribute shards all depended on this run. Inside the dungeon, a blue-haired guy and a black-haired guy spotted glowing mana crystals scattered all over the cave, their eyes lighting up with greed. They rushed forward, using their daggers to pry them loose, shouting in sheer ecstasy, "How are there so many mana crystals in this place? Right? A single crystal shard can go for 7,000 to 8,000 credits. If we grab just a few, we'll be set for life." Suddenly, a brown-haired man's voice boomed, startling them both. "Stop chipping at those. All the crystals in Hell's Gate are only dropped by defeated monsters. Even if you pry them off the walls, they'll just dissolve and you won't be able to take them." Standing in the crowd with his arms crossed, Deneen observed the scene, thinking to himself, "There are 40 awakened here in total, and 21 of them belong to the military." The brown-haired man yelled out again, "Cut the chatter. This run of Hell's Gate will be led by our military squad. You guys are incredibly lucky." Placing a hand on his hip, he introduced himself, "I am Vuong Duong Bin, a colonel of the White Sand Legion." The tier 3 hunter, Vuong Duong Bin, continued in a commanding tone, "There are 18 tunnels surrounding us, and they are crawling with zombies. Just survive and make it out, and rewards await you." Vuong Duong Bin quickly assigned the tasks, splitting the teams into groups of 3 to enter each tunnel to optimize the loot. If a team exceeded that size, the rewards would drop significantly. In his mind, the horrifying image of a multi-eyed, purple-furred beast flashed, making him shudder slightly. Vuong Duong Bin raised his hand, pointing toward his troops, and announced loudly, "On the 7th floor, all the tunnels will merge. That's when we will team up to take down the elite mutated beasts." He turned back to the crowd and added, "Among our 21 military personnel, we have 4 tier 3 warriors and 10 peak tier 2 warriors. So, you guys can pair up and follow one of our military awakened." Dan Nin, Van Min, and Hoang Kai listened intently, while the others whispered in excitement, "This is amazing! We hit the jackpot." Vuong Duong Bin flashed a confident grin, spreading his arms wide like a charismatic salesman as he declared, "But first, let's make a deal. If you choose to follow our tier 3 hunters, 70% of your loot goes to us. If you choose a peak tier 2, the fee is 50%. Of course, we will do our absolute best to keep you alive." He gave a decisive order, "Tier 3s, step forward. Peak tier 2s, you stand out too. Everyone else, step back." The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, Colonel," and quickly lined up in a neat formation. Vuong Duong Bin raised his voice, shouting, "Everyone, make your choices freely." The crowd immediately erupted into whispers, splitting into small groups to gossip. "Clinging to the military is great, but it costs way too much," one guy muttered. "Who enters a dungeon without wanting to risk their life for some resources anyway?" Another sighed. Still, the powerful aura radiating from the tier 3s made many people feel a whole lot safer. Suddenly, Van Min stepped up, slapped the green-haired guy on the shoulder, and activated his power, a faint golden light flashing around him. I am Van Min, a low tier 3 from the Demon Hunter Corps. I only take 50%, and I am only taking high tier 2s with me. Ye Ning glanced over, unable to hide his surprise, thinking to himself, who would have thought there would be a tier 3 among the freelance awakeners? And from the Demon Hunter Corps too, the most notorious non-governmental organization out there. Right after that, a purple-haired man confidently patted his chest and stepped forward, announcing bluntly, Huang Kai, low tier 3. I also take 50%, and I am only taking high tier 2s. Ye Ning flinched, finding this man's aura strangely familiar. He muttered to himself, have I felt this vibe somewhere before? At the same time, Huang Kai shot a cold glare in his direction, thinking to himself, oh, so that is Ye Lin? Sensing the intense bloodlust radiating from the man, Ye Ning could not help but speculate. Could he be the mysterious tier 3 who was tailing me 2 days ago? But a hunting party would never enter a tier 3 dungeon completely alone like this. It must be a coincidence. He frowned slightly, whispering to himself, well, it is too late to change my disguise now. Luckily, I have got my ultimate move ready. If we cross paths in there, I will find a chance to take him out later. On the other side, Huang Kai was also making his own calculations. Even though Lin Lan mysteriously vanished 2 days ago, she did mention that Ye Lin has some insanely powerful skills. I need to wait for him to use his ultimate move first before planning my move to kill him. Ye Ning casually stepped forward, putting one hand on his hip, and said nonchalantly, Ye Lin, low tier 3. I am taking 40%, and there is no level limit. The crowd immediately started whispering, looking at his disheveled appearance and totally average vibe, mocking him. He does not even have a badge, and he does not have that intense aura like the other tier 3s. He looks so average. The green-haired guy chimed in, well, even though he is cheaper, his safety level is. Huang Kai walked over with a smirk. Ye Lin, are you seriously a tier 3? Haha, I do not buy it. Ye Ning just curled his lips into a smirk and replied, faking being a tier 3 in a dungeon like this is a straight-up death sentence. A tier 3 wearing a black hat turned to ask Vuong Duongbin, Colonel, you have the highest detection ability here, right? What rank do you think Ye Lin's strength actually is? Vuong Duongbin replied, I cannot sense it right now, but that set of blue gear he is wearing isn't something an ordinary tier 2 could ever get their hands on. Besides, he is right, only an absolute idiot would fake being a tier 3. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, the dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Everyone, please prepare. A loud commotion erupted as everyone frantically shouted, the quest is starting! Hurry up and form teams. Lord Huang Kai, please let us join you. Sir Van Min, I want to go with you. Colonel, sir. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had split into teams of 3, leaving Ye Ning standing all by himself in a corner. Standing next to him were 2 others who could not find a team. He scratched his head, glanced around, and sighed softly. Oh, nobody is choosing me? Seeing this, Huang Kai burst out laughing, looking absolutely thrilled. Haha, what kind of bullshit tier 3 is that? Who in their right mind would believe you? He pointed at the remaining man and woman, adding, now you are only left with those 2 military tier 2s. Want to take those 2 pieces of trash that nobody else wanted? The brown-haired girl timidly spoke up. Lord Ye Lin, my name is Li Kei, a long-range mage. Can I join your team? The Straw Hat Boy also hesitated. I am Zhang Bin, a willpower user. Ye Ning nodded, his voice decisive. All right, you 2 follow me. Zhang Bin and Li Kei happily chanted in unison. Thank you, Lord Ye Lin. Vuong Duongbin's booming, authoritative voice rang out. Now that the teams are formed, each team pick a tunnel and head in. The 3 of them stopped in front of the entrance to Tunnel 18. He turned to them and said firmly, we will enter Tunnel 18 first. Tell me, what are your specialties? Li Kei answered honestly, I am a mage, and I can use my skills a maximum of 3 times. But I have only learned basic level skills, so my power is actually pretty weak. Zhang Bin chimed in. Even though I am a willpower user, I have a psionic staff on me, so suppressing a tier 1 mutant should not be a big deal. Ye Ning's lips twitched, partly helpless and mostly amused, as he forced a wry smile. Huh, and you 2 have this kind of strength? Li Kei hung her head in embarrassment. I am so sorry, my lord. Zhang Bin quickly defended them, his voice dropping. Actually, we did not want to come here either. If life had not forced our hand, Yining flashed a comforting smile, his eyes warming up. Actually, our team is not bad at all. Don't worry about it. Since I've already collected your protection fee, I'm absolutely getting both of you out of here alive. Moved to tears, they both blurted out in unison. Lord Yaelin. Suddenly, Ye Ning's eyes flashed with a purple light, and his voice turned dead serious. They're here. Get ready to fight. A massive horde of monsters swarmed toward them. In a split second, Ye Ning counted exactly 473 zombies and 2 Tier 1 mutants bringing up the rear. Zhang Bin and Li Kei quickly got into position, ready for battle. Li Kei was stunned, unable to hide her admiration. Lord Yi Lin, how on earth did you count the exact number of zombies like that? Clutching his mana staff, Zhang Bin said confidently, That's definitely the power of a Tier 3 hunter. Ye Ning swung his sword, decapitating the oncoming zombies with movements as smooth as flowing water. He needed to save as much mana as possible. Fighting calmly, he explained. Before we reach the 7th floor, we should rely only on basic skills to clear the stages. There's no need to use gear or ultimate skills. With one clean, sharp slash, he easily sliced a massive zombie in half. Li Kei's eyes widened as she gasped. Whoa, he's incredibly fast. Ye Ning delivered another strike, instantly taking down a Tier 1 mutant. Zhang Bin grit his teeth in sheer disbelief. Why does it feel like Lord Yaelin isn't using a single drop of mana and is just relying on raw physical combat skills? The system notification chimed. Floor 1 cleared. Please proceed to Floor 2. Zhang Bin and Li Kei stared at the pile of mutant corpses scattered across the floor, yelling in unison, It's already over! We didn't even get to lift a finger! 2 more system screens popped up. Defeated Tier 1 mutant or mine grub. Received 170 spirit crystal shards. Defeated Tier 1 mutant, 2-headed wolf. Received 2 spirit crystal shards. Stage completion reward. All members receive 100 spirit crystal shards. A glowing blue screen appeared in front of each of them. Li Kei held her cheeks in excitement. We didn't do a single thing on this floor, yet we got 60 spirit crystals and 600 credits. Zhang Bin seized the opportunity to flatter. Looks like we not only showed up at the right time, but we also chose the right guy. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was busy doing the math. 1 spirit crystal shard is worth 10 credits. On this floor, my personal earnings are 48 credits, plus the commission. Up on the 7th floor, Yunming grumbled in irritation. We've been waiting for 5 minutes already. Why hasn't that Tier 3 guy, Ye Lin, shown up yet? Huang Kai took the opportunity to sneer. Tier 3. My ass. I told you he was a fake. Wang Yangping defended Ye Ning, replying, I doubt it. Even a peak Tier 2 hunter would take half a day. Huang Kai chuckled to himself, thinking, looks like this kid can't even handle a Tier 1 mutant without using his ultimate. So when it comes to a peak Tier 2 mutant, haha, if he gets killed by the monsters because he didn't use his ultimate, he'll just end up getting killed by his own ultimate anyway. Finally, Ye Ning, Li Kei, and Zhang Bin showed up. Ye Ning spoke up, We're here. Wang Yangping looked at him and announced, Good, you're all here. The first 7 floors have been cleared. Next, we need to eliminate 5 peak Tier 2 monsters. To maximize our profits, the 7 Tier 3 hunters will group up. The other smaller teams can form an alliance. Turning to Ye Ning's team, he offered, Any group struggling can ask us for help at any time. Just share your loot with us. Ye Ning immediately raised his hand and politely declined. Thanks, but we'll pass. Zhang Bin and Li Kei thought back to the fight on the lower floors. Li Kei worriedly whispered, On the first few floors, Lord Ye Lin fought incredibly fast. But when he faced that peak Tier 1 elite on the 6th floor, he clearly struggled. Even though he's agile, his damage output is just too low. Zhang Bin was worried too, but tried to reassure her. True, but that might have just been to conserve his strength. We have to believe in Lord Ye Lin. The system notification rang out once more. 8 peak mutants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Right on cue, the colossal beasts charged forward. Ye Ning smirked, thinking to himself, Oh? The monsters are almost perfectly lined up. If I accidentally one-shot all of them, while everyone else rushes forward, their jaws are going to hit the floor. Gripping his sword in one hand and his shield in the other, Huang Kai thought arrogantly, Ye Lin, just wait until I clean up these monsters. Then, I'll take care of you on the sly. Beneath the dim lighting of the dungeon, Ye Ning leaped high into the air. The sword in his hand flashed with a familiar blue glow, wrapping around the sharp steel blade like vibrant silk ribbons. As he prepared to unleash his attack, he thought with a touch of regret, if I do this, I won't be able to take down Huang Kai just yet. But to avoid collateral damage to the soldiers, I'll have to hold back a bit. Without a second thought, Ye Ning swung his sword downward, unleashing his ultimate move, Heavenly Strike, Flowing Light. The blade ripped through the air in a burst of blinding light, instantly slicing the mutants completely in half. The surrounding crowd stood frozen as whispers broke out everywhere. Li Kei's eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped in utter shock. Oh my god, is this Lord Yilin's true power? Standing next to him, Zhang Bin was just as stunned, his mouth wide open and his voice trembling. I told you, he was holding back right in front of us this entire time. Ye Lin, or rather, Ye Ning, knelt on one knee after completely wiping out the horde of beasts. Leaning slightly forward, he held his weapons tight behind his back, looking exactly like a battle-hardened warrior who had just survived a raging storm. Under the terrified gazes of everyone present, he stood up effortlessly, completely unharmed. In his head, he calculated his gains. This run should bring in about 50 to 60,000 credit points. Not bad at all. Right then, a cold system notification rang out. Defeated Tier 2 Peak Mutant, Multi-Headed Blood Corpse. Acquired 680 Spirit Crystal Shards. Defeated Tier 2 Peak Mutant, Giant Rotting Demon Corpse. Acquired 720 Spirit Crystal Shards. Party members receive 150 shards. Hearing this, Li Kei and Zhang Bin jumped for joy, hugging each other in pure excitement. Li Kei yelled, "Brother Zhang, tell me I'm not dreaming. We really hit the jackpot this time." Zhang Bin beamed and replied, "You bet. We just made 900 credits out of nowhere. That would have taken us a whole 6 months to grind." Wang Yangping walked up to Ye Ning, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Well, Mr. Ye Lin, you certainly know how to hide your strength. But damn, you are incredibly strong." Ye Ning turned to him and the onlookers, calmly replying, "My apologies, everyone. I still haven't fully mastered controlling the output of my skills, so I went a bit overboard." Before he could even finish, Huang Kai cut him off, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Went overboard? Ha! You do realize you're leaving nothing for the rest of us, right? Are we supposed to just starve? I don't care how strong you are, you still have to play by the rules, especially in front of the military." Seeing Huang Kai's sinister smirk, Ye Ning immediately saw right through him. He thought to himself, "This guy is clearly trying to pick a fight. Is he trying to use the military to test my limits?" But Huang Kai wasn't about to let it go. He stared at Ye Ning with a cunning look, plotting, he already used his ultimate move. There's no way he can stand up to a Tier 3 military force now. He raised his voice. "Everyone, please bear with me. We can manually trigger the next wave on this floor. There's no way to force a clear right now, which means Tier 2 peak monsters still exist. Just act like I'm not even here. If you trigger another wave, I promise I won't lift a finger." Hearing this, Huang Kai flew into a rage, pointing directly at Ye Ning's face and yelling, "How arrogant! Do you think you're above everyone here? Fine, ignore us. But are you seriously going to disrespect Lord Wang Yangping too?" Hearing his name brought into this, Wang Yangping immediately frowned and barked, "Shut your mouth. The absolute worst thing we can do in a dungeon battle is turn on each other. Isn't it a blessing to have such a powerful teammate on our side? Besides, Ye Lin is right. All we have to do is trigger the next wave." Huang Kai, still unwilling to back down, continued his assault. "You make a fair point, Lieutenant Colonel Wang, but if he doesn't compensate us, he should at least have to take down a Tier 2 peak monster all by himself. A bonus reward for everyone can hardly be called compensation, can it?" Wang Yangping found his argument somewhat reasonable. He stepped forward, looked at Ye Ning, and suggested, "Mr. Ye Lin, you wouldn't mind taking on another round, would you? Your performance just now was a night and day difference compared to before. Plus, getting to watch you fight would be a great experience for all of us." Ye Ning curled his lips into a confident smirk and nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Internally, he cursed. That bastard Huang Kai. Since his attempt to stir up trouble failed, now he wants to use a Tier 2 peak monster to force out my trump card. He muttered to himself, "I need to save Tempest Storm for the 14th floor to deal with the Tier 3 threats. And I must keep Primordial Slash in reserve as well." Before long, the mechanical system voice echoed once more. 8 Tier 2 peak mutant beasts have been fully activated. Prepare for battle. Right in front of Ye Ning, a massive beast materialized. It looked like a giant crocodile, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it roared and charged toward him. He quickly calculated his options. This time, I'll have to rely on my skills and enchanted gear. Taking down just one beast shouldn't be an issue, and it might even help me expose Huang Kai's weakness. With a cold, sharp gaze, Yaning gripped his sword tightly, ready to face the challenge. Yaning drew his weapon, the cold blade gleaming under the dim light, and immediately dropped into a low stance, ready for the clash. Observing the colossal monster before him, he quickly analyzed it. A defensive-type mutant with a massive build and skin as tough as steel armor. To defeat it, his best bet was hit-and-run tactics to slowly wear down its health. Before he could even finalize his strategy, the beast charged forward, its massive forelimbs slamming onto the ground, causing a violent shockwave that shook the very earth beneath them. Showing incredible agility, Yaning leapt high into the air, effortlessly dodging the impact. Without giving the beast a moment to react, he swung his sword, landing 2 rapid slashes across its back, but the blade only left shallow scratches, doing nothing more than tickling its stone-hard hide. Yaning frowned, thinking, "No, this isn't working. My current raw power is too low. A standard slash can't penetrate this defense. I'm dealing almost 0 damage." Just then, Huang Kai also charged in, swinging his heavy hammer and bringing it down hard upon the beast. Seeing that Yaning's attack is completely ineffective, he sneers, a smug look flashing in his eyes. Just as I thought, his ultimate moves are completely drained. Now he's nothing but a weakling. Once I put this beast down, Yaelin, you're dead meat. The beast roars in fury under the relentless barrages. Yaning tightens his grip on his sword and blade, shouting, "Evil flame enchantment, force field enchantment." He rushes forward, slicing straight at the beast's forelimb. The blade flashes, but it only leaves a shallow cut on its skin, failing to cause any real damage. Gritting his teeth, he mutters, "Damn it, this rotten beast's hide is way too thick. How is a strike from my blue-grade enchantment not even cutting through its leg?" Suddenly, the monster whips its massive tail violently toward him. Yaning quickly raises both arms to shield his head, bracing with all his might against the terrifying pressure of the attack. In the distance, Li Kei and Zhang Bin watch the scene with anxiety burning in their chests. Li Kei screams in panic, "Lord Yaelin, watch out." Zhang Bin hastily draws his gun, firing round after round at the beast, shouting, "Mana burst." Not losing a single second, Li Kei activates her ice abilities, firing sharp ice spikes to back him up. Under their joint assault, the beast gets distracted, turning its head to snarl at them, its jaw wide open to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Zhang Bin's voice trembles. "Our skills are completely useless against this thing." Li Kei gasps in horror, "We're dead meat." But before the beast can lung forward, Yaning leaps into action, delivering a lethal slash right into its open mouth. He shouts, "You two, fall back. I can handle this on my own." Moving with agile footwork, he repeatedly unleashes sharp slashes, attacking while carefully calculating his next move. Even with the enchantment active, I can't one-shot it, but my damage is definitely higher than before. If I keep up these hit-and-run tactics, I can wear it down and finish it off. Further away, the other Tier 3 hunters are battling the remaining Tier 2 beasts, utilizing powerful skills ranging from Divine 100 Strikes to Heaven-Splitting Axe. They bring down the monsters one by one. Li Kei looks at them and then back at Yaning, utterly puzzled. All the other Tier 3 fighters have already wrapped up their fights, so why is Lord Yaelin still playing a game of hit and run? Zhang Bin is equally confused, muttering, "Yeah, Lord Yaelin's fighting style is really bizarre right now. He literally one-shotted 8 of them earlier. Why is he struggling so hard against just one now?" Wang Yangping stands with the other Tier 3 hunters, observing Yaning's battle and thinking to himself, why is his damage output so low right now? Even without the blue-grade enchantment, he should at least be at peak Tier 2. This makes absolutely no sense. Once all the remaining beasts are wiped out, Yaning sweeps his gaze over the crowd, warning himself, "They're all done. Huang Kai is definitely about to make his move. I have to be on guard." Just as predicted, Huang Kai immediately charges forward, roaring, "Yaelin, you're taking forever. Let me give you a hand." Yaning darts a wary look at him, thinking, here he comes. Is he trying to kill me and steal my kill? Too bad for him, I'm almost done. Not a chance in hell. Stomping his foot hard onto the ground, a burst of lightning explodes. He activates all his enchanted gear. Lightning charge, lightning dash, vaulting high into the air, Yaning readies both his sword and blade. Pouring every ounce of his strength, he plunges them straight down into the beast's head, roaring, "Evil flame force field, strike." With a decisive blow, the blades pierce through the monster's skull, bringing it crashing down instantly. Ye Ning lands firmly, his cold gaze sweeping over to Huang Kai, as if daring him to try any of his underhanded tricks. The moment Ye Ning pulls out his weapons, Huang Kai suddenly lunges, leaping high into the air and bringing his heavy hammer down directly at him. But having been on high alert, Ye Ning immediately activates his defensive barrier, Blood Soul Aegis, forming a brilliant shield that stops the ambush dead in its tracks. Without missing a beat, he springs up and delivers a powerful kick, sending Huang Kai stumbling back. Armor breaker, blade shatter, Ye Ning yells, swinging his sword in a horizontal sweep. The clean cut severs the beast's head in an instant. Knocked backward, Huang Kai staggers to his feet, his face pale as he grunts in frustration. Wang Yangping stands nearby, a smirk playing on his lips as he says sarcastically, "Well, looks like Ye Lin didn't need your help after all." Hearing this, Huang Kai's face turns dark with rage. Glaring at Wang Yangping with sheer irritation, he growls and snaps his attention back to Ye Ning. His eyes burn with jealous fury as he curses inwardly, "Damn it, that's Lin Ying's gear. With Ye Lin's pitiful mana, there's no way he can keep this up for long. He'll run dry soon enough in this dungeon. I have to take him out as quickly as possible." Ye Ning narrows his eyes, staring directly at Huang Kai. His voice is ice cold. "So, Huang Kai, it seems you are dead set on starting trouble with me today, huh?" Worried that Huang Kai will keep causing trouble, Wang Yangping steps in to de-escalate. "Come on, Huang Kai. Ye Lin already got the kill. Don't make a fool of yourself by trying to steal the scraps." But Huang Kai doesn't have a shred of shame, replying defiantly, "Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between him and me. Please, stay out of this." Seeing that his opponent refuses to back down, Ye Ning loses all patience. Reaching behind his back to draw his sword, his voice drops, low and menacing. "I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about, but if it's a personal grudge you want." He steps closer to Huang Kai, his eyes sharp as ice, and boldly declares, "Why don't we settle this on the 14th floor, so we don't waste everyone's precious time?" Hearing that, Huang Kai was stunned and blurted out, "Oh? You really don't plan on backing out at this stage?" He glared at Dan Nin with eyes full of pure hatred, quickly plotting his next move. All his ultimate moves were already used up. Relying solely on enchanted gear to clear the next round was nothing short of a suicide mission. But he still had an ace up his sleeve. The two stood face to face, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife, their eyes locked as if they were about to tear each other apart. Danin sneered and threw down a challenge. "Don't worry, I won't be backing out until the 14th floor." Refusing to back down, Huang Kai snapped back, "You better not. I'll see you on the 14th floor, if you can even survive until then." Seeing things about to explode, Wang Duangbin quickly intervened. "All right, that is enough. Since we are set, choose your tunnels and let's move on to the next round." The grunts shouted in unison. "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Vuong." In tunnel number 9 on the 12th floor, two figures were desperately fleeing, and one of them was Huang Kai. As he ran, he cursed at the top of his lungs, "Damn it. After the 8th floor, monsters ambush us every single time. It's impossible to let our guard down." He turned his head and barked at his two lackeys. "Hey, move your asses. If you drop dead here, don't blame me." Drenched in sweat, the two lackeys yelled back, "Yes, sir." Lord Honkai. Suddenly, a massive monster claw swept down from above. Caught completely off guard, the two lackeys turned pale as ghosts. The monster's claw slammed right into the guy wearing blue, making him scream in sheer agony. The arm kept swinging, targeting the other guy. Clutching his wound, the blue-shirted lackey cursed, "Damn it, that was too fast." Huang Kai lunged forward just in time, raising his shield to block the strike. He spat out a curse. "Hell, not another claw devil." Leaping into the air, he swung his hammer at the claw devil's arm. But right at that moment, another arm lunged at him from behind. Just when it seemed like there was no escape, one of his lackeys managed to scream, "Boss, behind you, watch out." Huang Kai whipped his head around, his eyes wide with shock. He dodged frantically, cursing, "Oh crap." Instantly, one of the lackeys unleashed a skill, shouting, "Psionic bullets, rapid fire." Sensing how close he had come to danger, Huang Kai turned back and roared at the two. "Damn it! I almost got my eyes gouged out just now. I'm charging 90 points for this carry. If you don't like it, get the hell out." The two lackeys gasped in disbelief, and the one in blue stammered, "What? Boss, if it wasn't for me just now." But Huang Kai didn't care. He cut him off, his voice dripping with smugness. "That move just now was probably your ultimate, right? And your buddy over there is already crippled. From here on out, aren't you guys completely dependent on me anyway?" The uninjured lackey, unable to take it anymore, yelled, You're completely dependent on Hasachikyo yourself. Despite his agonizing pain, the wounded guy chimed in, "Boss, if I go back now, I'm basically crippled. If I don't get any money, then..." Before the guy could even finish, Honkai aggressively lunged forward, hoisting his hammer as if he was going to bring it crashing down. He roared, "Shut your damn mouth. So, do you want money or your life? Think carefully." Turning his back to them coldly, he tossed a final warning over his shoulder. "If you don't have any other complaints, get moving." Swallowing their bitterness, the two lackeys could only hang their heads and follow their boss, Honkai. Suddenly, he froze, a look of sheer panic washing over his face. His eyes widened, locking onto the heavy darkness ahead. From the pitch-black shadows, a horrific sight slowly emerged. The sight made him instinctively tighten his grip on his hammer. Meanwhile, in another location, Vuong Duongbin and his squad were also on high alert. They had just finished off a horde of low-tier monsters. One of the lackeys cheered excitedly. "The next floor is right ahead. Just 2 more floors and we're done." The green-haired guy chimed in with a grin. "Looks like this dungeon run is going pretty smoothly." Unlike those 2 poisoned brats, Vuong Duongbin snapped with a stern expression, "Stay focused, stop chatting." Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from above, aiming straight for the lackey on the right. Both Vuong Duongbin and the other guy whipped their heads around in panic. Sure enough, clinging to the ceiling was a floating stingray zombie with glowing red eyes. Vuong Duongbin roared, "Watch out, there's a stingray zombie above us. Dodge it." In tunnel number 18 on the 12th floor, Da Nin was leading the charge at an incredible speed, his face deadly serious. Truongban and Li Ka followed closely behind as they heard his sharp command, "Turn left, then right. Hurry up, don't fall behind." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. "Ah, help me!" Li Ka turned her head, her face turning grim as she spoke. "It sounds like the other tunnels are a total bloodbath, but why haven't we run into a single monster on our way?" Truongban also found it strange, glancing around as he replied, "Yeah, other than getting a bit tired from running, this is way easier than the first 7 floors. Li Ka looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Could it be that our tunnel just has fewer monsters?" Truongban shook his head, his voice filled with concern. "That's impossible. They're probably sensing Master Diep Lam's presence and keeping their distance." Suddenly, Da Nin skidded to a halt. Li Ka and Truongban quickly stopped right behind him. Li Ka asked, "What is it, Master Diep Lam?" Da Nin's eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light as he reached behind his back, preparing to draw his sword. He thought to himself, "No matter what, there's no avoiding the path ahead, is there?" In a calm, steady voice, he called out, "Li Ka." Directly ahead, at a 97-degree angle, there is a zombie fiend clinging to the ceiling, ready to strike. Right on cue, a zombie fiend materialized. A long, writhing tongue is stuck to the ceiling, waiting to strike. He continues. In the second cave, 16 meters to the left, a blood maiden is lying in wait, and underground to our right, a bone-stripping worm is heading straight for us. Just as expected, the monsters are in position, ready to pounce. Watching this unfold, Zhang Bin's heart skips a beat. He gasps. So he doesn't just sense them, he can actually see everything? Li Kei's eyes widen in absolute shock. Insane. How can an ability like that even exist? Without wasting a single second, Ye Ning leaps into action. He shouts, "I'll charge in first and insta-kill the corpse ghoul. You guys follow right after, give it 3 seconds. After that, I'll draw the bone-stripping worm away. 30 seconds from now, we meet at the 3rd junction on the right." Swinging his sword, a demon-warding light flashes from the blade as he aims straight at the giant monster, roaring. "All right, demon-slaying sword activated. You two, run, now." Li Kei and Zhang Bin bolt immediately, their faces tight with worry as they look back at Ye Ning. Facing the monster head-on, he calmly warns them, "Keep your speed up, no matter what you hear. Don't look back." They both shout in unison, "Understood, Lord Ye Lin." The scene shifts to the 14th floor. Wang Yangping has already gathered his squad, spotting 2 people limping forward and supporting each other. He asks, "Where are the recruits you were leading?" The green-haired youth replies with a gloomy face, "They're all dead." Honestly, dealing with sneak attacks from low-level monsters is way more frustrating than fighting high-level ones. I had to burn so many skills just to drag this agility-type user back alive. His face covered in grime, Wang Yangping says in a low voice, "Things are looking grim. The Supreme Deity ordered us to bring back enough spirit crystals, but I'm afraid we won't be able to get them all." The black-haired guy standing behind him chimes in anxiously, If all else fails, our only option is to buy them from other Tier 3 hunters. Meanwhile, in another corner, Huang Kai and Yunming are supporting someone as they limp out, pain written all over their faces. The person they're carrying wheezes. Yunming and Huang Kai made it out, and Yunming even dragged someone else with him. Even though he's severely injured, Huang Kai can't help but curse this damn dungeon. Out of nowhere, another freaking decay worm showed up. Standing in front of the entrance to Tunnel 18, he glares at the glowing red number, his mind filled with pure resentment, as if everything is slowly spinning out of control. Wang Yangping mutters, "Now, the only team left is Yelin's. If he can bring his people back, we might still have enough spirit crystals. But his actual combat strength is still a wild card." Hearing this, Huang Kai immediately snaps and snarls, "Ha! Talent my foot. Let's be real here, he's just a fake Tier 3 who relies entirely on his gear. That insta-kill earlier was definitely just a one-time ultimate skill." He points directly at his own face, declaring confidently, "I bet they've been completely wiped out. I'll bet my own face on it." Right then, heavy footsteps echo through the tunnel. Ye Ning walks out of the tunnel entrance with a casual smirk on his face. "Oh? Well, in that case, looks like you won't be needing that face of yours anymore." Huang Kai's eyes bulge, unable to believe that Ye Ning, after facing so many deadly threats, is completely unharmed, without a single scratch. He stammers, "Ye Ning, how the hell are you still alive?" Wang Yangping is equally stunned, his jaw dropping. He thinks to himself, not only is he alive, but he's completely untouched. How is this even possible? Yunming can't believe her eyes either and demands, "How is that possible? Didn't you get ambushed?" Li Qi doesn't hold back and replies immediately, "Lord Yelin guided us around almost all of the mutants." While she excitedly brags, Zhang Bin, standing next to her, doesn't miss the chance to mock the others. "Man, why does everyone else look so miserable? Could you guys seriously not dodge them?" Covered in wounds, the others flush red with embarrassment, only able to stammer, well, this is awkward." With instant karma hitting him like a truck, Huang Kai now finds Ye Ning's sword pointed right at his face. Ye Ning asks coldly, "Now, who was it that said our team would get wiped out again?" Cornered and with no excuse left, Huang Kai desperately tries to argue. "You guys must have run this dungeon a million times before. You memorized the route and now you're just showing off. What the hell do you know anyway?" Ye Ning remains perfectly calm, his sharp voice cutting through the nonsense. "That's impossible. Once a hell dungeon is generated, the layout changes completely every single time someone enters." Observing with a sharp gaze, Wang Yangping mentally assesses the situation. He must have a specialized evasion skill. If we can recruit him, he'll be an invaluable asset to the military. Reality finally hits Huang Kai as he realizes, this isn't cheating. Ye Lin's power is nothing like what Lin Lan described. I can't act rashly right now. I have to wait for the Tier 3 mutant to show up to test him again. Seeing him still acting tough and refusing to admit his mistake, Ye Ning sneers, "Brother Huang, are you really the type to talk big but back down when called out?" Seeing Huang Kai cornered, Wang Yangping quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. "Mr. Ye Lin, we're about to face Tier 3 mutants. Why don't we focus on our main objective?" Ye Ning nods, putting the issue with Huang Kai aside for now. "Since Colonel Wang has spoken, let's hear your plan first." Wang Yangping crosses his arms and declares, "There are 2 low-level Tier 3 mutants on this floor. Our military squad will handle one, and the rest of you will team up to take down the other. Once the battle is over, we clear out of this dungeon." The moment Huang Kai heard this, he immediately objected vehemently, shouting, "I do not agree with this arrangement." Fuming with rage, he pointed straight at Ye Ning. "Our team only has 3 Tier 3s, and one of them is probably a total fraud, and those 2 Tier 2s are just dead weight." Unable to stand his picky, complaining attitude any longer, Vuong Duong Bin snapped back. "Huang Kai, do you honestly think a fake Tier 3 could one-shot 8 Tier 2 monsters? We have already come this far. If we really cannot handle it, we can always call for backup later. We will just have to pay for it." Seeing everyone beating around the bush like they were going in circles, Ye Ning cut in, his voice firm and decisive. "Vuong Duong Bin, we are totally fine on our end. But if you guys need any help, just give us a shout, alright?" Hearing him talk so big, Huang Kai secretly figured that, with this level of confidence, the guy must have a trump card up his sleeve. He stared at Ye Ning, his mind filled with suspicion. Yelin's true power was incredibly mysterious and impossible to predict. Not wanting to waste any more time, Vuong Duong Bin gave the order. "Alright, let's get moving." Right in front of them were 2 giant, mantis-like, grave-digging insects. They blocked both ends of the tunnel, leaving the team completely sandwiched. Vuong Duangbin got into stance, ready to charge. With their weapons burning hot in their hands, all three of them rushed forward as Donglei unleashed a strike at the beast. Despite its terrifying appearance, the monster's actual power was weaker than expected, and it was quickly hit, unable to dodge a single strike. Under the crimson sunset, as the tide of battle gradually turned in their favor, Ye Ning cast a sharp, knowing glance at Hong Kai. Right now, Hong Kai was struggling to defend himself, drenched in sweat as he desperately tried to block the monster's relentless, stormy attacks. Realizing he could not handle this on his own, Hong Kai grit his teeth and turned to Ye Lin, his voice urgent. "Are you seriously just going to stand there and watch? This fight is heating up, and we cannot do this without you." Ye Ning. Flashing a bright grin, he dashed forward, his sword light gleaming like a shooting star. "Here I come. These twin demon-slaying swords are going to send your ass straight to the grave." He leapt high into the air, raising his weapon, and delivered a clean, decisive strike with absolutely zero wasted movement. But Hong Kai's attack, even with his battle axe infused with spiritual energy, was like a mere mosquito bite to the monster's rock-hard hide. He was instantly sent flying, rolling across the ground. That was just a warm-up anyway. Ye Ning smirked, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks like the wind, striking the monster's weak points over and over again. From right above its head, he flashed away to draw the beast's attention. "Wanna play rough? Too slow, baby. Missed me." Without a single care in the world, Ye Ning stepped right on Hong Kai's head and teased him. "Step aside. Brother Huang, I have been putting up with your crap for way too long." Treated like complete garbage, Huang Kai roared in absolute rage. "Ye Lin, you looking to die?" Since the battle started, he had been nothing but a total clown, struggling hard without landing a single decent hit. Despite his boiling rage, Huang Kai growled and scrambled back to his feet. Raising his shield to block the monster's strike, his eyes were locked onto its razor-sharp claws, not daring to lose focus for even a second. Suddenly, the monster unleashed an earth-shattering blow, knocking Huang Kai back again as he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Seeing Huang Kai getting absolutely thrashed, Ye Ning could not help but laugh and tease him. "Brother Hong, you doing okay over there?" To cover up his pathetic failure to fight back, Hong Kai immediately shifted the blame. "Damn it, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" The tension was through the roof as everyone gathered their strength, launching powerful blasts of energy at the two monsters. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ye Ning grew more serious. "Brother Hong, I have got your back." Before jumping in, he quickly calculated the distance. The two monsters were still 200 meters apart. If they get within 100 meters, they could easily wipe out our entire team in an instant. Realizing his own limits, Huang Kai pleaded, "Ye Lin, let's focus on this one first. I cannot hold it off on my own." Acting like a domineering boss, Ye Ning did not think twice before giving a sharp order. "You guys are way too weak anyway. Go support Van Min on the other side. Just leave this side to Brother Hong and me." Meanwhile, the monster continued its relentless charge like a raging whirlwind. Huang Kai could not wrap his head around Ye Ning's reckless strategy and screamed in frustration. "Damn it, you sent all the tier 2s to the other side. Without backup, how the hell are we supposed to hold our ground?" But with his brilliant protagonist aura, Ye Ning confidently replied, "Just hold it off for 3 seconds, and I will finish it." Even though Huang Kai was highly skeptical, he still nodded. "Better than nothing, right? I will trust you this once, but once this thing is dead, I am settling the score with you." Thinking about it again, he felt his guess was spot on. Ye Ning definitely had a trump card. With a smirk, he unleashes his skill. One monster takes a blazing red slash head-on, while the other is blasted by a wave of azure energy. Both of them collapse, unable to escape the fate of biting the dust. Under the dim, eerie light of the battlefield, Yang Wangping stands frozen. His face is twisted in sheer disbelief, completely tense as he witnesses the scene before him. The sheer force of this one-shot is on a whole different level compared to before, not even close. Beside him, Huang Kai's eyes bulge, his jaw dropping in absolute shock as he gasps. This wasn't even an ultimate skill." All eyes on the battlefield now lock onto Ye Ning, the lone wolf who carried the entire team, taking on two monsters at the exact same time all by himself. Two vicious grave robber bugs had pinned Huang Kai down, trapping him right on the edge of life and death. Right at that critical second, Ye Ning swings his sword, sending two razor-sharp slashes tearing through the wind. Brilliant streaks of light and energy explode, radiating a raw, overwhelming power that seems to freeze the entire battlefield. Ye Ning's peak strength leaves absolutely everyone utterly speechless. Yunming, standing not too far away, shivers slightly at Ye Ning's terrifying ability to wipe out everything in his path. He mutters under his breath, "This power is terrifying. Even if he really wanted to steal our kills, we wouldn't dare say a damn thing. Because just a second ago, Ye Ning could have easily wiped them all out. With that godlike strength of his, low-tier Tier 3 hunters like them are nothing but absolute jokes in front of him. Maybe Ye Ning isn't just at Tier 3 anymore, he might have already reached mid-tier, or even high-tier Tier 3. Under the weight of that terrifying attack, Huang Kai collapses, knocked out cold, completely dead to the world. Ye Ning, looking completely unbothered, lets out a soft sigh as he looks down at his teammate. "Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to dodge that? Why are you like this?" Then, teasingly, he adds, "Well, you died for me, so don't you worry. I'll make sure to put your gear to good use." Ye Ning's words leave everyone standing there completely frozen, utterly speechless. Suddenly, the system notification screen pops up, flashing brightly. "This round has been completed. Reward for all members. 300 spirit shards. Individual rewards will be calculated separately based on overall performance. You may choose to proceed further, or exit the dungeon." Yang Wangping steps forward, his voice low as he warns, "Mr. Ye Lin, if we go any deeper, we'll run into mid-tier Tier 3 mutants. Human strength has its limits, and I'm sure you don't want to push yourself to the grave. Our military squad has decided to call it here." Even though Ye Ning had just put on a breathtaking show, he has lost all interest in slaughtering more beasts. He nods slightly and replies, "Yeah, I'm pretty tired today too. Let's all pull out together." He has no intention of letting a moment of recklessness jeopardize his future. Right now, he only has Origin Slash left, his final life-saving trump card that he needs to guard carefully. Yang Wangping calls out, "All right everyone, let's regroup first." Before they head back, he makes a highly suggestive proposal. "The military wants to buy up all the spirit shards you guys have collected. The market rate is 10 credits per shard, but we're willing to offer 11 credits to buy them back." Hearing this, Zhang Bin's face lights up as if he just hit the jackpot. "Wow, that's amazing. We can actually make some extra cash." Yunming, on the other hand, remains completely indifferent, shrugs, and says, "Fine by me. Selling them to you guys is no different than selling to anyone else." He reaches his hand out, signaling his agreement. An announcement echoes, "For those who agree, you may exit once the transaction with our officers is complete." Yang Wangping doesn't forget to turn to Ye Ning to ask for his opinion. "What do you think, Mr. Ye Lin? You have the most spirit shards here, and that's exactly what the military needs the most." Before answering, Ye Ning narrows his eyes, his voice dropping. "First, tell me, why is the military in such a desperate rush to gather so many spirit shards?" Yang Wangping doesn't beat around the bush and answers directly, "We need a massive amount of spirit crystals. It's for our project to mass upgrade, low-level awakened. We've already bought up everything on the market, but it's still nowhere near enough." Ye Ning falls into deep thought. While crystals can boost power, the cost-to-benefit ratio is completely absurd. For a low-tier awakened, to level up to mid-tier, they need at least 10,000 spirit shards. And to reach peak Tier 2, the cost skyrockets to hundreds of thousands, if not tens of millions of credits. Seeing Ye Ning's silence, Yang Wangping speaks up, a trace of respect in his voice. "Mr. Ye Lin, you have to admit the military is really throwing some serious money around for this. We are being extremely generous for the sake of this project." Having come from a poor background, Ye Ning has always been highly cautious with every step he takes. He ponders for a moment, then says, "Hold on, let me do the math. I have a total of 27,000 spirit shards on me. Can you just round that up to 300,000 credits for me?" Hearing that, Yang Wangping finds no reason to refuse, and even eagerly asks further, "No problem at all. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to do exactly that. By the way, Mr. Ye Lin, would you be interested in running this dungeon a few more times?" But with a cold, decisive expression, Ye Ning replies, "Not interested." Right then and there, he decides to say goodbye to this game. If the same person enters a dungeon multiple times, the rewards keep dropping, so I really don't see the point. Faced with Ye Ning's stubborn refusal, Wang Yangping is taken aback, but he still tries to sweet-talk Lord Ye Lin into it. "If you're willing to run other military squads through this dungeon multiple times, you'll definitely earn Captain Tang's appreciation. To be honest with you, we're actually gathering these spirit fruits for Captain Tang's second son. He's a chosen seed, ranked 3rd on the list, and is guaranteed to reach Tier 3 in the future. He might even break through to Tier 4. As for Ye Ning, hearing the man drone on, he immediately switches to cold CEO mode and cuts him off. This is no joke. Ye Ning is totally done with his rambling, so he decides to play the ruthless boss. Save it. Just finish the deal and get the hell out of here. Wang Yangping is completely startled by Ye Ning's ice-cold attitude. The scene then cuts to another location, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Ye Ning speeds down the road on his beloved beast, lost in thought. I thought my money-making speed was fast as the wind, but it's nothing compared to the resources the military can provide. Ye Ning can't help but feel that the current military is doing things that are mind-blowingly stupid. Those guys in the Seed Project are just sitting around waiting for resources to build power, yet their combat skills are so pathetic they'd get instantly wiped out the moment they step onto the battlefield. A smirk plays on his lips as he scoffs. The military is simply throwing their resources down the drain. Compared to what I've got, even some third-rate nobody gets showered with way more resources than this. Thinking about it, Ye Ning warns himself not to get complacent. He needs to push even harder. What a bureaucratic mess. I need to max out my attribute points as fast as possible, so I can take the Tier 3 trial soon. Once I claim the #1 spot on that list, I'll finally have the authority to speak up and change this whole system. Inside a palace as magnificent as a fairyland, Ye Ning sits before a mountain-like pile of spirit fruits. Right now, except for his willpower, which is at 31 points, all his other attributes are stuck at 26. To boost them, he needs to gobble down a ton of these spirit fruits. The system screen pops up: Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. You can't fight on an empty stomach, he mumbles, opening his mouth wide as he prepares to completely devour the pile in front of him. Ye Ning wolfs them down, as if he's starving in 1945. The system notifications keep flashing. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1. Before long, thanks to his bottomless stomach, he has swallowed almost the entire pile of spirit fruits. Holding the very last fruit, Ye Ning groans in exhaustion. Damn, I really ate my way to the last one. Almost at 30 points. I've got to force this down. With no other choice, he takes slow, steady bites and chews. The system lights up again. Constitution +1, all attributes have reached 30 points, initiating a one-time lucky draw. Unlike before, a vibrant, colorful, lucky wheel appears right before his eyes, taking him by surprise. Oh, so reaching 30 points earns me a draw? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without a single second of hesitation, he excitedly commands, "Then draw for me. I hope I can pull an origin-grade piece of gear." Watching the wheel spin like a top, Ye Ning imagines all sorts of overpowered weapons, from a gleaming origin-grade sword to legendary treasures that would skyrocket his combat power. Finally, the notification panel pops up. You have received the origin-grade equipment, Ring of Spiritual Grace. The result leaves Ye Ning a bit disappointed. No weapon, just a ring. Even so, he comforts himself that something is better than nothing. Reluctantly accepting it, he mutters, "Ring-type equipment, the Ring of Spiritual Grace, huh? Could it be related to soul or willpower?" Next is the grand introduction of the origin-grade Ring of Spiritual Grace. Accessory, equipment attributes, none, special effect, storage space. The storage space measures 100 by 100 by 100 meters, and it can even hold living things. After scanning the details, Ye Ning instantly and completely reverses his initial judgment of this treasure. Though the description is only a few lines long and it lacks any decent equipment attributes, a storage space of up to 1 million cubic meters is still absolutely mind-blowing. If that's the case, I can carry an entire warehouse with me. Stashing dozens of nuclear bombs inside wouldn't even be an issue. The notification panel doesn't stop there, continuing to reveal the equipment skill. Willpower conversion. Willpower conversion? You can convert your willpower attribute into other attributes for 3 seconds. Upper limit for Tier 2, conversion, 5 points. Upper limit for Tier 3, conversion, 10 points. Upper limit for Tier 4, conversion, 20 points. Upper limit for Tier 5 conversion, 100 points. Suddenly, Ye Ning realizes this ring is anything but ordinary. Willpower swap? This ability is seriously broken. And since I'm currently at peak Tier 2, it means that during battle, I can reallocate my willpower points at any second and dump them into other attributes. But suddenly, he realizes a shocking truth, one that had been buried in oblivion for years. Wait a second, on top of Tier 3 and Tier 4, there's actually a Tier 5? Could Tier 5 be the ultimate limit of humanity? Or do Tier 5 mutated entities actually exist beyond Tier 4? The notification screen kept feeding Ye Ning information, showing the evaluation of exclusive gear in the world of Lingon. Equipping this ring automatically grants the Descender privilege upon entering the world of Lingen. Note: this authority is restricted to apostle rank, so please use it with absolute caution. The more he scrolled through the details, the more Yening felt like a lost deer wandering through a deep forest. What on earth is this world of Lingan? In his past life, right up until humanity went extinct, he had never even heard of it. Could this be a world where Tier 5 mutated entities actually roam? After spending some time digging into it, he managed to figure out a few things. Now, he held onto that ring like it was his most precious treasure. It likely held the key to a mysterious future, so there was absolutely no way he would sell it off. Once everything was set, Yening tapped confirm and called up his subordinate. Li Fugi, sell off that newly acquired warhammer, the gold shield, and the other enchanting materials. Then, swap them all for spiritual energy fruits for me. The man immediately obeyed, his voice dripping with respect. Right away, master. But then, the notification screen flashed again. Standard spiritual energy fruits could only boost basic attributes below 30 points. System alert. To rank up further, you must acquire high-grade spiritual energy fruits. Hearing this, he hurriedly sent out a follow-up order. Fugi, hurry! Spend every last cent from selling that gear on high-grade spiritual energy fruits. Fugi gave a quick, loyal reply. Understood, master. Yining fell silent for a moment, staring blankly ahead. I'm so close to hitting my attribute limit. Literally just 1 point away. The massive zombie horde outbreak in the Tianfeng safe zone is definitely going down the night after tomorrow. By then, my ultimate skill will be fully off cooldown. So today, I absolutely must max out my Tier 2 attributes. Once that's done, I'll use my ultimate skill to shock everyone, then request to take the Tier 3 trial. When that happens, no one will be in any position to refuse. But just as he was daydreaming about his glorious future, Li Fugi dropped a bombshell. Master, there are absolutely no high-grade spiritual energy fruits left on the market. He gasped, completely blindsided. What? His subordinate replied apologetically. From what I've gathered, it seems the military has bought up every single one of them. Yening furrowed his brows, thinking it over. Does this mean my only option is to ask Chen Yong for help? Well, if one door closes, another opens. He immediately dialed Chen Yong's number. Chen Yong's face popped up on the screen, speaking with an energetic voice. Ah, Sir Ye Lin. It's Chen Yong. You still remember me, right? Though he only remembered him because he needed something, Yening kept a polite smile on his face. Of course I do. Inside, he thought, man, this guy picked up the phone instantly. Does he have mind-reading powers or something? As it turned out, their timing was just perfect. Chen Yong actually had some news of his own to share with Yening. The Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce just discovered a raw, unformed, supernatural dungeon, and it's at least an A rank. They wanted me to lead the raid, so I wanted to invite you to come along. The danger is pretty low, but the rewards are going to be massive. Caught completely off guard, Yening blinked in surprise. An A rank, and it's a raw, unformed dungeon? On the other side of the screen, Chen Yong beamed, explaining eagerly. That's right, Sir Ye Lin. This paranormal dungeon is currently confined to a limited zone, and the system tasks haven't officially generated yet. With absolute conviction shining in his eyes, Chen Yong did his best to win Yening over. He continued with rising enthusiasm, so if we go in now, it'll be way safer and easier than waiting for it to fully form. If anything goes sideways, we can just run right past the boundary line. Normally, A-rank supernatural dungeons are crawling with paranormal entities, but right now, this one only has a single entity inside. The rest are still in the middle of transitioning. Yining's response was cool and collected. I get your point. Just cut to the chase, what are you offering? Chen Yong grinned, throwing out a massive incentive. Just for tagging along, even if we fail, I'll pay you 100,000 credits. If we succeed, not only will you keep 70% of the loot, but the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce will also throw in an extra 300,000 credits. He kept stacking the benefits to reel Yening in. Stroking his chin, Yening expressed genuine admiration. Well, that's incredibly generous of you. Let me guess you guys are trying to use this as a springboard for your next long-term business venture, right? Sweat broke out on Chen Yong's forehead as he was caught off guard. He scratched his head with an awkward chuckle. Spot on, Sir Ye Lin. If you have any other conditions, please, feel free to lay them out. A smirk played on Yening's lips as he answered without a second thought. You really are a sharp one. On top of everything you just offered, I want 20% of the revenue from any future runs, and I want some of those high-grade spiritual energy fruits delivered to Beihei Village. Where endless jagged mountain ranges stretched as far as the eye could see, the landscape held a raw, desolate beauty. Under the crimson glow of the setting sun, the entire scene felt deeply somber and desolate. Ye Ning sat inside the car, staring absently at the passing scenery outside his window. Chen Yong's warning kept echoing in my head. The beast tide in Zhenjiang was set to erupt in just 2 days, and Dazhao was currently completely deserted. This was the perfect chance to enter a dungeon that didn't require physical skills. That way, my investment wouldn't go to waste. The car pulled up in front of a desolate, run-down village that looked completely abandoned. A thick, heavy fog rolled in, shrouding the entire place in a mysterious veil. Chen Yong, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and said excitedly, "Lord Ye Lin, we've arrived." The two of them got out of the car and headed over to meet the group they would be traveling with. Wang Zheng stepped forward with a perfectly polished, pageant-ready smile and greeted him, "You must be Lord Ye Lin, right? I am Wang Zheng, the son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. It is an honor to meet you." He then proceeded to introduce the others standing around them. "Let me introduce you all. This is Fang. He, a willpower and agility type, awakened. He's a top-tier expert we hired at a premium. And the rest are my men." Fang, he frowned, looking annoyed, and snorted, "I'm just a tier 2. I don't deserve such high praise." He continued, his tone loaded with sarcasm. "But when it comes to being highly paid, I'm nowhere near our great Lord Ye Lin." Ye Ning was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Wow, caught in the crossfire without even doing anything." Wang Zheng quickly offered a polite, awkward smile to ease the tension. "Please don't mind him, Lord Ye Lin. Brother Fang is just a very straightforward person, but he already has experience clearing 3 or 4 supernatural dungeons. Since we've all introduced ourselves, let's head inside and take a look," Ye Ning replied flatly. "All right." Following his lead, the group quickly finished their brief greetings and began making their way into the village. As they walked, muddy puddles kept splashing beneath their feet, leading the way with a visible scowl. Fang, he barked instructions at Ye Ning, "Once we're inside, you do exactly as I say. You must follow every system prompt I receive. Don't think just because you're a tier 3 that you're safe. If you end up dead, don't blame me." Ye Ning furrowed his brow and asked back, "System prompts? Isn't this a prototype dungeon? Shouldn't there be no system quests here?" Fang, he smugly tapped his chest and bragged, "That's my special ability. Whenever we get close to a key clue, I receive system prompts. It's basically the same as getting quest info." Ye Ning thought to himself that this kind of talent was indeed rare. It was almost like knowing the quest details without even accepting it. It seemed Chen Yong and Wang Zheng had prepared extensively for this prototype dungeon. As they stepped into the village, Wang Zheng was the first to speak. His eyes scanned the villagers who were drawing water from the river. He said in a low voice, "This place was built along the riverbank. The villagers make a living by selling water inside the safe zone. But we noticed that the tricycles they use to transport the water are completely rusted over, which means they haven't gone out in a very long time." Chen Yong chimed in, his voice filled with suspicion. "Do you see that over there? They don't even seem to realize they're supposed to be selling the water." He pointed toward a man who kept pouring water into a storage tank. Even though the water was already overflowing and flooding the ground, he seemed stuck in an endless loop. He just kept carrying water from the river and dumping it into the already full tank. Walking a bit deeper into the village, a resident suddenly called out to them, sounding highly suspicious. "Are you officers from the military?" Chen Yong answered immediately in a calm tone. "We are from the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military." Instantly, another villager cut in, speaking urgently, "I knew it! If we let that witch jump into the river and die, it's going to bring a massive disaster upon us." Ye Ning quickly picked up on the anomaly in the man's words. He stepped forward and pressed for answers. "So the river water really is contaminated? What do you mean by jumping into the river? When did this happen? And why did she jump?" Realizing he had said too much, the villager panicked, frantically waving his hands as his voice trembled. No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is perfectly clean." Ye Ning's voice turned cold, his gaze sharp. "If you can't give me a clear explanation, we'll have to take you in." Terrified, the villager broke out into a cold sweat. His face turned pale as he frantically waved his hands in denial. "Officer, please. Zhang Shui's death 7 days ago had absolutely nothing to do with us. She stole something and then jumped into the river to commit suicide. That's all. It was pouring rain that day, and the river was rushing so fast, she was swept away in the blink of an eye." Ye Ning quickly latched onto the key detail, asking sharply, "Why would she steal something and immediately jump into the river? Did you people force her into this?" The man was so terrified he was on the verge of tears. "We are innocent, officer. This really has nothing to do with us. It really wasn't us," he wailed in a trembling voice. Suddenly, Chen Yong shouted aggressively, "If it wasn't you, then what the hell is that behind you?" Ye Ning quickly raised a hand to stop him, advising in a calm voice, "Don't attack." His sharp eyes observed every movement of the man in front of them. He leaned in and whispered to Chen Yong, "This guy looks normal, but his hands have clearly been soaked in water for way too long. If there's something wrong with him and we act too hastily, we could end up paying a heavy price." Overhearing every word from behind, Fang, he let out a soft snort. "Well, I didn't expect your reaction time to be so quick." Ignoring his comment, Ye Ning stepped forward, flashing a warm smile to ease the man's panic. "Hey, don't worry. Just show us where the victim's family lives. If we find out you have nothing to do with this, we won't bother you again." Hearing this, the paranoid villagers slowly calmed down and finally gave in. "Fine, follow me," he said, leading the group toward a dark, weathered wooden cabin. A thick, heavy fog rolled in, swallowing the dead trees and withered plants, making the atmosphere downright spine-chilling. Pointing at the cabin, he whispered, "This is the place. Only her mother and her daughter, Li Ru, live here now, but their house is freezing. Go on in yourselves." As they stepped inside, Wang Zheng couldn't help but shiver and grumble. "Is it really this cold? Or is it just me? It feels like we just walked straight into winter." Chen Yong's face darkened, his voice heavy with tension. "It looks like something is seriously wrong with this house." Right in front of them stood a row of large water jars. Strangely, they were overflowing, water spilling all over the floor. Yi Ning frowned, whispering to himself, "Why are there so many jars filled to the brim?" Splash. Suddenly, water burst from one of the jars as an old woman emerged. Yes, she was literally rising out of the water jar. Wang Zheng gasped, "What the hell?" Fang He, wearing his usual scowl, quickly tried to calm everyone down, his voice carrying the authority of an experienced hunter. "Don't panic, everyone. From what I can tell, she's just heavily corrupted by the anomaly. She hasn't fully turned into a supernatural entity yet." The old woman wheezed, her voice barely a whisper. Who are you people?" Ye Ning offered a warm, reassuring smile. "Grandma, we're here to investigate your daughter's death. Did someone force her to jump into the river? If someone did this to her, we will make sure they pay and bring you justice." At the mention of her daughter, the old woman suddenly grew hysterical. "My daughter is in the water. You must help me find her. She's in the water. You have to find her. You must help me find her." She kept repeating the same words like a broken record, casting a deeply unsettling mystery over the whole scene. Chen Yong sighed, turning to Ye Ning. "Lord Ye Lin, she's completely out of her mind. We won't get any useful answers out of her." Ye Ning kept his composure and asked gently, "Grandma, where is your daughter's child?" "Your granddaughter?" The old woman replied slowly, her voice hollow and melancholic. "My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river. She won't be back until dark." Noticing a subtle shift in Fang He's expression, Ye Ning immediately asked, "Did your system notify you about something?" The old man replied firmly, "Not yet. My system only gathers info when I get close to a key character. So my guess is that the granddaughter, Li Ru, is the key to everything." Chen Yong cut in. "Then let's head to the riverbank and find her right now." But Fang He quickly blocked him. "Hold on. Don't go." Chen Yong frowned, utterly confused. "Why not?" Fang He suppressed his urgency, letting out a faint smirk. "I just mean it's almost dark. We might as well wait here and see what happens." Sensing something off about the old man's behavior, Ye Ning grew suspicious. This guy, Fang He, he's definitely hiding something. He quietly analyzed the clues in his mind. A drowning with no body found, and a mother and daughter obsessed with hauling water. Could the constant water fetching be caused by ghosts possessing the villagers, dragging them toward the river? Just then, the door creaked open. Li Ru walked in, carrying a bucket of water, a sweet, innocent smile on her face. Fang He immediately called out, "Ah, Li Ru, you're back?" Startled by the strangers, the little girl quickly hid the bucket behind her back. But she couldn't hide the thick, metallic stench of blood wafting from it. Ye Ning pinched his nose, thinking, the smell of blood is overwhelming. And it's coming from her bucket. He immediately activated his system, fully unleashing his investigative perception. The bloody stench around Li Ru grew stronger by the second. Floating just beneath the surface of the sloshing water, a grotesque object began to take shape, completely revealing itself as the water settled. Someone gasped. "Is that a severed human tongue?" Li Ru stared at the crowd blankly, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Who are you people?" "Fang," he immediately hissed a frantic warning to the others. "I just got a notification from my system. Do not provoke her under any circumstances." Then, he stepped forward, putting on a gentle, soothing tone. "We're the military patrol from the Zhenjiang safe zone. We received a report that your mother has gone missing." But the little girl instantly snapped back, her voice dripping with resentment. "She didn't go missing. The villagers murdered her. They spread disgusting lies about my mother and hounded her until she died." Ye Ning's eyes grew dark and heavy, like a gathering storm. "So that's how it is. I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Do you know who did this to your mother? We can help you lock them up." Li Ru nodded. "Of course I know. I wrote down all their names." She handed over a crumpled piece of paper. "I see. Once we find your mother, we'll go arrest them." But Li Ru shook her head violently, her voice cold and unyielding. "My mother is already back home. There's no need to look for her. Go arrest them now." Ye Ning froze, his mind racing. "What? No need to look? Didn't they say her body was swept away by the river? What does she mean by her mother is already home?" Seeing him stand there in silence, the little girl frowned, pushing him. "Are you hesitating? You just said you'd help me. Were you lying to me?" He suddenly remembered Fang. He's warning not to anger her, but rushing out to arrest the villagers right now felt way too reckless. Ye Ning raised his hands to calm her down, forcing a smile. "Of course not. It's just that making arrests requires some legal procedures. We promise we'll handle this first thing tomorrow morning." Instantly, a chilling wave of murderous intent erupted from the little girl, as cold as a biting winter wind. "Fine. But if you're lying to me, I will absolutely kill you all." The sheer intensity of Li Ru's killing intent left everyone completely speechless, frozen in pure terror. Once they finished their discussion, Fuang Ha stepped forward and barked out his orders. "Tonight, we're temporarily staying in this creepy abandoned house next door. Tron Dung and Vuong Tron will share one room, while everyone else sleeps in separate rooms." This left Ye Ning completely baffled. He turned to Fuang Ha, asking in confusion, "Wait, under these circumstances, why would the rest of us sleep in separate rooms?" The old man let out a cold snort, explaining with the air of an expert, At night, ghosts and entities usually target the strongest or the weakest person first. We absolutely must have a direct confrontation to dig up more clues." Yi Ning nodded slowly, half joking and half serious. "Ah, so that's how it is. Did you drag me here just to use me as bait tonight?" Hearing this, Tran Dung quickly tried to clear the air, sounding incredibly apologetic. "Lord Yining, you've got it all wrong," Vuong Tron quickly chimed in, his voice dripping with flattery. "Exactly, Lord Yining. We mainly thought of you because we know you're incredibly strong." But Ye Ning just gave a faint smile, his voice calm. "Using money to save people isn't a bad thing. I'll play my part." Seeing how easygoing he was, the other two let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Ye Ning." Only Fuang Ha sneered, his voice laced with heavy sarcasm. It's not too late to talk like that once you actually survive until tomorrow morning." Based on the current clues, he confidently deduced, "We can assume Zhang Shui was driven to her death by the villagers and turned into a vengeful spirit. But since it's still in the early stages, she can probably only influence the villagers and her daughter to get her revenge. So, right now, we only need to get two things done, and this case will definitely be solved. First, we must locate Zhang Shui's body. Tonight, I'll head over to Li Ru's house to ask around. If it's not there, Ye Ning will have to search the river. Second, we help them get their revenge. Once we secure the body, we'll round up the targets on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Li Ru to deal with." Ye Ning thought to himself, deeply skeptical. But isn't his plan a bit too simple? It doesn't seem to match the brutal difficulty of a grade A supernatural dungeon, does it? Fuang Ha shook his head, his voice filled with contempt. "Simple? Don't forget, this is just the initial stage of the dungeon. The key clues are still up there. Once the event fully takes shape, no one will even know Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers will likely turn into ghosts themselves." Hearing his analysis, Tran Dung's face went pale. He stammered in fear, "If we entered at that point, it would be a death sentence." "Whew, thank goodness we arrived early. The sky is already starting to get dark." The wind outside howled, freezing and sharp. Ye Ning lay on the creaky, old bed, silently analyzing the situation. Although Fuang Ha's theory made some sense, something still felt off. What was that piece of information the old man had hidden by the river earlier? And why did he just suggest, "I'm going to the riverbank to find the corpse"? Besides, given how he targeted me, that old bastard is definitely hoping I'll drop dead. Maybe it's all about money. If that's the case, a riverbank with a corpse is bound to be extremely dangerous. Tonight, he's going to risk it all and head to Li Nu's house alone. But hey, there might actually be something valuable there. If I survive and he doesn't make a move first, that treasure will naturally be all mine. Thinking about it like that, everything becomes a whole lot simpler. And then there's Li Nu. Her behavior earlier was definitely not that of someone who's just affected. As for that tongue in the bucket, a normal little girl, even if she wanted revenge, could never have pulled that off. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly noticed something bizarre on the ceiling. Rustling footsteps echoed from above. It's here. Fine, let's see who you really are. Ye Ning activated his mental power, fully unleashing his skills to lay bare everything around him. An invisible figure slowly materialized, visible to him and him alone. In a low voice, he asked, "Are you Zhang Sui?" Without a second thought, he pulled the malice orb from his inventory. This treasure, obtained from his previous supernatural dungeon run, was finally going to be put to good use. Holding the orb against his chest, he muttered an incantation as a surge of mental power poured into it. The malice orb boosts mental attack power by 25%. It also comes with a special effect that automatically blocks one fatal strike from a supernatural entity, though it will crumble alongside the equipment after use. At the same time, he shifted his form and unleashed the sword-morphing slash, his invisible blade flashing with a cold, lethal glint. The shadow sneered, letting out a terrifying growl before bursting out of the house. Ye Ning instantly kicked the door open and gave chase, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, panicked screams rang out from the surrounding area. "Ah, why is this happening? Get away from me!" Ye Ning gasped as he recognized the familiar voices. What? Are Chen Fang and Fang He both in the next yard at the same time? The group quickly gathered, their faces pale with dread. Chen Yong asked in a panic, "Who was that screaming just now?" "Ye Lin, what's going on?" He replied in a heavy tone. "A ghost just showed up." Chen Fang and Fang, he might have been targeted at the exact same time. Targeted at the same time? Wang Zheng shook his head in disbelief. Then, that ghost is nothing like what Fang He analyzed. Its killing power isn't weak at all. Did it somehow get stronger right after we arrived? Ye Ning frowned as he analyzed the situation. It makes sense for Chen Fang, the weakest among us, to be killed, but why Fang He? Our previous assumptions must have been wrong. This place is extremely dangerous right now. You guys should withdraw from this area first. I'll stay behind to investigate further. Let's meet up tomorrow morning. Chen Yong asked anxiously, his voice trembling. Lord Yi Lin, you. He offered a reassuring smile, his aura unwavering. I have a protective item on me, so don't worry about me. Seeing his absolute determination, Chen Yong could only nod and quickly lead the others away. Only then did Ye Ning release his sharp aura, his eyes turning cold and icy. The malice orb can only save his life once, so he had to be extra cautious. Activating his mental probe to its full extent, he quickly spotted a motionless body in the distance. Only one of Chen Fang's legs was left, covered in blood. Was his mind controlled by the female ghost before he was eaten? But from the moment Chen Fang screamed to when he was eaten, it must have taken some time. There's no way she could have killed Fang He at the exact same moment. He continued to observe and noticed that Fang He's body was still completely intact and hadn't been eaten at all. It's highly likely that there's more than one ghost here, he muttered, his sharp gaze sweeping across the yard. Was Fang He trying to dig something up before he ran into it? The clue must be right under our feet. Ye Ning channeled his mental probe deep into the ground. A white-robed corpse ghost materialized, lying motionless deep beneath the soil. This is the body of the white-robed female ghost. Wait. He froze. She has 6 fingers on her hand. 6 fingers could be genetic, but Li Nu doesn't have them. This proves she isn't Zhang Sui. Then who on earth is she? Suddenly, the corpse ghost's eyes snapped wide open, flashing with a chilling, hostile light. Crap, she sensed me. Shocked, Ye Ning hastily activated the malice orb. As mental power surged, he cast the soul net, attempting to bind the corpse ghost. But with a mere flick of her wrist, she tore through the net effortlessly. Her physical attack power far outmatched his mental strength. Squeezing the malice orb, a protective barrier instantly formed just as the corpse ghost lunged forward. The malice orb activated its ultimate ability, blocking the fatal blow. The barrier shattered, but he seized the opening to cast. Lightning step. With violent energy coursing through his legs, his speed exploded, and he shot forward like a bullet. The female ghost growled and gave chase, but the moment Ye Ning crossed the boundary of the protective barrier, she was forced to stop, utterly helpless. He let out a long sigh, sweat dripping from his forehead. Phew. That was way too close. Even though he wasn't with Chen Yong's group, he had successfully escaped the barrier's confines. The white-robed female ghost isn't Zhang Shui. It's highly likely she got washed down from upstream during that heavy rain. That means the real Zhang Shui might be downstream, and she might even still be alive. I need to make the most of my time and investigate the downstream area before dawn. As the morning sun began to rise, Chen Yong said anxiously to the others, "Lord Ye-Lin hasn't come out all night." Wang Zheng chimed in, his voice grim. "The communication system is being disrupted by the barrier, so we can't reach Ye-Lin for now. Why don't we head inside and search?" After returning to the dungeon, the group searched high and low, but Ye Ning was nowhere to be found. Li Ru wasn't in the courtyard either. Is she missing? How is that even possible? Chen Yong panicked. Suddenly, Li Ru's voice echoed from behind, bone-chillingly cold. "Uncle, didn't you say you'd help me capture them this morning? Why haven't you acted yet?" The group spun around in shock, finding Li Ru's eyes flickering with an eerie light. "Drag them all to the riverbank. I will execute them there." Wang Zheng whispered to Chen Yong, his voice filled with anxiety. "Let's go. Right now, our only lead is to help this girl get her revenge. We need to finish this first." Fang, he was dead, and Ye Ning was missing. They had no other choice. In the blink of an eye, the group dragged the 3 targets on the list to the riverbank. Panicked screams rang out as the 3 tried desperately to clear their names, crying, "Zhang Shui wanted to die herself. It has nothing to do with us." Another screamed, "That's not true. We really didn't kill her mother. Even if you're with the military, you can't be this unreasonable." But Li Ru's gaze remained freezing cold, completely unconvinced, as her hands tightly gripped a pair of sharp scissors. "It was you. You all forced my mother to her death. Die." The little girl lunged forward, driving the scissors straight into the chest of the man in front of her. A blood-curdling shriek pierced the air as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Li Ru brutally ripped out his tongue, her voice dripping with murderous intent. "I don't just want to kill you. I want to cut out your tongues." She giggled creepily, her eyes sweeping over the remaining 2. Tee-hee-hee. Who's next? The other 2 trembled violently, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering for mercy. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have made up those lies. I'm sorry, Xiaoru. It's me, Uncle Zhang. I really didn't say anything. It was all him. He wanted to sleep with her, but she rejected him, so he started those rumors." Before he could finish his plea, agonized screams coupled with fresh blood continued to paint the riverbank. Witnessing the scene, Chen Yong felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, is this really something a 10-year-old girl could do? He hoped everything would end once Li Ru slaughtered all these people. But suddenly, the little girl's eyes locked onto their group, her voice chilling. "Uncle, they aren't completely dead yet. Can you help me throw them into the river?" Terror seized Chen Yong and Wang Zheng, but they could only nod stiffly. All right." As they tossed the corpses into the flowing water, Chen Yong asked with a tremble, "Li Ru, has your mother's grudge been settled now? And about her body, if you need any help." Li Ru cut him off, her voice calm yet ominous. "Yes, uncle, but you don't need to worry about anything else, because my mother has arrived, and she says you all have to die too." Before they could react, a corpse ghoul rose from the river, its savage eyes glaring down at the group. Chen Yong shrieked in panic. "What on earth is that?" The soldiers with them became the first targets, screaming desperately for help. "Ah! Save me!" Wang Zheng and the remaining survivors bolted for their lives, shouting, "This is bad! Run, fast!" But the female ghoul opened her mouth wide, creating a terrifying suction force that dragged everyone toward her. "Ah, she's too strong, we can't break free." One of the soldiers was bitten instantly. Terrified, Chen Yong drew his blade and pressed it against his own neck, muttering, "Brother Wang, it's better to end it ourselves than to suffer such an agonizing and disgusting death." Wang Zheng screamed in despair, the cry for help dying in his throat. Right at that moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted, knocking the blade clean out of Chen Yong's hand. Yi Ning appeared, using his telekinetic power to control the dagger, his eyes razor-sharp. Behind him stood a woman holding a young girl in her arms. He immediately unleashed his skill, striking directly at the female ghoul. Chen Yong cheered in sheer relief. "Lord Ye Ning, thank goodness." Ye Ning called out in a deep voice, "Li Ru, look who this is. Who is that in her arms?" Seeing this, tears instantly streamed down Li Ru's face. "Mom! Xiaoru, my daughter! Mom!" The mother and daughter rushed toward each other, but as she drew close, Li Ru froze, staring at the lifeless body in her mother's arms, her voice trembling. "Mom, you aren't dead, but I I'm already dead. Zhang Shui replied in agony. Xiao Ru, it's all my fault. The group was utterly bewildered. Chen Yong stammered. Zhang Shui isn't dead? Then, who on earth is that female ghoul in white? If Li Ru is dead, then she's a ghost too. What the hell is going on? Yining explained in a low voice. It's a long story. Back up first. This place is still highly dangerous. Just as he spoke, the white-robed female ghoul gaped her mouth wide, trying to drag Zhang Shui and her daughter in. Seeing her mother threatened, Li Ru's rage boiled over. Gripping her own body as her resentment erupted, she shrieked, "No, Mom!" Transforming into a colossal demon, the little girl charged forward to clash. Yining breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Li Ru has snapped out of it. We are much safer now. Zhang Shui cried out from a distance, Xiao Ru. The two demons clashed violently, biting and clawing at each other in a thick cloud of dust. Yining calmly explained, it was pouring rain that day. Zhang Shui unfortunately fell into the river but was rescued downstream. Li Ru drowned while searching for her mother, turning into a ghost without even realizing it. Her burning desire for revenge unconsciously influenced the villagers. Later, Li Ru found the white-robed corpse in the river and mistook it for her mother. That is basically what happened. Our only way out was to uncover the truth so they would destroy each other. Wang Zheng was stunned and asked, so in other words, those villagers who were captured earlier, aside from spreading malicious rumors, were they actually falsely accused? There are actually two demons here. No wonder Fuang Ha and Tran Fuang were killed at the exact same time. Danin pulls out a pair of glasses, and info pops up on his screen. Demon Eye, a rare blue-grade item. When equipped, it allows the user to gather intel and receive system alerts within their line of sight. He thinks to himself, this effect is just like Fuang Ha's ability. No wonder that old bastard risked his life for it. Tran Dung and Vuong Tran dropped to their knees simultaneously, their voices filled with deep respect. To survive this ordeal, we truly owe you our lives, Lord Diep Lam. We promised you 100,000 credits before, and we are transferring them to you right now. Danin nods, thinking, that brings my total earnings this time to nearly 700,000 credits. Not a bad haul at all, but he immediately changes the subject, his voice turning serious. By the way, have those high-grade psychic fruits I asked for arrived yet? Tran Dung hesitates, looking extremely guilty as he stammers out, I'm so sorry, Lord Diep Lam. As for the high-grade psychic fruits, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer. Danin frowns, his voice dropping, tinged with suspicion. Why is that? Tran Dung sighs, hiding nothing as he whispers, as if terrified of being overheard. To be honest, Lord Diep Lam, all high-grade psychic fruits are currently being monopolized by top military officials in the capital. Word is, it's for some kind of plant breeding project. Danin thinks, his eyes flashing with a sharp, dangerous light as he says to himself, if I don't take matters into my own hands, I'll never get past this hurdle. He clenches his fists, his voice calm yet filled with absolute resolve. I see. Tran Dung nods frantically, his voice a mix of excitement and anxiety. Vuong Tran, tonight, I'm inviting you all to Tianfeng to watch a show. It's best if you bring your fathers and uncles along too. The two of them shout in unison, completely baffled. Watch a show? Danin clenches his fist, his gaze drifting as if visualizing a chaotic, blood-soaked drama about to unfold. The beast-tide outbreak in safe zone number 199. Tran Dung makes his way back, only to find a figure waiting patiently at the foot of the mountain. Tran Dung gasps, his voice rising in surprise. Huh? Uncle Truong? Why didn't my dad come? The middle-aged man gives a faint smile, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. I am Deputy Commander Truong Dao. The Commander-in-Chief has urgent business and cannot leave, so I am heading to Tianfeng on his behalf. Tran Dung nods, his voice instantly relieving some of the tension. Well, as long as you have full authority to make decisions on my father's behalf, I'm sure Lord Diep Lam won't object. Let's go pick up Vuong Tran and the others first, then we can head to Tianfeng together. Inside the headquarters of the Tianthan Chamber of Commerce, a resounding slap rings out like thunder, plunging the entire room into a dead, suffocating silence. Vuong Tran clutches his cheek, his voice trembling with a deep sense of injustice. Dad, what are you doing? The vice president of the Tianthan Chamber of Commerce, Vuong Thien, is roaring at his son, his face completely flushed red with sheer fury. I already agreed to go all the way to Tianfeng just to meet some guy named Diep Lam. That's more than enough respect. Who would have thought you'd actually dare to touch the psychic fruits our chamber reserved for the capital military district? Vuong Tron bites his lip, his voice pleading as he tries to justify his actions. Thank goodness you found out early, Dad, otherwise we'd all be paying the price. But Lord Diep Lam literally saved my life, and yet, I haven't even kept my promise to him. The military district ordered countless psychic fruits from so many different merchant associations, missing just a few of ours won't make a damn difference. Vuong Thien roars, his voice crashing down like a lightning strike. Shut up, what the hell do you know? Son, you don't understand. Put our chamber aside, even the president himself is breathing down my neck right now. Even if he weren't, we can absolutely never offend the military just to please some random nobody named Diep Lam. Sure, Diep Lam saved you in the dungeon, but you hired him as your bodyguard. It was a transaction. He pauses, letting out a heavy sigh. His tone softens slightly, but remains stern. Besides, it's not like we're refusing to give it to him, we're just delaying it a bit. Alright, Tron Dung is here. Come with me to Thienfong to meet Diep Lam first, and then we'll see. If he's really as powerful as you two claim, I might reconsider the psychic fruits. Vuong Tron's eyes light up, filled with newfound hope. Really? You're not lying to me, are you, Dad? The scene smoothly transitions to the Thienfong safe zone, where tension hangs in the air like a thick, heavy fog. A message from Danin arrives on Commander Tu's phone. Its words brief yet razor-sharp. The Beast Tide will begin its assault tonight. Please mobilize all defenses immediately. At this moment, Thienfong Commander Tu Hai is still clutching his phone, his eyes deep in thought as he rereads Danin's previous message. A week ago, Danin had sent him a warning prophecy that left Tu Hai deeply skeptical and pensive. Even though he had set up early precautions, the streets had remained eerily quiet for the past 7 days, without a single sign of trouble. And now, a brand new message has arrived, containing a warning precise, down to the exact minute. While Tu Hai is lost in thought, a subordinate bursts into the room, gasping for breath. Commander Tu, there is movement in the old district. They just shattered the barrier and are heading straight for the safe zone. Tu Hai gasps, his eyes wide with utter shock. There are numerous level 1 and level 2 mutants among them, though no level 3 mutants have been spotted yet. He mutters, his voice filled with awe, as if Danin's prediction had just come true with terrifying precision. He actually called it. Tu Hai instantly roars, his voice thundering with absolute authority. Hurry up! Everyone, sound the alarms and get ready to defend. A city-wide siren wailed, shattering the quiet night. A zombie horde is approaching. All residents in the outer districts, please evacuate to the rear safe zone immediately. Landmines were planted every 15 meters, arranged in a sharp, triangular formation. Tu Hai gave sharp, authoritative orders, making sure the explosions would clear a path to channel the zombies. This will make it easier for our awakened to charge in and wipe them out. Pour the flammable liquid into the trenches. Hurry, hurry. Fighter jets circled overhead, scouting the area with engines roaring like thunder. Danin watched from a distance, his voice calm yet filled with concern. Thienfong won't be easy to defend. His subordinate looked surprised, asking in confusion, Huh? Master, the Thienfong sector seems fully prepared to me. Danin shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Even though they are using every barrier and crossfire strategy available, these are only effective against standard zombie hordes. Against mutated variants, they are far too weak. The entire safe zone has only over 2,000 awakened and over 1,000 garrison troops, while the front lines have only slightly more than 600. He paused, his voice turning heavier. Out of those, the ranged forces consist of just over 200 people. With a setup like this, they are basically marching to their deaths. His subordinate turned pale, his voice trembling. Master, if that's the case, aren't they all in grave danger? Danin gave a faint smile, a quiet confidence flashing in his eyes. Not this time, because this time, I am here. The speakers below continued to blare in panic. The zombie tide has breached the perimeter. All units, prepare for battle. Explosions from the mana-powered fighter jets shook the sky as bombs rained down like a torrent to halt the advancing monsters. Watch out for the mutated flying monsters. Ranged awakened. Focus your attacks. The monsters below surged forward, stepping right onto the landmines. Terrifying explosions ripped through the air, slowing down their furious onslaught. The awakened drew their swords and charged, shouting, "Covering fire!" The melee warriors followed them, throwing themselves into the fray with overwhelming momentum. Melee fighters, on me, charge! Watching the brutal chaos from high above, Truong Dao frowned, sounding highly skeptical. That Da Nin guy told us to wait for the horde here when we arrived at Tianfeng 2 hours ago. Now that they're actually here, he's suddenly disappeared. Vuong Tian smirked, his voice dripping with insinuation. What is he playing at? Obviously, Da Nin is waiting for the high-level mutants to show up. Otherwise, why show off in front of us like that? But we haven't even seen a Tier 3 mutant yet. Don't tell me he's going to make us watch a pathetic show of a Tier 3 fighting a Tier 2. Truong Dao burst into laughter, his voice boisterous. Ha ha ha. President Vuong, you're hilarious, and I completely agree. He promised us a surprise. Is this joke of a show supposed to be it? Hearing this, Trondung's expression soured, his voice dropping with a hint of irritation. Uncle Truong, Uncle Vuong, we highly respect Da Nin. You two should stop mocking him. Trong Dao waved his hand to placate him, his voice gentle but serious. Dung, of course, I trust your judgment. Don't worry, no matter what, we'll wait until he's done. Whatever he wants to say then, I won't embarrass you. But I've watched you grow up since you were a kid, so I just want to look out for you. After all, just because someone is a mid-tier 3 doesn't mean they can automatically be of use to you. Vuong Tian nodded, speaking in a lecturing tone. Exactly, you're still young. Although Tier 3s are valuable to us, there's no need to treat them like gods. Alright, let's just watch the battle, the three of us. Trandung remained firm, his eyes flashing with conviction. I believe Da Nin won't let us down. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the savage mutants lunged, causing the awakened to scream in agony. Ah, help me! A soldier frantically radioed in, his voice panicked. A peak Tier 2 mutant, a putrid spring corpse, has appeared on the left flank. Inform Commander Tu immediately. Tu Hai charged forward, his blood boiling as he unleashed Bloodblade Cleave, splitting the monster clean in half with a single strike. Commander Tu is magnificent. Kill them all, the soldiers cheered, their morale soaring. But suddenly, a violent, rumbling tremor shook the ground from deep below. Tu Hai's face went pale as he said anxiously, Oh no, this sound. I'm afraid it's a Tier 3 mutant, maybe even 2 of them. The actual difficulty of this is far worse than a dungeon. 2 Tier 3 mutants. We would need at least 6 low Tier 3 fighters to deal with this. Fall back, all units, retreat, fall back to the safe zone, ignite the trenches, and hold the line until reinforcements arrive. Hurry. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, his sword light flashing like a raging tempest. Da Nin unleashed Blade Tempest, taking down the group of Tier 3 mutants in a single move. Tu Hai stood dazed, staring blankly ahead as he trembled. Defeating a Tier 3 in a single strike? Who is that? Da Nin touched down, a sharp look in his eyes and a faint smirk on his lips. Commander Tu, long time no see. Let me finish this one off first, then we'll talk. Swinging his sword, he unleashed Heavenly Flash Strike, a horizontal slash that wiped out every high-level monster in sight. Tio Hai stood frozen in shock, thinking, Da Nin? He is only. In just 2 short weeks, he reached level 3 and became way stronger than me. How is that even possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in someone else's shadow for the rest of my life? Yining rested his sword on his shoulder, turning around with a mysterious smile. Commander Xiao, your men can definitely handle the remaining work. Follow me in 10 days. We have some highly important matters to discuss. Watching this unfold from above, Chen Yong couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, Did you guys see that? This is the true power of Master Ye Ning. It is my first time seeing it too. He is definitely not some ordinary level 3. He is on a whole different level. Truly a rare genius. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement, adding with sheer respect, This level of power, he might even rival Commander Chen Kai. He's easily at the top of mid-level 3. No wonder he's so confident. Suddenly, Chen Yong got a message and said excitedly, We have word from Master Ye Ning. He's waiting for us in the main hall of the Tianfeng Guild. Let's go. The scene shifts to the Tianfeng Guild's main hall, where a heavy, solemn atmosphere fills the room. Ye Ning sits there calmly, waiting for the 4 of them to walk in. He smirked, his voice deep yet commanding. Oh? Commander Xiao is here too? You all probably know each other, so there's no need for introductions. Please, sit down. Since we are all on the same side, let's talk things through together. Xiao Hai looked around and immediately recognized Zhang Tao, the deputy commander of Safe Zone 119 and the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. Wang Tian, he thought to himself, just as I suspected, Ye Ning doesn't just have a backer, he has some major players supporting him. Wang Tian spoke up, his voice filled with admiration. Master Ye Ning, your power truly lives up to your reputation. Even among mid-level fighters, you are a rare breed. Zhang Tao nodded, adding respectfully, Indeed. I heard you have also helped us out quite a lot. Together with Chen Yong, on behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you for inviting us. Hearing this, Xiao Hai was even more shocked, barely able to believe his ears. Master Ye Ning? Did I hear that right? Or is there something wrong with their pronunciation? Ye Ning smiled faintly, his voice calm yet confident. First, I have a small confession to make. My real name is Ye Ning, not Ye Lin. Everyone was stunned, Zhang Tao muttered, so they didn't even know his real name, which means he doesn't have anyone backing him in this at all. Then how on earth did Ye Ning level up to level 3 so quickly? Ye Ning continued, his sharp gaze scanning the room. As you can see, my current strength is around mid-level 3. Commander Xiao, could you please get me a power measurement device? I want to test my strength right here. Xiao Hai stood up abruptly, his voice filled with astonishment. Master Ye Ning, we've already witnessed your true strength. Wang Tian chimed in firmly, yes, we've always known you're at mid-level 3. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But Ye Ning remained firm, his gaze unwavering. Commander Xiao, if you please. Xiao Hai sighed and nodded reluctantly. Fine, if you insist. Then he turned to him, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Master Ye Ning, surely you didn't invite us here just to prove you are at mid-level 3? There's really no need for all of this, is there? Chen Yong quickly spoke up, trying to ease the tension. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're already here anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to wait a moment, right? Ye Ning just smiled, waiting in silence with a calm and confident look in his eyes. Before long, the measurement device was brought in. Zhang Tao glanced at Wang Tian, letting out a soft scoff, his voice laced with sarcasm. His strength is decent, but his attitude is way too petty. Having a little pride isn't a bad thing, but putting on a show like this in front of us is a total waste of time. Ye Ning didn't reply. He simply reached out and channeled his energy into the device. The screen lit up, and the automated announcement echoed, leaving the entire room dead silent. Peak level 2! Everyone froze, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. Zhang Tao stammered, unable to comprehend it. What? Level 2? Did I hear that right? Wang Tian frowned, stepping forward to inspect the device, murmuring, how is this possible? Aren't you at level 3? Are you really only at level 2? Chen Yong's jaw dropped, his voice trembling. If someone told me he was at high level 3 or even peak level 3, I wouldn't even be that surprised. But unleashing the power of a mid-level 3 while only being at level 2? This is absolutely terrifying. Xiao Hai held his head, completely dazed. He really isn't at level 3. Wang Tian nodded, his voice dropping as realization hit him. That's right. We looked up his promotion quest earlier. He took on 4 quests and completed every single one of them. Yet he is still only at level 2, with power matching a mid-level 3. And on top of that, he has no backing whatsoever. Chen Yong practically screamed, completely losing his mind. What the actual hell? Can someone please lend me a brain? Ye Ning smiled faintly, his voice calm yet sharp as a blade. I know this is hard for you to accept right away, but I really am only at level 2. 2 weeks ago, my test showed I had double S-rank talent. But because it belongs to the willpower class, it was deemed to have 0 potential, and I was abandoned by the Spark Project. Xiao Hai cut him off, his voice filled with fury. A double S-rank talent who reached peak level 2 in just 2 weeks, with the power of a mid-level 3, and they called that having 0 potential? If that is the case, then everyone in the Ember Project can rot in hell. Ye Ning nodded, his eyes flashing with absolute resolve. Gentlemen, I invited you here today to prove my potential and seek an alliance. I believe you all understand what is at stake. For me, breaking through to level 3 is a piece of cake. The Ember Project will definitely have to hold reselections. I am going to completely shatter the military's prejudice against the willpower class. And that number 1 spot? It is absolutely mine. Those so-called genius seed candidates, I will crush them one by one, showing everyone who the true spark is. Wang Tian frowned, his voice filled with curiosity. Lord Ye Ning, what exactly do you need us to do? And if I may ask, how powerful are you really? Ye Ning replied, his voice calm yet carrying an air of mystery. Actually, my talent allows me to convert willpower directly into offensive power. Furthermore, I have a massive faction backing and investing in me, but I cannot reveal their identity just yet, he thought to himself. He was just making things up to throw them off. As long as he kept the Sword God system a secret, nothing else mattered. Zhang Dao nodded, as if a light bulb had just gone off in his head. Ah, so that is it. No wonder. I knew it. There had to be a massive powerhouse backing you. Ye Ning continued, his voice dripping with authority. As for our cooperation, I want to team up with the three of you to form an alliance that serves me. I will be the sole voice of authority. Give me your full support. Once I reclaim the #1 spot, you will be handsomely rewarded. I will step out for a bit. You have 10 minutes to discuss." He walked out and closed the door behind him, his mind already calculating the odds. Xiao Hai had been stuck at low-tier level 3 for years, with no way to advance. Wang Tian, as the vice president, was constantly overshadowed by the president. And Zhang Dao, despite his title as the vice commander of the North China War Zone, was definitely sick of being just a deputy. Inside, the room erupted into a heated discussion. Chen Yong spoke up first, his voice buzzing with excitement. "Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating for? With Ye Ning's potential, he is bound to become at least a lieutenant general. That is way stronger than even my grandfather. Dad, why don't we agree to Lord Ye Ning's terms right away? With his potential, forget about you becoming president. We could easily become the #1 chamber of commerce in all of Huaxia." Wang Tian turned to Zhang Dao, his voice contemplative. "Brother Zhang, what do you think about the mysterious faction backing Ye Ning? First of all, since he did not get any spiritual energy fruit, his backer definitely is not the military or any of the major factions. Secondly, his vision is incredibly sharp, and his experience is insanely vast. I am leaning toward the possibility that his backer is a single, god-tier powerhouse." Zhang Dao nodded, his eyes sharp. "Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing." Chen Yong chimed in, thoroughly confused. "Wait, what are you two talking about?" Wang Tian sighed, his voice heavy. "Little Yong, even though Ye Ning has massive potential, standing with him means making enemies of many high-ranking officials in the Ember Project. For instance, your father, General Zhang Meng of the 3rd batch, who is currently at peak level 3. Zhang Dao added, "Exactly. Those factions are as immovable as mountains. Betting on Ye Ning's potential alone is just too risky." But Xiao Hai suddenly spoke up, his voice unwavering. "Gentlemen, you might not think much of me, but after hearing Ye Ning out, I have decided to bet everything on him. First, I refuse to make the same mistake twice. Second, high risk always comes with high reward. I have been stuck at low-tier level 3 for way too long. Honestly, I am sick of it." Chen Yong nodded, his voice filled with excitement. "I think Uncle Xiao is absolutely right. Dad, you always say the bigger the storm, the bigger the prize. Are you really content with being just a vice president your entire life? Uncle Zhang, if you are representing my father and grandfather today, you should already know what choice they would make." 10 minutes later, Ye Ning pushed the door open and walked in. His gaze swept over the three of them. "So, what is your decision?" The three of them answered in unison, their voices ringing with resolve. "We are ready to pledge our allegiance." Ye Ning nodded, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "Good. Then, my allies, here is a list of what I need. I expect everything to be ready before tomorrow morning. Also, get in touch with the military leaders in the capital. Tell them I want to begin the level 3 trial." Wang Tian took the list. Ye Ning handed him, unable to hide his shock. He muttered under his breath, "Unbelievable. He had this list ready the whole time. He certainly does not hesitate to put people to work." He turned to Xiao Hai, his voice carrying a teasing tone. "No wonder he has got the makings of someone who does big things." Xiao Hai nodded, taking his assigned tasks, his voice calm. "All right, I will head out and report this data to the capital right now." Ye Ning smiled, his eyes flashing with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Xiao." Once all the tasks were assigned, Ye Ning turned his gaze toward the distant city of Yunnan, a wave of pride washing over him. He had finally built his own faction, with one foot in South China, another in North China, and the backing of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. He was set. Next, all that was left was to head to the capital and start a massive war. Inside the Ember Project conference room in the capital, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A general spoke up, his voice heavy. "Have all of you finished reading the report? As hard as it is to believe, this has been confirmed by Vice Commander Chen Kai from North China, a double S-class genius with power rivaling a level 3. And we somehow missed him?" Another person chimed in, his voice filled with anxiety. "If things go south again this time, none of us sitting in this room will escape the blame." Yang Guo, Duong Quoc Bin, the man in charge of the Spark Project, nodded, his eyes sharp. "This is critical. We must report this immediately and seize the chance to correct our mistake. I recommend sending a level 3 squad right away to bring Danin back to the capital and guarantee his safety. As for his ranking, once he arrives, the higher-ups will evaluate him in person." Suddenly, Duong Chan, the project advisor, slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling. "General Duong, can we keep quiet about this news for now?" Just don't report it yet, please. Duong Kwok Bin frowned, his voice cold. Duong Chan, back when Danin was first evaluated with SS talent, you were the one who suggested we abandon him. And now you dare say something like this? Do you have a death wish? Duong Chan quickly tried to defend himself, lowering his voice. General Duong, I'm not saying we shouldn't report it. I'm just asking to delay it for a week. Even half a week would do. Everyone in the room fell silent, their eyes filled with deep thought. Duong Kwok Bin snorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. General Truong Manhe's son, Truong Duong, is currently ranked number 1. But he hasn't even reached peak level 2 yet. With Da Nin's current strength, advancing to level 3 is a done deal. If Da Nin gets ahead of him, Truong Duong, even with his SS talent, will have to give up the number 1 spot. Someone else chimed in, sounding worried. The top-tier resources after level 3 are all one of a kind. But Truong Man holds a high position and immense power. He is one of the top leaders. Duong Kwok Bin nodded, his voice cold. Advisor Duong, you really are incredibly loyal and bold. 1 week is out of the question. 3 days, max. I can only help you keep this a secret for 3 days. If your golden boy falls behind by then, don't blame us. Within the next 2 days, I will arrange to bring Da Nin to the capital. I strongly advise you not to try anything with him. Otherwise, not even your powerful backer will be able to protect you. The scene shifts to another location where the geniuses of the Spark Project are being carefully nurtured. Everything from growth elixirs to premium resources is fully provided. Truong Duong, General Truong Man's son and the top-ranked genius, frowned and said, I just advanced to high level 2, and you want me to hit peak level in 3 days? You've got to be kidding me, Dad. Truong Man lowered his voice, his eyes serious. I am dead serious, son. Do you remember Da Nin, the guy who was evaluated with SS talent alongside you back then? With Tran Kai backing him, he has already reached peak level 2 and possesses level 3 strength. Truong Duong froze, disbelief written all over his face. You mean, he's coming to steal my number 1 spot? Truong Man nodded, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Exactly. Even though Tran Kai behind him is nothing to worry about. But if we let him level up to level 3 first, you'll definitely lose your top rank. I'm going to have someone take you to a high difficulty dungeon. That's the only way to close the gap. Truong Duong clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Truong Man patted his son on the shoulder, his voice deep. That's my boy, you've got real drive. Rest assured, I'll find a way to buy you some more time. Besides, Da Nin has only just stepped into the outside world. It won't be as easy for him as he thinks. At the Thien Phong safe zone, Da Nin sat in front of a table. Piled high before him was a mountain of spirit energy fruits. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, having powerful backing really does make a difference. Not only did they bring back the spirit energy fruits incredibly fast, but that old man Tran Kai even threw in an A-rank sword technique book. He flipped through the book, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This book alone is probably worth enough to bankrupt the entire Thien Phong safe zone. First, let's max out my level 2 attribute points, then we'll see. System notifications began ringing continuously, with line after line of information flashing clearly in Da Nin's mind. Used high-grade spirit energy fruit. Strength +1, explosive power increased by 3%. Used high-grade spirit energy fruit. Constitution +1, stamina increased by 6%. Used high-grade spirit energy fruit. Agility +1, speed increased by 6%. At this moment, his body felt absolutely brimming with spirit energy. His strength, agility, constitution, and willpower attributes had all reached 31. An endless torrent of power surged through his veins, making him marvel. So this is what it feels like to have maxed out attributes? Channeling spirit energy was now lightning fast, and utilizing his attributes felt more seamless than ever. He picked up the A-rank sword technique book. His eyes flashed with excitement. Vanguard Sword Technique, A-rank. A super jump skill that deals massive impact to the target. Features, suppression, execution, and armor-crushing effects against opponents. While active, grants immunity to all crowd control and increases defense by 200%. He muttered, highly impressed. An A-rank sword technique is indeed something else. Perfectly balanced in offense and defense, and it's already this powerful, even without any upgrades. Without hesitation, Da Nin tossed the book into the air and activated it immediately. A brilliant surge of energy flooded into his body. The system notification rang. Sword technique successfully learned and enhanced. Current skill. Heaven Severing, SSS rank. SSS rank. Heaven Severing skill. Effect 1. Dash to a designated location within a 1-kilometer range and lock onto a target. The target is knocked back, receives rapid strike effects, and falls at extreme speed, causing area of effect impact damage while focusing attacks on the locked target. Effect 2. While active, grants immunity to all crowd control and generates a spirit shield that absorbs damage by consuming stored spirit energy. If the enemy's willpower is lower than yours, they cannot lock onto or attack you. This skill turns you. Become a true god, Yaning smirked, his eyes flashing with excitement. A 1-kilometer lock-on range with 0 restrictions. Once this skill is activated, I'm practically invincible. Once I head to the capital for the Tier 3 trial, this power will really be put to the test. But with all my current skills maxed out, I won't be able to grow any stronger until I advance to Tier 3. But that is fine. Once I surpass Tier 3, even without relying on this skill, I will still be able to unleash even more devastating moves. Suddenly, a loud system notification chimed, taking him completely by surprise. New quest. Collect 4 special materials. Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Breaker. Material 2, Human Faced Bone, Gathering Ivy. Material 3, Pearl of the Guardian's Jawbone. Material 4, Ghost Core. Reward. Unlock the skill fusion function. Combine 2 current skills into 1, freeing up a skill slot. The freed up SSS tier skill will cost 0 resources. Its cooldown will drop to 12 hours, and you will gain 1,000 spirit energy points. Yaning was stunned. He thought to himself, the Sword God system rarely hands out quests, but this reward is incredibly generous. But these 4 materials. The Heart of the Mountain Breaker is said to come from a peak Tier 3 mutant that was taken down by a group of top-tier hunters 27 years ago. As for the other items, I have never even heard of them. They are likely ancient relics that can only be found in the National Vault, which I can only access once I reclaim the number 1 rank. A knock on the door cut his thoughts short. Xiao Hai walked in, his voice buzzing with excitement. Yaning, we just got word from the capital. They are sending a Tier 3 team to pick you up tomorrow. Yaning nodded, his eyes sharp. Well, at least they have some sense. What about my ranking? Have they restored me to the number 1 spot? Xiao Hai hesitated, his voice dropping slightly. There is no official word on that yet. They only said you are temporarily placed in a special class, and they will make the final decision once you arrive. Yaning smirked, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. With my current strength, the number 1 spot should be a given. But the people running the Spark project do not dare make that call. They must be feeling the heat from those with vested interests. Xiao Hai sighed, his voice heavy with worry. Yaning, to be honest, both Commander Chen and I feel you might be pushing a bit too hard for that ranking. Right now, the number 1 spot belongs to Zhang Yang, the son of Zhang Meng. His family holds a massive monopoly of power in the capital. Even though your strength is obvious, and you will definitely have a place at the top in the future, taking a step back right now might make Zhang Meng's faction a lot more friendly toward you. Yaning cut him off, his voice cold but resolute. Uncle, I know what you are trying to say. The tallest tree catches the most wind, but I have a reason why I absolutely must fight for this. It concerns a matter of grave importance that I cannot explain just yet, but I need you to trust me. Every single step I take is not just some reckless, youthful whim. And as for those stepping stones trying to block my way, I will crush them to pieces. The next afternoon, a fleet of the latest generation of Spirit fighter jets arrived, their overwhelming presence looking as though they could level all of Tianfeng in the blink of an eye. A commanding shout rang out. Line up and prepare to welcome our guests. As the crowd stepped out of the fighter jets, their sheer presence was so suffocating that the very air seemed to freeze. Xiao Hai rushed over to greet them, trying to shake their hands. Welcome to Tianfeng, lords, he said warmly. You must have had a long and tiring journey. But the group simply brushed past him, their cold eyes completely ignoring him. Xiao Hai stood there awkwardly, thinking to himself, Ah, I am just a minor commander of a safe zone. They didn't come here for me. One of them stepped forward, his voice deep and authoritative. Are you Yaning? I am the captain of Air Team number 27 from the Capital District. Lin Rui. Just call me Old Lin. We are here to escort you back to the capital. Yaning nodded and replied briefly. Thank you for the trouble. Lin Rui studied him, thinking to himself, to be this calm. He doesn't seem like a young man from some small backwater town at all. He did not waste words, speaking decisively. No time to lose. Let's head out. Lin Rui quietly watched Yaning, sensing the sharp aura radiating from him. He thought to himself, with an aura like this, Doing what General Zhang asked of me might be a bit difficult. He recalled the instructions Zhang Meng had given him earlier. Lin Rui, when you pick up Ye Ning, find a way to delay him for as long as possible. As the ship took off, Lin Rui turned to Ye Ning, his voice warm but harboring hidden motives. Esteemed Ye Ning, we will soon reach the outskirts of the capital district. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a banquet to welcome you. I hope you can join us for a bit. Ye Ning remained silent, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Are they trying to stall me so I miss the Tier 3 trial? He smiled faintly, his voice calm yet firm. I appreciate your hospitality, Captain Lin. But as for the meeting, let's wait until after I have advanced to Tier 3. Lin Rui was secretly startled, thinking to himself, General Zhang Meng asked me to delay him, but it seems the soft approach won't work. I have no choice but to play dirty. He shot a quick look at the pilot. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed from the fighter jet, accompanied by rapid, frantic warning alarms. Oh no, the spirit engine is malfunctioning. We have no choice but to make an emergency landing at the nearest spot, the pilot screamed, his voice filled with panic. Ye Ning frowned, his eyes turning ice cold as he instantly saw right through the trick. A deliberate setup? General Zhang really has some nerve. Without a second thought, he drew his sword and pointed it directly at the pilot's throat, his voice as cold as ice. I don't think this jet is having any real issues at all. Your skills just aren't up to par, that's all. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. If I let you keep flying, you'll end up wrecking the jet and getting us all killed. And if that happens, the people backing you won't get away with it either. Now move aside and let me take the controls. Lin Rui froze, never expecting Ye Ning to be this decisive. This kid had seen right through them, and he actually had the guts to threaten everyone with a mutual demise. A Tier 3 clash on a fighter jet would blow the entire vessel to pieces. How did a kid from some backwater town have the nerve to pull this off? He quickly raised his hand to stop the escalation, lowering his voice. If Master Ye Ning can fix the fighter jet, then let him give it a try. Ye Ning sat in the pilot's seat, his voice icy. I'm only going to show you this once. Watch closely, don't miss a single step, and don't mistake who you're dealing with. He pressed the controls and pulled back on the flight stick. The jet suddenly surged forward, tearing through the sky at a terrifying speed. Watching this, Lin Rui couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Such raw decisiveness. Even high-ranking officials lack this kind of grit. This kid's future is limitless. It seems I backed the wrong side this time. Turning around with deep respect, he said, I, Lin Rui, Captain of the Air Defense and Space Force of the 27th Legion, offer my utmost respect to Master Ye Ning. Ye Ning merely smirked and replied briefly, Captain Lin, I look forward to working with you. Meanwhile, at Military Base Number 2 in the capital, a group of people had already gathered, waiting to receive him. A man stepped forward, his voice loud and hearty. Are you Brother Ye Ning? I'm Yang Guoping, the head of the Tinder Project. Ye Ning shook his hand, his voice calm. Nice to meet you, General Yang. Yang Guoping smiled and continued. Ye Ning, we've arranged a special dinner just for you. A lot of high-ranking officials are eager to meet you. Ye Ning raised his hand, cutting him off. No need to rush. I want to start my Tier 3 trial right now. The entire crowd gasped in unison. What? Right now? Ye Ning smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Why did you put me in the special sequence instead of the first sequence? And then you tell me to take things step by step. Isn't it just because the higher-ups want to personally evaluate my potential? So, if I just clear the Tier 3 trial, won't my strength be perfectly obvious? Wouldn't that skip all the useless bureaucracy? Hearing this, Yang Guoping fell silent, deep in thought. This kid cut straight to the point without wasting a single second. He's neither arrogant nor subservient. Truly impressive. He nodded and said in a calm voice, Ye Ning, if you take the trial tonight, Zhang Yang is currently in a dungeon and won't make it back in time. How about we start tomorrow? That way, the high-ranking officials can watch you together. Another person chimed in, offering some advice. Exactly. You should rest up tonight to get into peak condition. You'll get a much better score tomorrow. Ye Ning nodded, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow works too. Thanks for the trouble, General Yang. He sneered inwardly. The tear-down-the-roof tactic worked like a charm. They had to give me some face after all, he thought further. I originally planned to do it tomorrow anyway, but if I had just agreed to it easily from the start, they might have suspected something. The tear-down-the-roof tactic works like this. If you say a room is too dark and suggest installing a skylight, everyone will object. But if you threaten to rip off the entire roof, they'll compromise, and happily let you open that skylight. Elsewhere, Zhang Meng heard the news and slammed his hand on the desk, roaring in fury. What? Not only did you delay his report, but you're letting him stall for another night? Where is Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Ye Ning straight to me? Yang Guoping sighed helplessly. Don't even get me started on Lin Rui. That guy wouldn't even show respect to me or the other generals. At a time like this, we can't afford to play hardball. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. No way, I have to notify Zhang Yang. If that fails, I'll send a few Tier 3 death squads after him. The only way to stop Ye Ning is to make sure they all rot inside that dungeon. Ye Ning sat in the middle of a luxuriously decorated room, staring at a pile of glowing spirit energy fruits before him. A look of satisfaction, mixed with slight surprise, flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected a temporary special sequence nominee to receive such VIP treatment. Is the state really this loaded? He muttered in a low voice. Even though these things won't directly boost my core condition, they're perfect for restoring my energy. He glanced over the reward list for the first sequence, his heart racing with excitement. A monthly allowance of 1 million points, a customized set of rare blue-tier gear, an epic tier weapon, and twice monthly access to the National Treasury to pick any resources he wanted. At this rate, I'll easily break through to Tier 4 in less than a year. The scene shifted to the Tier 3 trial grounds, where a buzzing, high-energy atmosphere filled the air. A crowd gathered, whispering in utter amazement. Hey, did you hear? Someone from the Tinder project is taking the Tier 3 trial. Another person chimed in, disbelieving. Whoa, didn't the Tinder project just start? Who could have reached Tier 3 this quickly? An old man sighed, full of emotion. It took me over 10 years to reach Tier 3, yet look at these candidates. They're barely in their early 30s. Standing in the crowd, Ye Ning's eyes turned cold as he thought, They knew it would be hard for the normal candidates to reach Tier 3 so quickly, so they sent a bunch of peak Tier 2 fighters to steal the rankings. They're trying to exploit a loophole in the rules to hold me back and steal my resources. Let us see how I handle you all. The host stepped forward, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Welcome, high-ranking officials. The Tier 3 trial is officially underway. Are all the top seeds present and accounted for? A filthy figure limped forward, his voice raspy. I am still here. Ye Ning glanced over, instantly recognizing Zhang Yang, and thought to himself, looks like you just crawled out of a dungeon. Sure, you might be stronger than the backups, but so what? That #1 spot is definitely mine today. Zhang Yang glared back, his eyes burning with raw hatred. Ye Ning, to make it to this trial in time, I had to sacrifice 4 of my loyal Tier 3 uncles in that dungeon. They died because of you. I will get my revenge sooner or later, mark my words. Ye Ning only smirked, offering no reply. The host raised his voice, booming, If everyone is ready, let the trial begin. First up, the strength trial. Anyone who clears floor 10 will qualify for the promotion. The higher you climb, the greater your rewards. And if you manage to break into the global leaderboard, you will receive exclusive rewards. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize it, an official muttered, his voice heavy with regret. I can't believe Daxia's ranking has fallen so low. We must wipe away this humiliation today. Zhang Yang stepped forward, his aura bursting with confidence. I will go first. As a strength and agility build, I will definitely place in the top 5 for this trial. Another participant chimed in excitedly. Count me in. I am also in the strength and agility class. Ye Ning calmly raised his hand, his voice cold and steady. Ye Ning, willpower class. The crowd gasped, instantly erupting into whispers. Ye Ning, are you crazy? This is the strength trial. The willpower trial is scheduled for later. What's the rush? Someone sneered. Just let him try. The willpower path is the hardest of all. No one in history has ever cleared it. With his current stats, he is nothing more than a stepping stone to make the strength class look good. Zhang Yang glared at Ye Ning, mocking him openly. You really think your pathetic Tier 2 stats can compete with mine? How naive. Ye Ning cut him off, his voice sharp as a blade. Save the small talk. If you have the balls, stop whining and get in there. Zhang Yang roared, Fine, let's do this. Who is afraid of who? The system announcement chimed in a cold, mechanical tone. Participants are now entering the strength trial. During the trial, you will face various enemies. Defeat them to advance to the next floor. All equipment has been unequipped, and secondary stats have been reduced. Prepare for battle. Starting in 10 seconds, Ye Ning read the notification, his eyes flashing with determination. All gear and enchantments are gone, leaving only base stats. Clearing floors 10 to 20 puts you in the world's top 3. Floor 23 is the absolute limit of humanity in this apocalypse. My goal is floor 24. The first monsters materialized, but to Ye Ning, they were nothing more than an appetizer. He swung his sword, the blade flashing like lightning, taking down his foes without breaking a sweat. Tier 1 low-level zombie dog defeated. Floor 1 cleared, advancing to the next floor in 30 seconds. He muttered, his voice dripping with boredom. The first few floors are just weak mutants. What a waste of time. Tier 1 low-level steel-clawed corpse defeated. As the gate to the next floor opened, Ye Ning's gaze remained ice-cold, knowing that the real challenge had yet to begin. Under the dim glow of the monitoring screens, the crowd watched the unfolding challenge with bated breath. The first 7 floors were a breeze, with the contestants advancing at almost identical speeds. To truly gauge their strength, they would have to wait until floor 7, or even floor 10, for a clear frontrunner to emerge. No one could say for sure who would stand out. Suddenly, a boastful voice rang out, cutting through the murmurs. Are you people blind, or what? Who said there is no clear leader? My nephew has already reached floor 10, while that Ye Ning kid is still struggling back on floor 8. Another man laughed, chiming in. That is right. Congratulations, General Zhang. It looks like Ye Ning is not quite the legend people made him out to be. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the young man paced himself. He knew that if he blindly chased speed after clearing the first 7 floors, his energy would quickly run dry, and he would not survive the later stages. Shaking his head slightly, he muttered to himself, those fools will never understand. He who laughs last, laughs best. Let us wait and see who gets the last laugh in this trial. Outside, everyone remained glued to the leaderboard, but from floor 10 onward, the energy fields of the mutated beasts became too intense, preventing the monitors from showing a clear picture. One proud father burst out laughing, "Haha, incredible. My son is the first one to make his screen light up green." The bystander quickly chimed in, sucking up to Zhang Meng. Zhang Yang cleared 10 floors in just 10 minutes. He is literally ending these battles in the blink of an eye. This time, Ye Ning participating in the strength trial is nothing short of absolute humiliation. Another man laughed, adding, "Haha, indeed. No matter what, my son holds the lead." Wang Kai cleared floor 10 in 11th place, while Ye Ning cleared floor 10 in 18th place. By now, Zhang Yang had already advanced to floor 13, prompting Zhang Meng to burst into triumphant laughter. 18th place? That clearing speed is slower than a snail. Haha. While one is struggling to get past floor 10, the other is already cruising through floor 13. General Yang, you might want to open your eyes and look closely. Yang Guoping, however, remained deep in thought. Knowing the sheer power Ye Ning had shown before, this result made absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the young man moved silently, effortlessly dodging every single strike from the beasts, never letting them land a single hit. He muttered, I remember from my past life, its weakness is on its back. With a decisive slash of his sword, he struck the vital point, easily shattering the monster's defense. Sure enough, he had already reached the 12th floor without even needing to use his attribute conversion. His mana and stamina were still overflowing. With only 10 seconds left, the battle was about to officially begin. Please prepare yourself. A voice echoed through the space. He nodded slightly, ready to allocate his attribute points step by step for conversion. His mana exploded as he channeled all his physical strength, charging onto the 21st floor and unleashing his ultimate skill. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was starting to show signs of exhaustion, yet he still managed to push through the 16th floor. He told himself, I'm definitely in first place, but I need to keep pushing. Just a few more floors, and I'll climb the leaderboard and blow everyone's minds. I have to completely crush Ye Ning. Meanwhile, the weaker contestants had already begun to forfeit, stumbling out of the arena. One of them gasped for breath, muttering, damn it, why does the difficulty spike so much on the later floors? Another nodded in agreement. Seriously, are the people who can clear the 20th floor on the leaderboard even human? Well, count me out, just pushing to the 14th floor nearly killed me. Someone else offered a dry laugh of consolation. It's fine. As long as we clear the 10th floor, we've technically passed the trial anyway. At that moment, the leaderboard updated clearly. Zhang Yang was on the 17th floor, Feng Xiaoguo was on the 16th, while Ye Ning and Wang Kai were both on the 15th. Most of the contestants had already dropped out, but Ye Ning was still holding on inside. For someone with a willpower-based class to endure the 15th floor, that's a remarkable achievement in itself. Yang Guoping remarked, his voice tinged with surprise. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng couldn't stop praising his son. I bet 15 is his absolute limit. He's nothing compared to my son. But the tide was slowly turning. Zhang Yang had already reached the 17th floor, only 3 floors away from the global top ranking. Yes, Zhang Yang is truly exceptional, someone exclaimed. However, Yang Guoping noticed that Zhang Yang's speed had slowed down significantly after the 15th floor. In contrast, Ye Ning wasn't slowing down at all. If anything, he seemed to be accelerating. Did I misjudge him? Yang Guoping wondered. Right at that moment, the screen flashed. Ye Ning had reached the 16th floor. Ye Ning is on the 16th floor. It's not an illusion, he really is speeding up, someone cried out in shock. Zhang Meng's anxiety began to mount, his voice trembling. Is he about to catch up to Younger? How is that even possible? It must be pure luck, or maybe he's just desperate. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, to gain power, dying on this floor isn't out of the question. Just a moment later, the crowd gasped in amazement again. The 17th floor. Ye Ning has reached the 17th floor as well. For someone with a willpower-based class to clear the 17th floor, this is truly unbelievable. Outside, the man grew increasingly frantic. He slammed his hand onto the table, roaring, "Come on, son, do not let Ye Ning overtake you." Inside the arena, Zhang Yang let out a wild roar, slashing directly at the skeleton in front of him. "Ah! Die, damn you!" He delivered a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying, but he was panting heavily, clearly feeling his body reach its absolute limit. I'm afraid just clearing this floor is my limit. Entering this trial right after coming out of that dungeon, my condition wasn't even fully recovered." He shook his head, reasoning with himself. "Whatever. I'm already in first place anyway. There's no need to throw my life away here." Channeling all his mana into his battle axe, he leaped into the air and unleashed his ultimate move, Sky-Cleaving Strike. With a heavy downward swing, the skeleton shattered into 100 pieces. "Phew, it's finally over," he whispered, before shouting, "Forfeit trial." Instantly, he materialized in front of the teleportation gate, ending his battle. Zhang Meng rushed over to his son, his eyes flashing with a mix of pride and worry. "Son, father, I did it. You cleared the 18th floor, the first to do it. That's my boy." But seeing how pale Zhang Yang looked, he paused, a sense of unease creeping over him. Zhang Yang looked up, his voice filled with confusion. "What's wrong, father?" "I cleared the 18th floor." He hesitated, then Zhang Yang continued. "This is the best achievement in the Wuxia military district in the last 2 years. I'm the first to do it, so why is nobody congratulating me?" He turned his eyes toward the leaderboard, only to freeze in sheer disbelief at the words displayed. At this very moment, he was already on the 19th floor. Zhang Meng gasped, stammering, "Wait, Ye Ning is on the 19th floor?" He turned to his son, his voice shaking. "Right before you exited, he cleared the 19th floor in just 3 seconds. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of hot blood rush to his chest, and he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. How is that even possible? How could he have stormed up to the 19th floor? I don't believe it. The system must be glitched. You all must have seen it wrong. Ye Ning has indeed reached the 19th floor. Though the crowd was equally stunned, the reality was already set in stone. Ever since the 15th floor, Ye Ning seemed like a completely different person. With every passing minute, another floor was conquered, matching the exact speed Zhang Yang had shown in the first 10 floors. No way. How could I lose? I'm a strength class. I have a double S rank talent. Zhang Yang shrieked, his eyes bloodshot. Were all those people who sacrificed themselves for me just a joke? Ha, ha, ha. Seeing his son fall into despair, Zhang Meng hurriedly tried to comfort him. "Son, don't be like this. You must never doubt your own potential. This time was just too rushed. One failure doesn't mean anything. Besides, there's no way I'm worse than Ye Ning. As long as we're fully prepared, I'm sure I can clear the 19th floor too." But the moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in shock. "Ye Ning, he just cleared the 20th floor," someone screamed. "The 20th floor? Yeah. Doesn't that mean he just broke into the global top 10? Yang Guoping grew anxious and immediately ordered his subordinate, "Hurry, go notify the deputy commander of Dasha right now." The soldier answered sharply, "Yes, sir." He turned around, his voice filled with excitement. "General Yang, for a genius like this, a miracle like this, we absolutely must have the high-ranking leaders of Dasha present." Inside the arena, Ye Ning stood tall on the 21st floor, his eyes cold and sharp as he stared at the beast in front of him. From the 30th floor onward, they were all Tier 3 variants, ferocious and unpredictable. Without using enchanted gear or powerful skills, facing them alone was a massive challenge. He frowned slightly, shifting 5 of his willpower attribute points into agility. His body instantly became light as the wind, skillfully dodging the toxic smoke spewing from the beast. But he told himself that even if it couldn't keep up with his speed, simply running away without attacking wouldn't bring victory. Defeating it without taking any damage was going to be almost impossible. He decided he had to stop it from spitting poison first. Leaping into the air, he activated 5 willpower attribute points, shifting them into strength. With a clean, razor-sharp slash, he severed the monster's poison-spitting duct. 5 willpower points is still too low, he muttered. Strength, agility, and constitution couldn't all reach their peak at the same time. This was a pain. Fortunately, the monster could no longer spit poison for now. Gathering his spiritual energy, he channeled all his power into a single sword strike aimed straight at his opponent's neck. The blade flashed, slicing the monster's head clean off. As he landed on the ground, a notification rang out. 21st floor cleared, successfully. Next battle begins in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Whew, finally did it. Next up, I can just use my ultimate move to finish this instantly. Outside, the hall buzzed with excitement as Deputy Commander Wang and Commissioner Hu arrived. Fang Hao, the deputy commander, walked in and asked excitedly, "What's the situation right now? He just cleared the 21st floor a minute ago and hasn't exited yet. Impressive, he can actually keep going." Before they could even finish their conversation, another uproar shook the room. Our Dashia's Yaning just cleared the 22nd floor. President Fang, Yaning cleared another one. It's the 22nd floor. Someone gasped. The 22nd floor? That puts him in the global top 3. Fang Hao was overjoyed, but his body unintentionally leaked a powerful pressure, sending a shockwave through the entire hall. Someone quickly tried to calm him down. "Commander Fang, please, control your excitement. Otherwise, others won't be able to handle your energy waves." Fang Hao nodded sheepishly. "My apologies, I lost my composure. Back in my day, I was considered one of Dashia's elites, but even after giving it my all for half an hour, I barely scraped through the 21st floor. Yet Yaning took only 1 minute to conquer the 22nd floor. How on earth did he do that?" Hu Zhibing pondered and analyzed. It is indeed strange. Before the 15th floor, Yaning's performance was completely average, but from the 15th floor onward, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He was clearing almost a floor a minute, but then he slowed down at the 21st floor, taking about 10 minutes. Yet, he instantly obliterated the 22nd floor. This is completely abnormal. He paused, his voice turning low. "I heard he's from the willpower class. Could there be something wrong with this information? After all, in the struggle for power and status, some people won't hesitate to play dirty. A few petty tricks here and there can be overlooked, but anyone who dares to compromise the nation will absolutely not be let off easily." The heavily implied words made Zhang Meng's face turn pale as he thought to himself, "President Fang, are you hinting at me? Even though I did have Tang Zhen make a few minor moves, I definitely didn't force any information out of anyone, much less dare to forge data." Yang Guoping chimed in, his voice filled with worry. "It's been almost a minute and Yaning still hasn't come out. Is he actually going to keep going? I heard that after the 22nd floor, you have to face Tier 3 mutant variants all by yourself. The trials aren't like a real battlefield. You can't use any equipment, talismans, or skills other than your own raw power." Inside the arena, Yaning calmly unleashed his flowing light strike, slicing the monster into 2. The notification chimed, 23rd floor cleared. Fang Hao practically jumped out of his seat, shouting, "The 23rd floor is cleared." Before this, the global rank 1 had only reached the 23rd floor. With Yaning's speed, is he about to surpass them? The crowd shouted in unison, "Yes." Right now, Yaning was firmly sitting at the #1 spot globally. Zhang Meng stood there, drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling with sheer excitement. The title of global #1 was now completely indisputable. Fang Hao's eyes welled with tears as he choked out, "If I remember correctly, 37 years have passed. North America's top strength class hunter, Bo Wu, has dominated the rankings that entire time. And the last time our Huaxia made it into the top 10 was more than a decade ago." Another person chimed in, their voice bursting with pride. "That's right, our Daxia can finally hold our heads high. Report this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Yining deserves the absolute highest level of treatment. Get ready, once he comes out, we will have a serious talk." Commander Fang nodded decisively. "Whoa, The crowd has gathered in droves before the teleportation portal, waiting with bated breath. But nearly a minute has passed, and Ye Ning still hasn't shown up. Why hasn't he come out yet? Does he really want to keep going even though he's already this strong? Someone asked anxiously. If the next floor opens, he won't be able to escape anymore. A mid-tier level 3 mutant is about to appear. This is no longer a simple challenge. Fang Hao froze, turning to Yang Guoping, his voice filled with urgency. Hurry, find a way to notify Ye Ning. Tell him to get out right now. There's no need to take risks anymore. Call the medical team immediately. But he shook his head helplessly. The trial tower has blocked all communication. We can't reach him. Fang Hao was on the verge of despair, muttering, "You crazy kid, please don't be reckless. Don't rush in there. One slip up, and it's all over." As the seconds ticked away, the entire hall held its breath in suffocating suspense. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Trial taker Ye Ning has completed the strength trial. The crowd erupted in cheers, but immediately after, they looked around in confusion. Where is he? Why isn't he coming out? The trial is already over. Yang Guoping replied, his voice tinged with shock. It looks like he didn't leave. He's moving on to the speed trial. He explained that the global announcement is only broadcast once a participant completely leaves. The teleportation portal for the speed trial has opened, and the contestants are getting ready. Inside the arena, Ye Ning was deep in thought. Although he really wanted to clear a few more floors in the strength trial, floor 23 was already enough to secure first place. So be it. I should save Dimensional Slash and Fallen Heaven for the upcoming trials to play it safe. He clearly remembered the hidden rule for those who had awakened. If you participate in consecutive trials, your results will be accumulated. If you leave midway, the bonus rewards will be lost. I must get this reward. The announcement echoed. The Monster Maze Agility Trial will open in 1 minute. Completion speed will be evaluated based on completion time. Inside, monsters will attack. Counter-attacking is impossible. You must rely solely on your agility to dodge. Reaching the exit means completion. The faster your speed, the greater the reward. Ye Ning glanced at the global leaderboard. The current number 1 was Miyamoto Fujiyama from the Japan region, and Gus from the Great Britain War Zone, with a record of 1 minute and 9 seconds. He muttered, Miyamoto has a rare object fusion talent, allowing him to merge into walls to rush forward without any obstacles. As for Gus, he possesses incredible calculation abilities, precisely planning and dodging through every path. He sighed. The top 10 globally are all double S rank. Relying only on my willpower conversion and a few speed points, it'll be hard to compete. Outside, Huang Lingyu, an S-rank agility prodigy, stared intently at the announcement board. Her eyes were sharp and cold, clearly annoyed that everyone's attention was focused entirely on Ye Ning. After all, the finest elites of Great Xia had gathered here, and Zhang Yang had been miserably defeated by Ye Ning. If I can beat him in this trial, I'll at least secure second place, or maybe even challenge for the top spot. The announcement blared. The agility test has begun. Please make your way to the exit as quickly as possible. Huang Lingyu immediately dashed off, telling herself, this will bring glory to our stellar safe zone. But as she ran, she realized the maze was far more complex than she had imagined, and the walls were indestructible. With my abilities, hugging the right wall is the optimal path. Even if it's a bit of a detour, it's the fastest route I'm confident in. Thanks to her S-rank agility talent, she easily dodged the sudden attacks from the mutants. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Ning analyzed the situation as he ran. Even though this maze is incredibly complex, judging by the completion times on the leaderboard, the area probably isn't that large. If I just sprint toward the center at full speed and then use Dimensional Slash, I can teleport directly to the exit. He frowned. How annoying. The closer I get to the center, the denser the mutant monsters become. Fortunately, thanks to the muscle memory from my past life, I can dodge most of these attacks. The battles of the past have carved this ability into my very bones. At the same time, Huang Lingyu faced an octopus-like monster and cried out, "What on earth is that? These mutants are getting tougher by the second." She activated Gale, her speed skyrocketing, as she used the octopus as a stepping stone to launch herself forward. But right after, another one appeared, its tentacles flailing. Damn it, there's another one? She continued to use Gale, but a tentacle grazed her, causing her body to tremble slightly from the minor wound. I'm running out of energy. I have to be faster. The exit is just ahead. I must surpass Ye Ning. Meanwhile, at the center of the zone where ferocious water monsters block the way, he finally arrived at the hotspot. The scene was as chaotic as a war zone, with deafening roars echoing everywhere. Without hesitation, he activated Dimensional Slash, hurtling toward the exit. Outside, Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, but the view inside was completely obscured. This agility trial had everyone holding their breath. Chairman Fang, don't worry. The agility trial will be over very soon. At most, it will only take 3 to 5 minutes to get the results. Ye Ning showed incredible control during the strength test, but a proud genius like him is often easily broken by failure. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a commotion, pointing at Zhang Yang, a living testament to a mental collapse. He stood there with a hollow gaze, as if his entire world had just crumbled. Yang Guoping quickly chimed in. Ye Ning is a willpower specialist, so surely it won't come to that. At this moment, Truong Duong turned to his father, his voice trembling. Dad, is he going to lose this time? Lose? Is he really going to lose? Yes, he's definitely going to lose. This time, he is bound to fail miserably. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the screen. Huh? Someone cleared it already? How could anyone be that fast? Could it be my Hoang Lingnok? She's the most talented genius in this trial, clearing it in just 1 minute. Does that mean another name has made the ranking? But then, the result popped up. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Truong Duong stared at it, his face turning pale with rage as he nearly collapsed. It was unbelievable. Danin had secured the global #1 spot with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. That kid is unreal. How many more surprises is he hiding from us? Huang Lin Nok walked out of the trial room, nursing a few minor injuries. With no other geniuses in sight, not even Danin, she proudly declared, even though I didn't perform at my absolute best this time, I should still easily make the top 20 in the world, right? But the moment her eyes hit the leaderboard and saw Danin leading at 1 minute and 8 seconds, she gasped. I lost. The gap between us is even bigger than the gap between Truong Duong and him. Ling Ngok stood frozen, as if all the life had been drained out of her. Her father rushed over to comfort her, when suddenly, the crowd erupted. Ling Ngok, look! The commander is here. For the very first time, they were seeing Li Tuyen Kwok, the supreme commander of Great Xia. Danin had just sent shockwaves through the world by taking the global top spot in the agility trial. Fuang Hao quickly stepped forward to greet him. Oh? Where is the boy? He chose to keep going and start the physical endurance trial. Guards, shut down the system immediately and get him out of there. The crowd gasped in shock, but then Lai Tuyen Kwok burst into hearty laughter. I saw how tense you all were, so I thought I'd play a little joke. Ha ha ha! Danin, that kid is an absolute monster. Let's just sit back and watch how this unfolds. Fuang Hao sighed inwardly. The commander's joke was terrible, only adding to everyone's anxiety. Just then, the notification for the physical trial popped up. First place in Southeast Asia was Nya Fo, with an endurance score of 1.3 tons. Second place went to George from South America, who only managed 0.7 tons. The fact that the gap was nearly double left everyone in awe, making it seem as if Nafo possessed the vitality of 2 normal humans. This trial simulated a localized battlefield, where the levels of mutated monsters scaled up as you entered deeper zones of the city. Participants were strictly forbidden from attacking and could only defend. The more damage they absorbed within the time limit, the higher their score. The trial lasted 10 minutes, but leaving early meant immediate failure. As the monster hordes rushed in, the starting zone was packed with low-level mobs. But the deeper you went, the more terrifying they became. To achieve a record-breaking score, he had to actively push forward into the danger zones. He quickly converted his willpower attributes into agility, dashing straight into the level 3 mutated monster zone. Activating Fallen Angel, he braced for impact, confident that his raw endurance would carry him through. Outside the simulation, Li Tuyen Kwok turned to Fuang Hao and asked, "Do you think Danin can take first place in the physical endurance trial too?" Fuang Hao replied cautiously, "Commander, while I would love to witness such a perfect miracle, speaking objectively, I'm afraid it's impossible. As you know, physical talent isn't like other attributes. It's usually very obvious just by looking at someone's build. Take Generals Tanfong and Truong Hai, for example. Both are absolutely built like tanks, whereas Danin doesn't really fit that physical mold." Li Tuyen Kwok laughed heartily. "How? You are always way too cautious." He continued, "Ha. Based on your theories before, did you ever predict Danin would take first place in both strength and agility? Let me show you how it's done. I dare to bet that not only will Danin take first place, but he will also become our very first legendary grade prodigy. And if I'm wrong, so be it. A little slap to my ego won't hurt. What's the big deal?" Fuang Hao shook his head with a sigh. "Please, Commander, stop joking around." Down on the second floor of the summit, He skillfully dodged the beasts, constantly looking for a way to push deeper into the zone. His goal was close, but the overwhelming danger here made him hesitate. Getting through this wouldn't be easy. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the monster's brutal attacks still managed to connect. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to collapse. Suddenly, a massive beast raised its colossal foot, aiming to crush him flat. Shrouded in a thick cloud of dust, his only option was to roll out of the way, waiting for a chance to strike back. But right then, another monster seized the opening, landing a heavy blow on his left arm that knocked the sword right out of his hand. Damn it, my left arm is completely useless now. He cursed in pain. I need to get out of the second floor of the summit before things get any worse. He quickly called out, Lai Fu Kuai, help me get my sword back. Yes, master. Lai Fu Kuai replied, quickly reporting the situation. Ahead of us on the second floor of the summit is a colossal strength-type elephant. Its trunk is its main weapon. We might be able to exploit that to break through. Without hesitating, he leaped high into the air, his cold eyes scanning the beast. If I can find its weak spot, I can clear this zone in one spectacular move, he thought to himself. As the massive trunk swung toward him, he instantly transitioned into a defensive stance, his body enveloped in an invisible layer of armor. A heavy blow from the giant elephant sends him flying, but luckily, he maneuvers past the other monsters and lands right at the peak of the third floor. I actually made it, he gasps, completely exhausted. My body is still too weak. If I keep pushing forward, I definitely won't make it out alive. Just then, a massive, worm-like beast bursts from the ground, letting out a menacing roar. Time to test out fallen heaven, he mutters, gripping his sword. As the monster's razor-sharp teeth lunge toward him, his heart skips a beat for a split second. With a swift, decisive motion, he raises his sword and activates his fallen heaven energy, forming a protective shield around his entire body. Even as those deadly fangs slam into the barrier, it holds as solid as a fortress wall. As expected, I can always count on the system's S class sword skill, he thinks, his confidence soaring. His endurance value skyrockets from 1.03 tons to 1.15, then 1.23 tons, and it's still rising, completely shattering the previous global record. But those 10 minutes feel like an absolute eternity. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the shield as his energy drains to zero, making it impossible to hold. He immediately triggers his leap and rapid strike effects, but he still can't land a blow on the mutated beast. As the shield shatters into pieces, he quickly backs off, leaping high into the air to escape its relentless pursuit. Right then, a system notification pops up. The 10-minute trial has ended. Do you wish to withdraw? Without a single second of hesitation, he taps continue. Yi Ning's endurance value has reached 1.74 tons. The crowd watching from outside gasps in utter disbelief. This is over 30% higher than Anuo's score. It's total domination. First place in 3 separate classes. This is an absolute miracle. Someone cheers. Li Xuan, the entire nation is stunned. Ahem, honestly, I think there's something off about Ye Ning. Maybe he isn't even human. Maybe he's a god. Another voice pipes up. Ha ha ha, I just didn't want you guys getting too tense. I was only joking. A hearty laugh rings out, easing the heavy atmosphere a bit. Commander, you're doing it again. Everyone groans in unison. Meanwhile, inside the trial, Ye Ning prepares himself for the final test of will. Even though my left arm is temporarily out of commission, luckily this trial doesn't require actual combat, he mutters, trying to steady his breathing. But a sudden warning flashes before his eyes. Please complete your preparation within 1 minute, or you will be disqualified. He frowns. So if I want that hidden reward, the system won't even let me catch my breath. Fine. Let's do this. This is my home turf now. The system announces, please select your trial method. Option 1, Standard Trial of Will. Fight using standard skills. Performance is based on the time taken to defeat enemies across 7 rounds. Option 2, Special Trial of Will. No active skills allowed. Rely solely on innate talents. Enemies are generated from your own memories. Survive 7 rounds to clear. He mumbles, in my past life, I chose the standard method to level up, but with my skills currently on cooldown and my left arm broken, the special trial is my only choice. He taps confirm, and the special trial begins. In the first round, he finds himself standing in the Tianfeng safe zone. The realism is chilling, and then, a familiar voice calls out, Ye Ning, you're just in time. Hurry, the Tianfeng zombie wave is going wild. Come join me outside the city walls to push them back. But as Uncle Xiao reaches out to touch his shoulder, Ye Ning spins on his heel, dodging him completely. His eyes turn icy cold as he drives his sword straight through the man's chest. "I'm sorry, Uncle Xiao," he says in a low, flat voice. "Huh? What? What do you mean by that?" Uncle Xiao asks, dumbfounded. "You're just a phantom born from my memories, trying to prey on my guilt to test my resolve," Ye Ning replies, walking toward the newly materialized portal. "I really am sorry, Uncle Xiao," he whispers. Though a pang of guilt strikes his heart, he doesn't slow his pace. In the next round, Chen Yao is sobbing as a monster grabs hold of her. From below, Chen Yong screams desperately, "Chen Yao, hold on, hang in there." Spotting him, Chen Yong turns and yells, "Ye Ning, help us, please." Chen Yao has been trapped by the mutant beast. "Ye Ning, I have never begged anyone for help in my life. Please, save my sister. I'll stay behind and hold off this mutant." Ye Ning grips his sword tighter, his gaze unwavering, fully prepared to face the next stage of the trial. Sprinting forward without a moment's hesitation, Ye Ning swings his blade, slicing clean through both Chen Yao and the monster holding her. Chen Yong screams in agony, "Ye Ning, why would you do that?" Without stopping, he spins around with a flash of his sword and finishes Chen Yong off as well. Even though their deep brotherhood strikes a chord in his heart, he remains cold, thinking to himself, "Even though our bond was truly touching, it's still not enough to break my resolve. My apologies." As the next portal appears, he steps forward, his voice dripping with challenge. "Bring it on, you bastards." Stepping into the next round, a soft, seductive voice echoes in the air. "Didn't you say you wanted me? I can't resist you right now anyway, and I don't have my protective shield active. I'm giving you your chance." He smirks, his eyes cold as ice. Maybe for other people, this level of mental assault would be tough. But for me, this is actually way easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, my conscience is completely clear when it comes to killing Lin Lan. With a lightning-fast slash, Lin Lan collapses. He casually walks past her body, muttering, "The system seriously underestimated me in this round." In the next round, another girl appears, her voice soft but full of deep meaning. "Da Ning. Even though I usually act so wild, I only did it to piss off my dad. Today is my very first time, and I really hope it's you." "Yan Wuqing," he replied in a low, solemn voice. "Thank you for your kindness. But please, close your eyes. This is the greatest respect I can show you." With one swift slash, fresh blood sprayed, painting the entire room crimson. Without a single glance back, he stepped into the next round. A new room materialized, windows shattered, cold wind howling inside, as a warm voice echoed, "Don't be afraid, kids. Teacher is here. I promise I will get you all out of here." Da Ning froze in his tracks, realizing he was now in the body of a 14-year-old boy. "Is this my old classroom?" The noises outside grew louder, dragging up traumatic memories. Back then, his teacher and classmates all died, only he had survived. That was also the last time I ever saw Wang Zhen. She gave me half of her only piece of bread while she starved. Wang Zhen appeared before him, her voice trembling. "Da Ning, you will protect me, right? Please tell me you will. You'll get me to safety, won't you?" He stared at her, his heart tearing apart. "I want to save you. I really want to save all of you. But regrets are just regrets. And I don't have a real chance to change the past." He brushed her hand off, his eyes turning cold and resolute. Wang Zhen panicked. "Da Ning, what are you talking about?" Refusing to let his emotions take over, he grabbed her by the throat, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." With a sickening snap, Wang Zhen collapsed. The surrounding crowd erupted in screams. "Ah!" Da Ning choked Wang Zhen to death. "He's mutated too. Run for your lives." He picked up shattered glass from the floor, his eyes icy. Telekinesis, kill, leave absolutely no one alive. With precise, merciless strikes, everyone was slaughtered. As the portal opened once more, he whispered, "I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel it gets, I have to keep moving forward. If there is a next life." He stepped through, his heart heavy. In the 6th round, his little sister, Xiaoan, appeared, sobbing as she looked toward their mother. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" He gritted his teeth. "Friendship, love, and now, family? Just how cruel does this trial have to get before it finally stops?" Xiaoan saw him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Big brother, you're back. Mom is." The little girl rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Brother, I'm so scared." He replied gently, "Xiaoan, don't be scared. Big brother is here." But as his eyes drifted toward their mother, a hand suddenly thrust toward his abdomen, and a cold, sharp blade pierced right through him. He stumbled back, blood soaking his shirt. Xiao An stepped closer, her voice cracking. Brother, why didn't you hug me? Did Xiao An do something wrong? Did I make you mad? That strike snapped him out of the illusion. I'm sorry, Xiao An. It's my fault. Don't hate me, okay? He spoke while clutching his agonizing wound, keeping his eyes on his mother. Xiao An. My sweet Xiao An. Ning. Why would you? His mother's voice echoed, but he knew this was nothing but a fake memory. Tears streaming down his face, he whispered, Mom, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. One final slash ended it all. He had slaughtered even his own family. Now, only the final round remained. He roared in defiance, System, what other dirty tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Suddenly, his body lost all strength, and he collapsed. A massive surge of energy flooded his senses, drowning him in a deep, dark abyss of water. Am I dead? He thought, his consciousness slipping away. But from the distance, faint voices started calling out to him. Daning, please wake up. You made it. Wake up. We need you. When Daning opened his eyes, the soft light of a hospital ceiling came into view. All around him, familiar faces erupted in cheers of joy. He's awake. He's finally awake. He frowned, his mind completely foggy. Where am I? What happened to me? Wasn't I just in the Tier 3 will trial? Someone grabbed his hand, their voice shaking with emotion. Da Ning, you did it. After you broke through to Tier 4, you fell into a coma. We were worried sick about you. Thank goodness you're awake. Now, we actually have a fighting chance. Tier 4? A coma? He muttered, struggling to piece together his chaotic memories. What are you guys talking about? Did I regress to my past life before the capital fell? He checked his body. His left hand was fully healed, and the wound on his abdomen had vanished, as if it were never there. Not only that, but a colossal surge of power, stronger than anything he had ever felt, was pulsing through his veins like a massive tidal wave. Is this the sheer power of Tier 4? Even a peak Tier 3 hunter wouldn't stand a chance against this, he thought. Completely stunned, General Li Yan stepped forward, his voice tense with urgency. We finally have hope. The front lines are on the verge of collapsing. That Tier 4 mutant monster is leading its army, tearing right through our defense lines. Da Ning, how are you feeling? Can you fight? If you need rest, we will hold the line to buy you some time. These words only threw him into deeper confusion. What on earth is going on? Didn't I just die while fighting that Tier 4 mutant monster? He tried to remember. No, he didn't die. A few Tier 3 hunters had risked their lives to drag him back. He had forced his will core to shatter, breaking through to Tier 4, and then blacked out. But why do my memories clash like this? Is this a side effect of forcing a breakthrough? Or was my entire regression just a dream I had while in a coma? His mind spun out of control, unable to tell reality from illusion, and that strange energy pulsing through him. The power erupting from his body forced Li Yan to raise a hand to shield himself. In a deep voice, he urged, Ye Ning, you haven't mastered your new power yet. Don't push yourself any further. Get some proper rest. Only when you regain your full fighting strength will we have any hope. Turning to the crowd, he ordered, Everyone, follow me to the front lines. We have to buy enough time for Ye Ning to recover. Taking a deep breath, he told himself to stay calm. He had to keep his composure. To uncover the truth, he needed to get out of this room first. Outside, the front lines had already descended into absolute chaos. The underground shelter was their last safe haven, but the crowd shoved and screamed in panic. Let me through first. I have an elderly mother and young children to look after. As monsters swarmed from the front lines, attacking mercilessly, an awakened user roared. Out of my way. I'm an awakened. Anyone who stops me dies. You useless peasants dare block my path? You're asking for death. Out of the way, all of you. Another chimed in. The awakened are humanity's only hope. Normal people are useless even if they stay alive. Suddenly, two beams of light shot down from the heavens, instantly vaporizing the two rioting awakened. The crowd looked up in shock. Ye Ning hovered high in the sky, his overwhelming pressure radiating like a tempest. His voice echoed with cold authority, demanding order. Anyone who continues to slaughter their own kind will be treated and killed, just like those monsters. He looked up at the sky, where swarms of flying monsters completely blotted out the sun. The spirit-gathering flying sword flashed in his hand, its razor-sharp strikes slicing through the incoming flying beasts one after another. This rank 4 power is so real and immense, he thought, feeling as if nothing was impossible. It was time to head to the defense line and face that rank 4 mutant beast once again. At the defense line, a scene of absolute devastation unfolded. People fled in panic as desperate screams echoed through the air. "Hold the line, follow me and seal that breach." But the overwhelming horde of monsters mercilessly crushed the awakened fighters. One warrior gritted his teeth. Despite losing his limbs, he sank his teeth deep into a monster's flesh, roaring, "Don't think you're the only ones who can bite. Even without my arms and legs, I still have my teeth." Another laughed out loud before collapsing. "Haha, that's enough. Your flesh tastes absolutely putrid." Even on the verge of death, their unyielding spirit burned bright. Humanity would endure forever. "Everyone, our commander has fallen. We must be just like him. Even if we die charging forward." From afar, more fighters rushed in, their voices filled with resolve. "Everyone, we only have one shot at this. If we can take down this rank 4 monster, or even just critically wound it, we still stand a chance against this undead horde. Even if we fail, Commander, even if we fall, we still have Ye Ning. Humanity still has hope." One of them laughed bitterly. "Ha ha, if they sold regret over the counter, I'd probably have a house full of grandkids by now." Another voice chimed in. "All right, stop overthinking it. We're closing in on the monster. Prepare to strike." High in the sky, the rank 4 monster loomed. The fighters shouted to form ranks, aiming straight for its head as they braced for the final clash. Under a sky ringing with battle cries, the strongest warriors of Great Xia unleashed their ultimate moves all at once. With a force capable of shattering mountains and rivers, sun-piercing arrow, chaos slash, heaven-splitting radiance, the brilliant ultimate skills tore through the air, heading straight for the rank 4 mutant monster. But with a massive, glowing eye, it condensed a terrifying surge of energy. The warriors combined their strength for one final strike, but in a flash of light, the monster effortlessly dodged. "No way, it dodged," someone screamed in utter despair. Immediately after, the monster unleashed a crowd control skill, bringing everyone to their knees in an instant. No one could resist. "Damn it, why is the gap in our power this massive?" The last warrior was choked to death, the light slowly fading from his eyes. On the ground below, the crowd's final sliver of hope completely vanished. A trembling voice whimpered, "They're dead. In less than 3 seconds, they're all dead. We are truly doomed this time. Why did it have to end like this?" In the command center, Great Xia's acting commander, Chu Tian, alongside Li Xuanguo and the other generals, stared at the massive surge of energy on the screen. Chu Tian gave a decisive order: "Contact Ye Ning immediately. Tell him to take the last group, break through the encirclement, and retreat. He must keep the spark of hope alive. We will broadcast our final message to the world. And then, we'll end this." But just then, someone shouted, "Wait, Commander, look, it's Ye Ning." High in the sky, Ye Ning charged straight at the rank 4 monster, his momentum like a raging whirlwind. "We meet again, rank 4 mutant," he muttered coldly. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him sent the low-level monsters fleeing in panic. Below, the crowd cheered in excitement. "He's here! Ye Ning has finally arrived. Look, under Ye Ning's immense pressure, the undead horde is actually starting to retreat." The warriors rallied. "Charge! Everyone!" But the rank 4 monster remained completely motionless, raising a hint of doubt in Ye Ning's mind. The undead horde was retreating, yet this rank 4 mutant was staying put. He questioned himself, his eyes sharp and cold. Even if he had achieved rank 4 strength, he shouldn't have been able to force a situation like this. If all of this is just an illusion, if this is the rank 3 trial after my regression, what exactly do I need to do to clear it? Gripping his sword tightly, his mind was in absolute turmoil. Would killing this monster truly put an end to the lingering regrets of his past life? As the crowd's cheers echoed around him, he remembered, "Back then, I was utterly defeated. Lord Ye Ning, please strike now. Take action before it can fight back." Another person shouted, "You are our last hope. If you just step up, this disaster will end and everything will go back to the way it was, right?" Ye Ning smirked, his eyes filled with determination. "Whether this is a trial or not, as long as I slay this monster with one strike, the regret in my heart will finally be laid to rest." But right at that moment, 2 familiar figures emerged, and a beloved voice echoed, "Ninger, what are you hesitating for? Kill it quickly, and our family will never be torn apart again. Big brother, kill that monster, so we can finally live happily together." Xiao An and his mother stood there, their eyes filled with hope. He paused, a sharp pain piercing his chest. This system really went to great lengths just to force his hand. He muttered, "I think I finally get what this final trial of will is all about. If everyone wants an ending, then let's end this." Outside the control room, everyone stared anxiously at the screen. It was almost 9 o'clock. Why hadn't Ye Ning come out yet? Fang Hao frowned. He usually clears these trials so fast. Could something have gone wrong? Hu Jibing reassured him. That's highly unlikely. If Ye Ning went with the first option, he would easily clear it without losing any of his skills. If he chose the second option, as long as he has absolute faith in his own will, he'll be fine. Either way, there shouldn't be a problem in theory, unless the previous 3 rounds drained too much of his energy. Everyone nodded. Then let's keep waiting and see how it plays out. Suddenly, Zhang Meng stood up, his voice grave. Everyone, there might be another reason why Ye Ning hasn't cleared the trial yet. Chu Tian frowned. Zhang Meng, what are you getting at? Speak plainly. Zhang Meng lowered his voice. Commander, my theory concerns our national interest. I urge you to issue a top-level order to cut off all communications and ensure 0 information leaks. Everyone in this room must also be placed under level 1 restriction. Chu Tian was stunned. What on earth are you trying to say? A complete lockdown comes with a massive price. Zhang Meng remained firm. If my words prove to be of no consequence, I will gladly accept punishment and resign. Chu Tian nodded and issued the order, immediately locking down the area and activating level 1 security status. A massive energy barrier materialized, completely sealing off the area. Zhang Meng continued, Commander, I don't think Ye Ning topped all 3 global classes just through sheer talent. It is highly likely that he has discovered a system exploit. No matter how strong someone's power or physique is, no one can clear the trial of will relying solely on their own strength. That is the only logical explanation for why Ye Ning, who is supposed to be the strongest, is struggling so much in this challenge. Under a sharp gaze, Fang Hao spun around to face Zhang Meng, his voice dripping with defiance. Zhang Meng, I'm telling you right now, you are straight up threatening him. Do not assume it is impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was an awakened in North America who possessed the talent to temporarily duplicate system items. Even though the duplicated items had no actual power, they were still accepted by the dungeon NPCs. Armed with that ability, he practically looted every major dungeon, amassing a monumental amount of resources. It wasn't until he accidentally exposed his actual power within the system that he was detected and obliterated. He paused, his eyes flashing with absolute conviction. Ever since then, we realized that even these godlike systems can make mistakes. My father was right. Ye Ning must have found a loophole. I am no loser. I have never lost to him. Zhang Meng paused in deep thought, then spoke up solemnly. Commander, if Ye Ning makes it out, I urge you to interrogate him directly. If we can somehow replicate his ability, our Wuxia military region will achieve an unimaginable leap forward. He paused, his tone shifting to a more cautious note. Commander, isn't it far too early to jump to conclusions? We don't even know if Ye Ning is dead or alive in there. Are we really going to arrest, interrogate, and torture him the second he barely manages to survive and walk out of there? Doing that would absolutely terrify and alienate everyone. Another voice rang out, cutting through the heated debate. Enough arguing, both of you. I have already made my decision. Let's wait for Ye Ning to make it out safely first, and then we will discuss this. Inside the dungeon, Ye Ning stood tall and proud, his sword pointed directly at the level 4 monster. The crowd below erupted in wild cheers. Lord Ye Ning did it. He killed it. Big Brother killed it. Ye Ning actually killed it. He calmly sheathed his sword, his gaze unwavering. I'm sorry, but I don't think we should stay trapped in our past failures, desperately dreaming up ways to make amends. No matter how beautiful the past or the future seems, I refuse to live in a lie only to end up turning my own blade against myself. No matter how brutal or unforgiving reality gets, I will face it head on and force it to change. Because only by moving forward can we find what's real. Ye Ning gritted his teeth, his voice carrying the weight of a solemn oath. There's no denying that in my past life, I lost. Even though I've been terrified of failing again. In this life, I am going to tear this whole damn system apart. Suddenly, a massive orb of energy exploded, with Ye Ning at the epicenter, sweeping across the entire area. The system announcement rang out coldly. The will trial has ended. Current rank. Number 1. Globally. After clearing the trial, the special rewards were announced to the entire world. The system continued to tally his attributes. For ranking first in the strength trial, He received 3 bonus strength attribute points, which doubled upon promoting to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. For ranking first in the Constitution trial, he received 3 bonus Constitution attribute points, which doubled upon promoting to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. Compiling all rewards for ranking first overall, he received 10 bonus points to all attributes. All attributes have increased to 78 points. The system notifications kept flooding in. Talent enhancement acquired, furious strength, overloaded agility, unyielding constitution, and willpower pressure. Tallying reward equipment. Hidden trial completed. Gained 4,000 reputation points. Acquired the honorary title, the perfect one. When equipped, it waives system transaction fees with Class A privilege. Yaening stood firm despite the agonizing pain from his broken arm. Choose between 4 green grade items or 1 epic tier item. Received special items. Epic grade regeneration potion and epic grade time key. Finalizing talent rewards. Triple S tier willpower talent upgraded to Mindstorm. The system detailed the Mindstorm. Obtain a 100% attribute boost for 3 seconds, granting telekinesis control, psychic defense field, and the Chaos Mind skill. Cooldown, 24 hours. As Yaening exited the dungeon, his broken arm hung limply. The crowd erupted. He is out. Yaening's trial is complete. The champion is still number 1 in the world. He is the only pure willpower type user to clear the Tier 3 trial. But Yaening was still in excruciating pain. The toll from clearing multiple dungeons in a row had pushed him past his limit. A brilliant pillar of light shot up, and the global announcement echoed. The trial tower rankings had been updated. Yaening was at the top of all 4 categories. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. Huaxia's Yaening was number 1 globally. Hearing the news, Yaening managed a weak smile before collapsing to the ground. He muttered, "Humph. That damn system finally made risking my life worth it." The panicked crowd rushed forward. Yaening, Yaening, where is the medical team? Don't just stand there, save him, hurry." A doctor rushed to check Yaening's vitals, then turned to report, "Commander, Deputy Commander, please rest assured. He has no life-threatening injuries. It is just a fractured left arm, coupled with extreme physical and mental exhaustion. He just needs a few days of rest to make a full recovery." Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Whew, thank goodness. He almost gave me a heart attack." Zhang Meng scoffed inwardly, his eyes flashing with suspicion. The global number 1, and he only sustained minor injuries? How could it be that simple? He immediately spoke up, his tone sharp. "Commander, you should carefully consider my previous speculation. I suggest we use mental power to forcefully wake Yaening up and interrogate him immediately." This made Fang Hao's blood boil. He stepped forward and roared, "Zhang Meng, don't cross the line. You want to lay a hand on Yaening? You'll have to go through me first." Zhang Meng smirked, his voice turning cold. "What? Is Deputy Commander Fang putting his personal feelings above the nation's survival? If my theory is correct, Yaening is nothing but a sacrificial pawn." Hu Jiping quickly intervened, his voice steady. "Commander, I strongly advise against this. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of error, the consequences would be catastrophic." Li Kuangguo nodded in agreement. "He is right, Commander. Yaening performed exceptionally. We should not doubt him. Doing this would not only betray his loyalty, but also jeopardize the entire future of Huaxia." After a brief moment of silence, Li Kuangguo ordered, 3 days. Let us wait 3 days first to see if he wakes up." He stood tall and added firmly, "Take him to the medical bay and treat him with the utmost care. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed." Hearing this, a cunning smile crept onto Zhang Meng's face. 3 days, is it? I will wait and see if you even dare to wake up, Yaening." Soon, a worried crowd gathered around Yaening's wheelchair. A subordinate reported, "Commander, over 117 nations have contacted us inquiring about Yaening's condition. How should we respond?" 3 days passed. The finest doctors in Huaxia confirmed that Yaening's vitals were completely stable and all his wounds had healed. Yet, he still refused to wake up. It was highly likely because of a guilty conscience, and he was simply faking his unconsciousness. Zhang Meng seized the opportunity immediately, his voice scheming. "I propose we subject Yaening to a mental interrogation right now." Fang Hao immediately objected, his voice like thunder. "I refuse. We agreed on 3 days." "What do you think you are doing?" Zhang Meng turned to the crowd, commanding coldly, "Guards, set up the machinery and proceed with Yaening's mental interrogation immediately." The equipment was brought out in no time. Fang Hao rushed forward to block them, shouting, "Stop, Commander, we cannot treat Ye Ning like this." Zhang Meng sneered. "Deputy Commander Fang, are you starting a mutiny?" Right at that moment, Li Guangguo sighed, making a difficult decision. "How? I do not want this either, but this concerns our national security. Everyone, stand down. Here we go." The device was strapped onto Danin. Truongman stood nearby, a sickening, smug grin plastered across his face. But the moment the device touched his head, Danin suddenly bolted upright, eyes snapping open as the machinery went flying off his body. Dazed, he muttered, Where am I?" The crowd erupted in joy. "He's awake! He's awake! Thank God, he's finally awake!" Fang Hao rushed forward, smashing the device to pieces, his voice trembling with rage. "Now that he's awake, stop this garbage immediately." Danin looked around, his eyes landing on the broken machinery, and asked suspiciously, "By the way, what exactly is that? It doesn't look like medical equipment to me." Lai Tuyen Kwok stepped forward to introduce himself. Awakened Danin. "I am Lai Tuyen Kwok, Supreme Commander of Huaxia. This is Fang Hao, our Deputy Commander, whom you haven't met. This is Commissioner Ho Chi Bin, and you already know General Truong Man." Danin gave a slight nod, pulling the helmet off his head, his eyes sharp. "Oh, I see." He thought to himself, "They didn't even bother to congratulate me on waking up. Instead, their first move is an interrogation, and they were even ready to torture me. Absolutely ridiculous." But he knew his sword god system must never be revealed, or he would be completely erased. In a calm voice, he asked, "Commissioner Ho, doesn't the military know my talent?" Ho Chi Bin stammered, while Truong Manhe's face darkened. He spat in a harsh tone. "Danin, we suspect something is fishy with your trial results. Did you exploit a loophole to win? This is a major issue. I expect you to cooperate and not try to hide anything." Otherwise, Danin cut him off, his voice ice cold. "A loophole? You suspect me? You think I cheated?" Li Tuyen Kwok quickly tried to de-escalate. "Danin, it's not like that. Please, hear us out." He continued in a gentle but firm tone. "I apologize, but we only speculated that you might have used an exploit, considering your results are just too unbelievable. First, we are thrilled you brought this honor to Huaxia. Second, I hope you understand that if you really found a loophole, it is incredibly valuable to our nation." Lai Tuyen Kwok emphasized, "As commander, I guarantee that as long as you come clean, you will still be named #1. But Truong Man cut in, his voice dripping with provocation. "That's enough. Danin, you sure talk a lot. Can't even hide your tail, can you?" Hearing this, Danin cursed silently, a flash of anger in his eyes. Keeping the secret of the sword god system safe, Danin thought. They clearly suspect I have something to hide. Yet the commander still wants to crown me #1. Wouldn't that make all my efforts completely worthless? He sneered inwardly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Even if Truong Man is just a troublemaker, I understand the calculations of those in power. Still, people really are disappointing, he resolved. This time they suspect a talent loophole, but I will never let the tragedy of my past life repeat itself. In a firm voice, Danin declared, "Fine, I will tell you right now what that loophole is." He turned to Fang Hao and requested decisively, "Deputy Commander Fang, please get me a talent testing crystal the highest grade possible." Fang Hao nodded and agreed immediately. "All right, I'll go get it right now." Truong Man smirked, his smile dripping with mockery. "Right, it only takes a few seconds to pull up the system panel, yet you want to find a crystal ball instead. Are you trying to prove that you have an all-element affinity? Even an all-element user at SS rank couldn't perform as heaven-defyingly as you did. No matter what the test results are, it still won't prove you didn't exploit a loophole." Danin turned to him coldly, his voice low but sharp. "Truong Man, Commander Truong, right? Once I'm done with the test, if you still have questions, you can keep talking then." From a distance, Fang Hao returned, carrying a massive crystal glowing with a mystical light, the highest grade testing crystal. Danin stepped forward, placing his hand on the crystal, his gaze unwavering. "Didn't you all want to know what the loophole is? Then take a good look." He channeled energy into the crystal, and a blinding light erupted, carrying a terrifying pressure. The system notification chimed, "Test result, willpower, type, triple, S rank talent." Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the crystal shattered into pieces. Danin looked straight at the crowd, his voice challenging, "Triple S rank. Is this loophole satisfying enough for you?" The crowd erupted into wild cheers. Hell yeah. I told you he didn't cheat, Ho Chi Bin muttered in shock. Triple S rank. Does such a level actually exist in this world? Isn't this completely unprecedented? Li Tuyen Kwok gasped in shock. This is a god-tier energy fluctuation. Truong Manha's face turned pale, screaming inwardly, I'm ruined. It's a total defeat. But Danin only replied calmly, It's fine, I understand. His tone shifted to one that was calm yet loaded with meaning. But I heard that besides the trial, the top ranker also has to battle other elite seeds to evaluate their potential. Commander, I don't want to accept the #1 spot just because of some words. He looked straight at Truong Man. I heard that your son, Truong Duong, was the former #1. I'm a fan of fairness. I don't want to rely on special privileges. Truong Duong is so outstanding that it wouldn't be fair to him if we didn't have an actual battle. Danin emphasized, his voice filled with determination. According to the regulations, a lower rank has the right to challenge a higher rank. I don't want the #1 spot just handed to me. I want to register for a life or death battle and challenge the current rank 1, Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Meng broke out in a cold sweat, his mind spinning out of control. Li Kuangguo looked at Ye Ning and thought, this kid is incredibly ruthless. I already promised compensation, yet you go and stab us in the back like this. Sure, Zhang Meng went too far, but killing his son is a bit much. Zhang Meng tried to keep his composure, his voice shaking. Ye Ning, what's the meaning of this? He quickly forced a calm tone, trying to smooth things over. The #1 spot is yours. Your talent far surpasses my son Yang's. On behalf of Zhang Yang, I'll gladly step down and let you have the top spot. I'm sorry about earlier. It was all a big misunderstanding. I was just worried about your safety, that's all. Ye Ning let out a faint smile, but his words cut like a knife. Commander Zhang, you flatter me, but we really should play by the rules. I don't want people saying I'm some arrogant punk who thinks he's above the law. Since Zhang Yang is so outstanding, we'll only know who's stronger once we fight, right? Hearing this, Hu Zhibing chuckled inwardly and spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, since Ye Ning wants to follow the rules, then let's do exactly that. However, Ye Ning has just promoted to Tier 3 and needs time to adjust. 3 days from now, once the battle is over, we will announce the rankings and rewards. How does that sound? Li Kuangguo thought to himself, Old Hu is such an old fox, always thinking ahead. Haozi didn't say a word, yet Old Hu stepped up to make a stand. Li Kuangguo nodded. All right, let's do as Old Hu says. Zhang Meng was burning with rage inside, cursing silently. Ye Ning, if you dare lay a finger on my son, I'll make sure you die first. But on the surface, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Ye Ning smirked, thinking, they say revenge is a dish best served cold, even if it takes 10 years. No, waiting even a single day is too soft on your enemies. Zhang Meng, you and your son will be reunited in hell soon enough. Once the argument died down, Li Kuangguo pulled Hu Zhibing aside, his voice dropping to a whisper. Old Hu, now that it's just the two of us, talk to me straight. Why did we have to agree to Ye Ning's demands? Hu Zhibing's eyes sharpened as he replied, Commander-in-Chief, did you forget about the cross-continental dungeon happening in 10 days? Our previous failures completely wiped out our combat reserves. This run is absolutely critical. If we fail to harvest enough energy cores, our entire fleet of fighter jets will turn into useless scrap metal. Li Kuangguo frowned. You want Ye Ning to go? Hu Zhibing nodded. Exactly. Aside from dealing with the aberrations, the cross-continental dungeon means he'll have to face Tier 3 awakeners from other nations as well. This duel will test if Ye Ning actually has the guts to kill. After all, killing a human and killing a monster are two entirely different things. Old Hu fell silent, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. If Zhang Yang dies, Zhang Meng will absolutely lose his mind, and internal conflict will be hard to avoid. That's why I suggested a 3-day delay. Once Zhang Meng gets back, he'll definitely do everything in his power to prepare his son. At the same time, this gives us enough cushion to draw up 2 flexible contingency plans, depending on how things play out. Ha ha ha, you old fox. No matter what, you're always a step ahead, and as cautious as ever. The Commander-in-Chief nodded, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Besides that, it's best we announce to the public that his talent is only SS rank. Otherwise, I'm afraid his life will be in constant danger. Agreed, let's do that. All other information must be kept under strict lock and key. The scene cuts to Zhang Meng, who has just returned home, his eyes resting on his son Zhang Yang's face. Dad, you're back, Zhang Yang cried out, his voice filled with anticipation. Did you find out what that brat's talent is? Is he cheating? Dad, do you think that punk found some kind of exploit? He's locked up by now, right? I'm still number 1, right? Jiang Meng let out a heavy sigh, his face grim under his son's eager gaze. What on earth is going on, Dad? Tell me. We ran the checks. Ye Ning is completely clean. If anything, he's planning to challenge you to a death match in 3 days. What? How could there be nothing wrong with him? Dad, you've got to be kidding me. Wait, a death match? Between me and him? No way, I'm not doing it. Zhang Yang panicked, his voice trembling. Can't I just give him the number 1 spot? I am not fighting him. If he wants the top rank, he can have it. I'll give him everything. Zhang Meng shook his head, his voice heavy as lead. I already tried that, but that kid is dead set on fighting you. He doesn't care about the ranking, he wants you dead. Then kill him, Dad, kill him before the match. If he wants me dead, you need to go and kill him right now. I want to, son, but getting to him right now is damn near impossible. Zhang Meng grit his teeth. He's currently guarded by a whole squad of Tier 3 experts. Who are they? Threaten them, pay them off. The military assigned them to protect him. We're running out of time. So I'm just dead meat? Zhang Yang practically shrieked. Zhang Meng clenched his fists, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Yang, you're my boy. I am not letting you die. I've already contacted a few Tier 3 experts. When the moment is right, they will make their move. He paused, his voice dropping to a low murmur. I've served this country for decades. No matter how much the higher-ups favor Ye Ning, they'll turn a blind eye to this. Then Dad, is there any way I can win? What about cheat items or overpowered gear? Useless. No external help is permitted in a death match. Zhang Meng frowned. But it is not like we are completely out of options. Ye Ning keeps talking about the rules, so we will use those very rules to bring him down. So, what should we do, sir? At that, Zhang Meng lowered his voice, a cunning glint in his eyes. On top of that, we have Death Squad assassins ready to strike. Haha. Ye Ning, no matter how strong you are, even a mighty dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Let us see what you can actually do. 3 days later, at the dueling arena of the capital military district, the atmosphere was boiling. A massive crowd packed the stands, every single eye fixed on the center stage. Commander, everything has been arranged perfectly, a subordinate reported in a firm voice. 3 Tier 3 referees have already taken their positions to protect the deathmatch arena. The match can begin at any moment. Good. Announce the start. Everyone turned their eyes toward Ye Ning, who had become the center of all the whispering. Is this the Ye Ning who has been causing all that chaos lately? I heard he is absolutely brutal, but why does he look like such a weakling? He looks so skinny, I feel like I could poke him to death with just one finger. It is unbelievable. He looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. The chief referee, Lu Wanzhou, stepped forward, his eyes stern as he looked at Ye Ning. Ye Ning, this is the combat roster for this death match. Take a look. If there are no issues, prepare yourself for the fight. Oh, was I not supposed to fight Zhang Yang? Why is there a whole roster? Aside from Zhang Yang, there are 9 other newly promoted Tier 3 fighters challenging me. And Zhang Yang is actually placed at the very bottom. Lord Ye Ning, this list has already been approved by the higher-ups, Lu Wanzhou explained. According to the regulations, since you can challenge Zhang Yang, the other top-seeded fighters also have the right to challenge you. The first 9 rounds will leave you completely exhausted if you do not pace yourself. He tried to advise him, quickly raising his hand to stop Ye Ning. I know. Let us get started, Ye Ning replied coldly. Then, he raised his hand high, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone on that list, come at me all at once. I want to fight all 10 of you. What? Did I hear that right? No matter how powerful his talent is, he cannot be this insane. Fighting 10 people at the same time? Is he begging for death? If everyone throws just one move, even a mid-tier rank 3 warrior would not be able to survive it. Lu Wanzhou broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in complete disarray. The higher-ups had agreed to create this roster to protect Zhang Yang, but no one had anticipated this situation. Nothing could be allowed to happen to Zhang Yang, but they could not afford to let anything happen to Ye Ning either. What should he do now? From a distance, a figure rushed over and shouted, Ye Ning, do not do anything rash. If you do not agree to a death match, you can refuse. This fight will not affect your number 1 ranking anyway. Ye Ning smirked, his eyes as sharp as daggers. Is there any rule that forbids me from fighting everyone at once? If there is not, then let us get on with it. After all, a bunch of trash gathered together is still just trash. Hearing this, Fang Hao, who was standing nearby, burst into delighted laughter. Haha, the kid is arrogant, but I like it. Sitting beside him, Hu Zhibing's eyes turned sharp, and he spoke in a low, meaningful tone. Are you only feeling excited, or do you not see the massive issue here? Li Shuangguo frowned slightly and gave a decisive order. If Ye Ning has spoken, then let us do as he wishes. The referees will make sure the match is conducted strictly by the rules. In his heart, the old man thought, this kid's personality is exactly like mine when I was young. Although he admired that wild arrogance, letting Ye Ning become the target of so much hostility was not a good thing. I paid a heavy price back in my day, he murmured to himself. After this event, it might be good to teach him a lesson about restraint. Meanwhile, Lu Wanzhou, standing nearby, felt his mind spinning in a chaotic mess. Clearly, the higher-ups wanted them to protect Ye Ning, but the situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. He raised his hand and boomed. Since the commander has given the order, let all 10 seated fighters, including Zhang Yang, step onto the stage. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's face turned purple with rage. He is insulting me, he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Kill him, I must kill him. Zhang Meng placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Younger, this is a golden opportunity. The more insane he gets, the higher your chances of winning. Let the others strike first and drain his mana. When the time comes, you just need to rush in and deliver the final blow. All 10 opponents now stood on the arena stage, their cold, sharp gazes locked onto Ye Ning. The referee's voice rang out loud and clear. The life and death challenge is about to begin. Everyone get ready. No one is allowed to use any consumable items. All runes on your equipment are hereby disabled. As the countdown began, the crowd buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere burning hot like wildfire. This kind of situation had never been seen before in the Great Xia Empire. How long do you think this fight will last? 3 seconds, 5 seconds, or maybe just 2? I am betting on 10 seconds, another spectator sneered. After all, Ye Ning is at the absolute top in terms of speed and physical stats. Maybe he can hold out just a bit longer. The announcement rang out, and the match officially commenced. Zhang Yang roared at the other opponents. Kill him, wear him down to death for me. But the moment the match started, Ye Ning unleashed his Tempest Swordstorm, a skill that swept through the arena like a devastating hurricane. The opponents hit by the strike could neither dodge nor defend against it. We have been tricked. Zhang Yang panicked, his voice trembling violently. Save me! Assassins, charge! A figure rushed forward, gripping a massive iron mace as he roared. Ye Ning, I am taking you down to hell with me. But Ye Ning's blade flashed, slashing down without a single moment of hesitation. The opponent was instantly sliced into 4 pieces, his body exploding right in front of him. Haha, to think they even deployed a suicide soldier carrying a miniature nuke, Ye Ning sneered. Too bad, you're not getting a chance to show it off. Without stopping, his blade surged forward, heading straight for Zhang Yang. The boy collapsed to his knees, screaming in sheer terror. Save him! What the hell is the referee panel doing just standing there? Follow me and save him. 3 referees quickly raised their shields, desperately trying to block the attack. This speed, this energy, is this really something a Tier 3 beginner can do? Someone gasped, their voice filled with utter disbelief. Listen up, it's fine if we couldn't save the others, but Zhang Yang must be saved. If we fail, our livelihoods are completely done for. Zhang Yang scrambled backward in a panic, crying out to his father in desperation. Save me, Dad, help me, I don't want to fight anymore, I quit. You're safe now, Zhang Meng roared, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang's body was already sliced clean in half. Is Zhang Yang dead? The crowd above watched in absolute horror. No way! Holy crap, one single strike completely wiped out the entire arena. Did you see that power? And that utterly ruthless, decisive will? How could Zhang Yang have died? He was clearly being protected. I felt like time stopped for a second. Am I seeing things? Ye Ning stood there, his gaze ice-cold and piercing. If I want someone dead, none of you can protect them, because I just used Dimensional Slash. He raised his head, his voice booming like thunder. No, I need to make sure you all understand. I am incredibly strong right now. Zhang Meng stared at his son's corpse, his heart utterly shattered and his eyes bloodshot. No. No. You little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ye Ning smirked, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. Perfect timing. I actually thought you'd manage to hold yourself back. Zhang Meng roared, unleashing his tiger might fist as a powerful surge of energy materialized into the shape of a tiger behind him. Ye Ning thought to himself, even though your strength has reached the peak of Tier 3, compared to me, you're not actually that much stronger. I'll bet you won't just fail to kill me, but you'll also end up losing your own life right here." Right at that moment, Fang Hao rushed in from behind, completely blocking Zhang Meng. He unleashed his Tyrant Emperor Dragon Fist, a single devastating punch sending Zhang Meng flying back and crashing violently against the wall. "Fang Hao, get the hell out of my way," Zhang Meng shrieked, his eyes blood red. "If I don't avenge my son's murder, I don't deserve to be a father." "Zhang Meng, if you stop right now, the commander-in-chief might still understand your grief and let this slide," Fang Hao replied coldly. "But if you don't stop, don't blame me for being ruthless." Deep down, Fang Hao actually wanted to teach Zhang Meng a lesson anyway. But everything had to go by the book. They couldn't just act recklessly. His warning was like a sharp blade, reminding Zhang Meng not to cross the line. But Ye Ning, having anticipated everything, had absolutely no intention of letting things end here. He intentionally provoked him, his sharp gaze full of challenge. "Haha, this was a duel to the death. Life and death are decided on the stage. It's one thing that your son was a useless piece of trash, but as his father, you're just as much of a useless old fool. The two of you are a perfect match, a dog father raising a dog son." Ye Ning flipped him the middle finger, a gesture that added fuel to the fire, sending Zhang Meng's blood boiling as his eyes turned completely bloodshot. "Move! I'm going to rip this dog to pieces." "Zhang Meng, do you have a death wish?" Fang Hao barked. An aura erupted like a volcano, sending Zhang Meng flying backward. He slammed onto the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he knelt there, his voice trembling as he begged. "Commander-in-Chief, that was my son. My only son. Please, look at all the years I have dedicated to serving our country. I, Zhang Meng, have gone through life and death for the great Xia. Commander-in-Chief, I beg you, grant me justice." Up above, Li Xuanguo frowned. His mind clouded with doubt. Zhang Meng had already yielded. Was it really necessary to push things this far? Ye Ning smirked, his expression becoming even more provocative. "You old dog, what right do you have to demand justice? You lack the strength, so now you're playing the victim card? Are you planning to throw a tantrum right here?" But in his mind, he had already calculated everything carefully. Even a 10-sided ambush leaves a way out. But this time, I'm going to corner this dog with absolutely no escape. "You want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. Now, I'm standing right here, waiting for you to try." Ye Ning stood completely still, his voice freezing cold. "Do you believe that if I'm hurt even on a single finger, I will make your entire family pay with their lives? Not even the dogs and chickens in your household will be left alive." "Ah! You little bastard! I will kill you! I have to kill you!" Zhang Meng roared, charging forward like a madman. Fang Hao smiled faintly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Ye Ning, this kid is actually pretty damn good. Since you've given me a good enough reason, I definitely won't let you down." No longer holding back, Fang Hao lunged forward with deadly resolve. "Today, I will show you the difference between a real peak power and a fake one." One powerful punch rained down, finishing Zhang Meng off completely. Ye Ning raised his hand to block the incoming debris. He thought to himself, as expected, the gap between tiers isn't just a numbers game. I can easily insta-kill anyone of the same level. I can even fight above my rank to kill intermediate tier 3 opponents. But if I went up against a peak tier 3 or even just an advanced tier 3, I'd probably have no chance of survival. Fang Hao looked up at Li Xuanguo and said in a steady voice, "Commander-in-Chief, what just happened was indeed. Actually, Ye Ning was in grave danger, and since time was of the essence, I didn't have time to act carefully." Li Xuanguo nodded and gave his orders. Since Vice Chairman Fang had no choice but to act, have someone prepare a proper burial for General Zhang Meng. But in his heart, he cursed Haozi. Did he take this old man for a fool? He and Ye Ning were practically feeding each other lines. Did they think he was blind? Still, he let out a sigh. Fortunately, Old Hu had already prepared a backup plan. Ye Ning stepped forward, bowing to Fang Hao. "Thank you, Commander and Vice Commander, for saving my life and giving me justice. I am deeply grateful for this immense favor, and I swear to serve our nation, even at the cost of my life." Li Xuanguo looked down at him, thinking, this kid sure is a smooth talker. He's not simple at all. If Ye Ning wanted to make a name for himself and establish authority, he would gladly make it happen. He raised his hand, his voice booming like thunder. "Tomorrow at the Capitol Square, the first medal ceremony for the Seed Project will officially begin." The crowd erupted, whispers spreading like wildfire. Holy crap, Ye Ning just instantly wiped out the entire Seed group, Before I could even blink, Zhang Meng was dead too. One shock after another, my heart is seriously about to stop. That guy Ye Ning is absolutely ruthless. Note to self, never, ever get on his bad side. The medal ceremony, held at the capital square, was a national event that shook the Great Xia Empire to its core. The Great Xia is about to change, everyone thought. Lin Rui and Tang Zhen, Zhang Meng's two subordinates, stood there drenched in cold sweat. With General Zhang Meng dead, we probably won't escape either. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I'd be dead meat by now. Lin Rui breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still trembling. Li Guangguo turned to Hu Zhibing, his voice serious. Old Hu, I'm leaving the award ceremony to you. Make sure it is grand and majestic. Additionally, the results of today's deathmatch, including Ye Ning's combat power and innate talent, must be completely classified. Anyone who dares to leak this information without authorization will be charged with treason. Understood, Commander. Hu Zhibing nodded, his eyes cold and sharp. The next day, at the capital square, a massive military parade filled the sky. It was incredibly grand, radiating an overwhelming aura. After receiving unanimous approval from the Great Xia military, Ye Ning officially became the leader of the Tinder project. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the global trial, his rewards were upgraded to an extraordinary level. His initial A rank clearance was upgraded to S rank. His previous Class A resource quota was now completely unlimited. His monthly credit points jumped from an initial 1 million points to a staggering 3 million points, along with a special quota of 10 million points over 10 years. His privilege to choose Transcendent Tier equipment was upgraded to Legendary Tier. His initial Master level benefits were now promoted to Vice Corps Commander level. His rank of Colonel was exceptionally promoted to General. Furthermore, Ye Ning was specially appointed as an honorary member of the Standing Committee. 21 salute guns fired. The grand medal ceremony was so magnificent that it felt like they were inaugurating a new Supreme Commander. Just 1 month ago, the image of Ye Ning breaking into the Tianfeng testing ground was still fresh in everyone's minds. Yet today, thanks to him, many people had received promotion notices. Li Guangguo looked down, his voice deep and echoing. Ye Ning, do you have any other requests? Ye Ning thought to himself, these rewards are already incredibly massive. Asking for more now would make him look insatiably greedy. But he also knew that if he didn't speak up now, he might never get another chance. He raised his head, his voice firm. Commander, I hope to attend the Triennial Military Conference taking place in 2 days. Li Guangguo frowned slightly, thinking, this brat really knows how to throw a curveball. Ye Ning was only 18 years old. What could a kid his age possibly know? Why did he want to attend a military conference? A prodigy like him should only be thinking about combat, since when did he care about politics? He patted Ye Ning's shoulder and laughed. No problem. You are an honorary member now. Naturally, you have the right to attend. If you have any good suggestions, the military is always ready to consider them. Thank you, Commander. Ye Ning bowed his head, a flash of determination in his eyes. After the ceremony, he sat alone, deep in thought. No, what I want isn't just to listen. I need executive authority, he muttered to himself. To prevent the disaster in the East Sea, we must mobilize the force of at least one entire military region. But for now, I'll accept this and play it by ear. From a distance, Fang Hao walked over, his voice calm. Ye Ning, follow me. The scene shifted to the military headquarters where Fang Hao led him. Ye Ning, starting today, you will be living here. He pointed to a heavily guarded area surrounded by lush greenery. This place is not only incredibly secure, but also comes with top-tier accommodations. He led him into a seamlessly sealed metal room. This is our most highly classified conference room. The reason I personally brought you here today is because I have a classified mission for you. Even though you've technically just reached Tier 3 and shouldn't be taking this on yet, we really can't find anyone more suitable. Uncle Fang, just tell me straight. Ye Ning replied, his gaze unwavering. Fang Hao nodded. The Intercontinental Dungeon, A-rank difficulty, the Zombie Kingdom. Each country can only send a maximum of 2 mid-tier Tier 3 players and 8 low-tier Tier 3 players. Aside from dealing with the mutants and completing the main quest, you will also have to fight awakeners from other nations to gather spirit energy ores. Ye Ning frowned slightly as memories of his past life rushed back. I've been to this dungeon before, but back then, it wasn't an intercontinental one, and there were no spirit energy ores either. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed inside his head. Mandatory quest triggered. Enter the zombie realm and seize ultimate authority over the dungeon. the completion rewards, an S-class combat weapon and the blueprints for a special sky carrier. Seeing Ye Ning freeze for a moment, Fang Hao frowned. Ye Ning, even though this mission is extremely risky, the combat squad will prioritize your safety above all else. Before he could even finish, Ye Ning cut him off, his voice firm. Uncle Fang, I'm going. I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, I believe this mission won't fail. That's the spirit, kid. I like your attitude. Fang Hao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. We definitely didn't misjudge you. So, before you head out, what do you need? Go to the National Treasury and pick whatever you can find. Even though this was a mandatory quest, the blueprints for the sky carrier alone were more than enough to make Ye Ning willing to risk his life. The massive ship is 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a weight capacity of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 Spirit Energy fighter jets, 26 hull-mounted Spirit Energy cannons, and 2 main cannons on its bow and stern. Not to mention, it can house 7,000 people, and is equipped with a spirit tower, spirit shields, and an automated lock-on targeting system. This is absolutely insane. Ye Ning thought to himself, just reading the description made his blood boil. If he could actually build this thing, could anyone in the world even stand against him? Clenching his fists, he knew he had to get it at all costs. After advancing to Tier 3, the system had unlocked 2 more skill slots. With only a few days left to prepare, he was determined to maximize his strength. With the #1 spot already in his hands, he would first head to the National Treasury to choose 2 S-class sword techniques and go from there. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed toward him from a distance, a chilling energy nearing the peak of Tier 3. Ye Ning turned around, his eyes sharp. A female figure appeared. Personal Guard 009, reporting for duty. The girl cried out and suddenly rushed forward to hug him tightly, catching him completely off guard. I am specifically assigned to protect Lord Ye Ning closely. Ye Ning quickly pushed her away, frowning. Xiaoju, personal guard? Who sent you here? And besides, who told you close protection looks like this? Deputy Commander Fang Hao sent me, she replied, in a flat, robotic voice. As for close protection, it's something I learned from today's research materials. He was stunned, his voice filled with suspicion. What kind of research materials? The girl immediately lunged forward, trying to hug him again. Just like this, and then like that. She even stood on her tiptoes, trying to get right in his face. Ye Ning raised his hand to block her, shouting, Stop, stop, right there. He frowned, his voice full of frustration. Those higher-ups are really unbelievable. Aren't you worried you'll get my blood pumping, and something will go wrong when I'm on the battlefield? But doing that would be underestimating the situation. He activated his mental probing skill, scanning her with his eyes. The data flashed. Her body was connected to a control chip in her brain. There was a complex network of circuitry running through her physical body. Her original brain had shrunken and stopped functioning. Every thought and action was governed by the chip. She was more like a robot than a human. Ye Ning's voice grew heavy. Xiaoju, how did you end up like this? The girl took his hand and placed it against her forehead. Fingerprint recognition successful. Command update complete. An image flashed in his mind. A weak girl speaking to the man standing before her. Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die anyway. Instead of letting it go to waste, I'd rather donate this body before I pass, so I can still serve our country in the future. She continued, her voice firm. I've always believed in your words, Dad. I believe in the future of humanity. But Dad, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death. Even if it succeeds, my soul will fade away, and I'll become nothing but a machine. How could you find the heart to bear this, Dad? The man was indeed Fang Hao, tears streaming down his face. The girl smiled. You once told me about heroic souls, how the body perishes, but the battle spirit lives on. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul might be destroyed, but my body will endure. Compared to completely vanishing, what is this little bit of pain? Fang,